This young man is named Kai, the strongest knight hero of the Empire, who once saved the world thousands of years ago. However, for some reason, everything related to him has not been recorded in history. It turns out that 5,000 years ago, the world was on the brink of destruction. The four great heroes stood up to fight against the primordial evil, but its power was too strong, leading to the demise of all the heroes. Ultimately, all hope rested on the hero. After absorbing all the magical energy, he finally achieved a fateful union with the demon, saving the world. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. He was reincarnated 1,000 years later as the son of a marquis. But how is it that, in the later historical narrative, he is the only one forgotten by history without any record? Will Kai find out why he was erased from history? What challenges will he face in this reincarnation? Let us dive into the content to explore. The Dark Age with bloody wars is recounted through an ancient text from 5,000 years ago during a time of despair. Humanity was nearly extinct to save the world from total collapse. The four great heroes faced Erebos, the origin of evil. First appeared the image of an elf sorceress, the great sorceress Luna, the poet of the stars. Next was a massive man with a bushy beard, the dwarf master blacksmith, the holy smith Duino. Then came a beastman boy with platinum hair, the beast warrior, the brave Aran. The last one, embodying a rebellious and mysterious spirit, was significant yet not to be overlooked, the wise dragon king Linus. The text recounts that on that fateful night, 5,000 years ago, the rain poured down on the blood-soaked bodies of the soldiers. Corpses lay piled upon each other in large heaps, under the deep crimson night. Three heroes, Luna, Aran, and Duino, lost their lives. On the other side, Kai was trying to heal Linus in his dragon form. Exhausted, Linus whispered to him, "Don't say it. Just take my heart and move on." Yet Kai stubbornly refused to give up. "I will save you, so be quiet." Linus's weak voice echoed again. "It is not too late." Kai hurriedly interrupted. "I can't focus on healing. Do not talk." Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened in horror. Linus had extracted his heart and held it before him, smiling. "Do you remember the first time we met? We will save the world." Kai clenched his teeth in anguish. The foolish dragon, unable to endure any longer, as Linus closed his eyes and passed away. "I am sorry for leaving everything to you." Kai's trembling hand reached out towards the heart. Familiar names from days gone by flashed in his mind. Right after that, Vivien Longtemem emerged with Kai's body. He tightly grasped the last stone color. "Thanking everyone for being by my side." Kai struck like a lightning bolt, crashing down to the ground, shattering the earth with a deafening roar. The lightning concentrated in one spot, like a streak of light tearing through this terrifying dark night. The hatred consumed Kai, giving him more strength. His eyes shone with determination. No matter what, he faced a towering demon spitting fire from its feet in all directions. The scene resembled hell itself. But Kai showed no fear, even as this body turned to ash. He glared fiercely at the dark monster with its glowing red eyes, ready to confront it at any cost. Kai's hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his teeth grinding as he swiftly drew the blade, declaring he would consume its soul. This is the tale of another hero, the hero of beginnings. At that moment, Kai wielded the sword and charged towards the demon, shouting loudly, "Heroes." The shining blade carried the hopes and dreams of fallen comrades and Kai himself back to reality. A woman flipped through a book, calmly telling a story on an evening when the sky echoed with a massive boom. Thanks to the sacrifice of the wise King Linus, they had pushed back Erebos, the source of evil's end. Suddenly, children's screams rang out. A man's voice echoed from afar, sounding reproachful. "Venna, have not you read that story to the boy over 100 times?" She smiled and continued flipping through the book. "Aaliyah likes this book the most. The baby, just a few months old, is frowning at dear Leo. Mom will read the story of the heroes of beginnings again. Long ago, even before ancient times, or more precisely, 5,000 years ago." Goo. He tried to roll over angrily, ignoring Jay's excitement. The boy liked it a lot. A boo-boo in Kai's mind also wished she would stop reading that damn book. "Do I look like I enjoy listening?" Kai struggled to recall the bizarre events that occurred 5,000 years ago, and he had to be here once more. "What happened 5,000 years ago? What do you mean?" "What happened? I mean we defeated Eros. Not only turned into children, but the most important thing is that no one remembers the remaining hero named Kai. So why am I the only one erased from history?" In a large building, Royal Dance School. During class, the teacher's voice echoed everywhere. "Attention, everyone. In the classroom, a male teacher is lecturing the students. As you know, we are currently living in the age of heroes." He excitedly continued. "It has been 5,000 years since the first hero was recorded in our world. Everyone seems to agree with him, so no one voiced any objections. The world has undergone many changes since then. The enthusiastic teacher announced that the royal school had been chosen to host this year's Lumen entrance exam. His eyes sparkled, showing how eager he was for this event. Among the students, there would be those with the potential of a hero, those who will pass the entrance exam, and one day write their names in the records of heroes. And so, everyone turned their heads toward the source of the sound, the snoring from below. You have to listen. Pay attention now. The teacher could no longer bear it, and had to call out loudly to the one who was slumped over. Surely you have mastered all the course material to the point where my lecture makes you sleepy. I will ask you, what kind of ritual did people have to undergo 5,000 years ago to be called a hero? The boy slowly stood up and clicked his tongue. The one in a new form and identity stood up to answer. If you have just established a name, people would voluntarily worship you. Leo Blop, 15 years old, from the Blob clan. Hearing the answer, the teacher could only shake his head in dismay and ask the class, is there anyone else who wants to answer? A hand shot up high. The boy with orange hair next to him volunteered to answer that in ancient times. There was no way to gain recognition from the gods. Images of rituals and heroes gradually appeared, and thus only those rituals were used to select heroes. Leo glanced at him, a typical example of a ritual being a blood sacrifice. Indeed, the teacher was very pleased with this answer and praised him as excellent. He praised the boy in front of the class, just as the teacher had hoped. Gullivan, the greatest magic genius of our kingdom, Gullivan Chatton, from the Chatton clan. As soon as he sat down, Gullivan Chatton quickly scoffed at Leo Plop. The teacher has high expectations for you in the upcoming Lumen entrance exam. But I do not care about him. Back then, meeting the gods was as easy as pie. Some monkey's ritual. Leo Plop was only focused on the book about the 4 great heroes, who were also his friends. A miracle bestowed by the gods to the mortal world to commemorate the great heroes who defeated Erebos recorded about the hero. Then he suddenly slammed the book shut. Inside, Leo Plop felt a sense of sadness because no one remembered him. He stared dejectedly out the window with a sigh. So why am I the only one treated like I do not exist? Forgotten in the notes. The rebirth of the great hero. What? Everyone suddenly rushed to the window, eager to see what was happening. They are here. Where? Don't push. So cool. The bank. Look, that is the symbol of the Zinger clan. A man followed by a girl with soldiers gliding past classrooms amid cheers. That is Celia Dinger. Leo Blop stood up immediately after the loudspeaker announced, all students must gather at the hall for a mandatory meeting. Our school is being visited by the Zinger clan. Seeing this, Gullivan Chatton called out mockingly, are you planning to go over there to attract the attention of the Zinger clan? Why would they care about you? Leo Pop raised an eyebrow, not understanding what this guy was saying. I am going home now. He turned his back and walked away, leaving him stunned. Unlike you, I am not interested in this. Gullivan Chatton was annoyed, his whole body flaring as he yelled at Leo Plop. Me? Not me either. I just intended to go see as a rival. Yeah. Not really. Leo Plo is in the training room alone. After a while of training, he starts to feel tired. He slowly places his hand on the wall after training hard. Then Leo Blop steps out of the training room, thinking that this body is better than his previous one. Suddenly, a voice calls out, what has got you thinking so much? Rena rushes at him out of nowhere, swinging her sword back. Luckily, Leo Plop reacts quickly and parries the attack. Yes. Somewhat startled. An ambush. It has been a while since we sparred. Rena raises her sword, pointing it at Leo Plop. Mediocre talent, 1 TB enough for Lumen. Then she swings the sword down hard. This is the final test. With his current strength, it is a bit tough for Leo to hold his ground against Jaina. However, Jay has no intention of going easy. Instead, she is getting more aggressive. Should I hit harder? Leo Plop is pushed back a bit, but he manages to keep his balance. Sweat drips down his face as he breathlessly asks Ja, are not you showing too much tough love? Mother, but it seems she does not want to hold back at all. You say that. Yet she immediately lunges like an arrow toward Leo Plop, blocking all his moves. By the time Ji realizes, it is already too late. She hit too hard. The tip of the sword is now right in front of Leo Plop. What if Leo can T-dodge? The sword grazes past, cutting a hole in his hair as Leo Plop swiftly dodges. His eyes go blank as he stares at his mother. Then he quickly swings his sword. In Jenna's eyes, the shadow of the sword tip reflects. She has officially lost to Leo Blop. Are you okay? Mother. Rena wonders just how far this child's talent can go. Then she stands up, dusting herself off while asking Leo, do you still want to join Lumen? Yep. An image of a grand and majestic school appears. The Hero Academy Lumen. Of course. Leo Blop really wants to go there, because it is where he might find the answers about himself. Among the 4 races, the Hero Academies preserve records of heroes. This is the place with the highest chance of finding the records of his past. Therefore, Leo Blop smiles and agrees without hesitation. Of course. After that, Jenna suddenly remembers something else she needs to tell him. The Zinger family members are visiting Dlan. They will be staying at our mansion. The Zinger family is coming here.
Yep.
She affectionately replies.
Yep.
Although I do not want to, I will ask for help because he is their deputy head of the family. The two return to their loving mother-son demeanor. Rina ruffles his hair, reminding him to become strong enough to be accepted into Lumen next year. The skills of Zerdinger. Suddenly, Leo Plop smiles and sighs. But Mom, I plan to participate this year. At the J family mansion, soldiers are arranged meticulously. The black carriage gradually stops at the front door. The person in the car thought curiously, why does he want to stay here? A pair of black shoes slowly stepped down. The beautiful princess carefully observed the mansion. He could rent out the entire hotel. Celia Zedinger, 15 years old. Princess of the Zinger family. She seemed uncomfortable with the size of the Jenna house. I just want to focus on the entrance exam for Lumen. Why visit such a small family? Celia, the uncle behind her cheerfully said. Aren't you curious about Leo? You said he does not care about the Zedinger family. Jadinger, the deputy head of the Zedinger family. Celia Zedinger flipped her hair indifferently. Well, if he is a potential knight but can't use aura, that is not very impressive. Ha, I do not think so. A moment later, the two entered and greeted. It is an honor to meet Lady Bob. Blop was also very happy to welcome them. Welcome,
Sir.
Jingery Blob, the lady of the Blob family.
Yep.
Head Blob, the leader of the Blob family. Then he gestured towards Celia and said, Celia, this is Marquis Blob. Introduce yourself. She also bowed politely, saying her name was Celia Zedinger. Although a bit displeased, the princess was very articulate. Thank you for welcoming us this week. Rina stepped forward, extending her hand toward her, which surprised her greatly. Nice to meet you, Celia. She resembles her father and uncle. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, realizing something. Wait a minute. Black hair, red eyes. Celia Dinger concluded in shock. She is from our clan. Not making her wait long, Jay quickly answered instead of Jay. This is Jay prop of yours. The attendants pushed the two families' suitcases down the hallway. Meanwhile, Jay and Jay talking. When are we visiting the royal school? On the table, there were already snacks and sugar cubes to drop into the tea. The students were crowding in chaotically. The two sat across from each other discussing Leo Plop. However, Leo had gone home because he was not interested. That is a hard blow to the great pride of the Zer clan. Dinger Rina raised her hand to cover a forced smile, trying to mask the issue. I am sorry if my son's behavior seems disrespectful. The boy does not care about anything but training. But Jay did not care about that either. Slowly lifting her cup back up. Outside in the yard, Leo Plop and Celia Dinger were practicing combat. What kind of child is Leo? He answered while dropping a sugar cube into the tea, then stirring it. He is an exceptional talent. Then he looked up at Ja, firmly asking, Sister, do you really believe Leo deserves to inherit the Zinger flame? Looking at the reality of the battle tilting in Leo Plop's favor, she did not hesitate to reply. I am not saying this because he is my son. He truly deserves it. Hearing her answer made Jay smile with satisfaction. If she is willing to say that, it really excites me. Suddenly, he said seriously. However, you still need to check for yourself. Leo Plop sat cross-legged in the training room to practice controlling the light energy, with a stream of blue light wrapping around his left wrist. After a long while, Leo Plop slowly opened his eyes, looking at the light energy clinging to his wrist. He could not help but exclaim. Finally, a container that can hold everything has been completed. When humans learn light energy, they generate a source of energy within their bodies like a flame. The reason he still has not mastered it is that they must learn to harness that energy to succeed. And Leo Plop has accomplished that. The moment he accepted the light energy, his body naturally adapted to be compatible with it. Remembering the horrifying image of that night when he witnessed all his teammates fall before the giant demon only made him feel more regretful and determined. He reminded himself that the opportunity to accumulate mana and soul energy would soon vanish. If in his previous life he could fully control the power and essence of those people, he would not have left behind the seeds of a disaster. In this life, he would control it perfectly. Starting with the aura, lost in thought, he did not hear the footsteps approaching until the other person spoke. Are you Leo Plop? Leo Plop dazedly turned his head. When did Celia Dinger get behind him? She looked at him and smiled, praising. It seems you have grasped the basics quite well. I will specially guide you in swordsmanship. How does that sound? And I could also earn some rewards from her. Leo Plop asked back. Who are you? She closed her eyes with a sense of pride. I am Celia Zerdinger. Her words were firm and confident. The world calls me the Sword Princess. Contrary to her expectations, Leo Plop calmly replied. Oh really? Thank you for thinking of me. but I have no intention of receiving guidance from someone with lesser skills. Hearing that, Celia Dinger flinched. Are you saying you are stronger than me? Leoplop nonchalantly said. If it is a fight to the death, you might be stronger cause I can't use the aura yet. He felt more confident than the way she just introduced herself. However, if it was just a sparring match with swordsmanship, that would be a different story. A fire of anger ignited in Celia Dinger's eyes. Immediately, she turned to where the weapons were kept, drew a sword, and stepped towards him. Fine. If you are so confident in your skills, let us... Celia Dinger scoffed, believing she had the victory in the bag. Do you think if I learn the aura, I will be stronger than you? I will teach you a lesson about the harsh reality. During the week I am here, you will be my servant. Leoplop smiled and asked, and if I win? Celia Dinger swung her sword at him, not hesitating to answer. Then I will be your servant. He bent down to pick up the sword from the ground, excitedly declaring, then let us get started. Both charged at each other with incredible speed, their swords clashing and sparking. Celia Dinger felt a bit flustered. His speed was not bad at all. Then she took a few steps back, reassuring herself. However, that alone was not enough. Leoplop's eyes shot out a red light, and the sword in his hand swung rapidly. At that moment, Celia Dinger could no longer underestimate him as she realized what kind of power this was. The slash struck the ground hard, sending her flying backward. Immediately, Leoplop charged forward with a sword in hand. She trembled as she watched him approach. I could not hold on, but the sword could not reach her. Leoplop asked in surprise. Light energy armor. Is not this supposed to be a pure skill duel? The sword was currently being blocked by a protective barrier. Dude, that is just reflexes. Well, it does not matter. Even so, I will still win, Celia Dinger exclaimed in shock. What? Controlling light energy is a difference like night and day. Suddenly, he slowly removed the bracelet from his wrist. She watched the bracelet that Leoplop had just thrown to the ground. Then let us test it out. A magic weight bracelet. He smiled and quickly dashed towards her. The sword with terrifying power struck hard against the shield. When the wooden sword shattered and the shield broke apart, Celia Dinger finally accepted in horror. How could this be? Leoplop's eyes shone brightly as he attacked with all his might. He was so brutal. The country boy. On the other side, J&J were stepping into the training room. Seeing him, she happily called out. She introduced. Come here and introduce yourself. He is a guest visiting our home. He bowed and replied. I'm Jay smiled and reached out his hand towards him. I'm Jin. You might know, but I am your uncle. Then the two shook hands. Very pleased to meet you. Suddenly, Vena remembered. Have you met Celia yet? Leoplop glanced at Celia Dinger, who was being taken outside. Her face was still in shock, growling his name in her throat. Miss Gleo, what is going on? Quickly take her away, Jay asked in astonishment. What happened? Wait, he is closely observing Leoplop. Did the boy really defeat Celia without mastering light energy? What a rux. Then he turned back to him, wanting to defeat Celia. You are truly impressive. Well, she underestimated you. Leoplop replied frankly when Jay asked what they had bet against each other. The loser would become the winner's servant. He smiled victoriously. Celia's Dinger would be my servant for the next week. Suddenly, Jay said seriously. Keeping your word is indeed important, but Celia comes from the Zinger family. His large figure became even more intimidating as if threatening. You can't command her to do maid work. Worried he would not agree, he offered another compensation. I hope you will make up for it. I will give you something else as a reward. For example, Leoplop interrupted immediately. I refuse. His voice was firm and resolute. This is a bet between me and Celia. As long as she carries the Dinger name, she must take responsibility. Jay proposed another solution, even offering to teach him the Dinger family's light energy control method. Leoplop just smiled and shook his head, replying, I believe that the light energy control method offered as a bargaining chip to spare a granddaughter from embarrassment is worthless to learn. Jay had lost his initial amiability. The man angrily said, Leoplop, you just declared that you would use the direct heir of the Zinger family as a servant, and that the Zinger family's energy manipulation method is worthless. Right? Without fear, he replied.
Yep.
Seeing that the threat did not work, he gently added, Don't you see that statement is disrespectful? You did not mean to offend the Zinger family. Leoplop respectfully placed a hand on his chest. Sir Jay, if your intention is to reward me for defeating Celia by teaching me the method of key manipulation, then I would gladly accept. His voice remained steady while the other soldiers rushed around. However, you mentioned this would be a gift to brush off Celia's defeat. That means the young lady has finally come to her senses. Leo Ploff's words seemed to mock him. You believe that if Celia had not let her guard down, she would not have lost to me. Rena felt very proud of her son. However, even if Celia were fully focused on training with me, I would still win. Jay smiled, seeming to understand. You refuse because you dislike the way I behave. What an extraordinary child. Then he gestured to the soldiers, wishing such a child was part of the Zedinger family. Then, to their astonishment, he ordered, take Celia to the maid's quarters. He looked directly into his eyes and called out, "Yep, Sir Jay." Jay's tone became cordial again, in an informal setting. You can always feel free to call me that. Then he gave Leo Blop a hearty pat on the shoulder. The boy replied, "Yep, sir." After a moment, he left, leaving J&J behind. He turned to his sister and asked, You asked me to teach the boy the Zinger family's method of key manipulation, did not you? Without letting her respond, he continued, As for my brother, I will try to convince him so Leo can learn the Phoenix breath. In a lavishly decorated room, Celia Zedinger, with a confused look, said, the maid who will take care of you for the next week. At this moment, she was dressed in a maid's outfit to fulfill her promise. Young Master Leo's face turned bright red. I will be your maid for a week. As young Master Leo saw her getting closer, he gently called out, Celia. He subtly complimented her. She suited him well. Celia could only remain silent and endure his teasing. Who would have thought his usually elegant style would match this simple maid outfit? This combination made her tremble. Celia could not help but threaten. I know I am beautiful. But if you keep saying that, Leo quickly softened, explaining to her, I did not mean to upset you. He gently recounted to Celia. I have a friend who greatly admires beauty, and surely her habits have influenced me. Thinking back to the past, Leo could not help but sigh. A wave of contemplation rose in his heart. The beauty of eternity is unparalleled. Leo's mind flickered. If peace returns to this world, I will express my great desire to you, dedicating the rest of my life to spreading beauty to everyone. Celia involuntarily exclaimed. You have a wonderful friend who knows how to appreciate and praise beauty. Unexpectedly, Leo suddenly said sadly, the problem is he is too carefree. Even though she is very determined, Linus is still more beautiful than anyone. The name from years ago still lingers in Leo and Luna's minds because of the art. That person had once insistently requested to be my nude model. I also brought a sketchbook with me. And of course, that strange request was quickly punished by everyone. Celia quietly observed what Leo was holding. Was that some kind of training book? She curiously asked. What are you reading? The book cover was decorated with very special patterns. Leo casually picked it up. I read a lot of it when I was a kid. He honestly introduced the great hero of the beginning. Another image flashed in her mind. Celia's age left her quite surprised. Changing the subject, Celia gazed thoughtfully at Leo. She reluctantly turned toward the bookshelf next to them. After observing for a while, she gradually discovered that he seemed to like the great heroes of the early days. She gently assessed Leo's bookshelf. An average researcher of great heroes probably could not compare to him. Leo then honestly explained, I am just collecting. And it turned out like this. Celia did not think much. She raised her hand above. But the old book tucked away in the corner caught her keen eye. It had a lot of books about leadership. Leo always maintained his calm demeanor, quickly saying, in the stories of great heroes, there are many things that are hard to attribute to a specific hero. Leo commented with a hint of admiration. I think those achievements probably belong to him. Unexpectedly, that statement made Celia jump. He might be a fraud, wanting to claim the achievements of the great heroes. Leo puzzledly repeated the old name. Celia spoke in a low voice. She expressed her thoughts. Most people think that way. Of course. I see it that way too, Leo helplessly mumbled. So people think of me that way. Celia then asked back. Unexpectedly, he shifted to another topic. Let us have breakfast and start training. How about that? Celia suddenly became excited. Young master, if you allow me, can I train with you? However, inside she was plotting something else. I will uncover the secret behind your strength. Leo mysteriously turned away. A bit hard to keep up with. Will she be okay? Hearing that made her feel belittled. I am Celia. Standing here, after a long while of practicing, Celia collapsed to the ground to rest her tired body. Leo casually said to her, when stamina reaches its limit, reaction speed slows down and there will be more gaps between movements. When that happens, you will expose your weaknesses in the back. Just like before, Celia struggled to respond back. Is abusing the body like this really helpful for training? You honestly criticized. Yeah. I think today's youth are too weak. Leo continued. Compared to the past, the technology has developed a lot. Maybe that is why people do not care about physical training as much as before. Technology will help enhance physical strength. Celia struggled to stand up with the sword, startled by his words. What did you say? Weak. Leo confidently swayed his body as if to provoke her. If the body is trained, the energy will also be strengthened. Celia trembled as she pointed the wooden sword at him, full of fighting spirit. She declared, "Don't underestimate me." Celia charged at Leo with all her might. That white-haired jerk, unexpectedly. Leo effortlessly deflected her attack with a simple swing of his sword. Celia fell to the ground due to the recoil. Angrily, she shouted, "Well, why can't I win?" He stepped in front of her and asked, "A dog?" "Right." Leo handed her a metal ring. Celia, caught off guard, reached out to take it. "Thank you." But as soon as the ring touched her hand, its weight caused Celia to stumble forward. Leo briefly introduced it. It was a gravity-enhancing bracelet. The expression on his face grew increasingly sinister. Leo ordered that she wear it during training from now on. Today's weather is perfect for a heavy training session. Celia's face turned bright red. He urgently demanded him to stop. Jay silently observed from a distance. This will be a good experience for her. Before coming to Lumen, stepping on her pride at least once is a good thing. Seeing Celia finally slump down, he called out to him. Leo politely approached and greeted Jay. He slowly said, "I have been thinking about asking the head of the family to allow you to inherit the Phoenix's breath." Leo looked at him, a bit startled. Leo seemed to have heard that name before. The Phoenix's breath. Is that the source of energy techniques from the Zinger clan? He hesitated, thinking that only those recognized in the clan could inherit that technique. But then Celia interjected. His father would not easily agree. Jay looked at Leo. "So I have a condition?" Celia asked curiously. "A condition?" He gently stated his requirement. Pass the entrance exam for Lumen. And Celia immediately gaped. The entrance exam for Lumen is a real battle. She felt extremely anxious and tried to persuade him. "Come on. A kid who can't even use energy techniques. No way. That is too dangerous." Unexpectedly, Lee replied in a strange tone. "Real combat experience." "Yeah. I really have nothing." Even so, he briefly recalled his past life. In his mind, Leo had made an important decision. This life is it. Jay asked for his opinion. "What do you think?" Leo hesitated slightly. His father and mother, quickly. He expressed his intention, assuming they agree with his wishes. "I agree." Jay smiled with great satisfaction upon hearing that, as expected. The boy intends to take part in this year's exam. A moment later, Leo turned to ask her, "We have rested enough. Shall we start?" Celia angrily chased after him. "You think I can't keep up?" Time flew by quickly, and a week later, everyone was gathered in a large crowd. The entrance exam for Lumen was about to begin, and the hall started buzzing with whispers. "That is Celia Dinger," someone remarked. "I did not expect to see the Sword Princess." Others wondered who the guy beside her was. Celia, rarely having the chance. Teased Leo. "Are you worried, young master?" "You are coldly retorting." The situation changed rapidly. Leo began to mock her. "Shouldn't you change your way of speaking?" Celia suddenly faltered and cried out. Someone who just spotted them interrupted. Celia Galivian could not contain her surprise upon seeing him. "Leo Blop," he asked Leo irritably. "You can't use aura. So what are you doing here?" Soon as he finished speaking, Julivian turned to greet her. "Celia, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Both of them looked at him with puzzled expressions. He tried to regain his composure. "I am Gulavan Chatton. The last time you came to school, I greeted you." Vivian continued to boast. "I am known as the greatest genius sorcerer of Duel." Celia coldly interrupted him. "Sorry, but I do not remember who you are." She gently took Leo's hand. Celia ignored him. She pulled Leo away. "I will go ahead." They had barely taken a few steps when someone yelled out, "Celia." Both of them jumped and turned to see what was happening. In front of Celia stood two people. A bad Llewellyn, 16, from the Llewellyn family, and Chelsea Lean, 14, also from the Llewellyn family. They politely greeted her. "Long time no see." "Celia." Flash of an eye. A voice cut through the solemn atmosphere. Celia asked Lee. "Who are they?" Celia clenched her fists in annoyance. Meeting the Llewellyn siblings. She seriously explained that they are of the same heroic lineage of the Lordran Empire. Children of the Llewellyn family. Celia's eyes were full of determination. "Those two will accompany us. So we absolutely cannot lose to them. We can't let the Zinger family lose to the Lean family." Leo frowned, interrupting, "Even though I am from the Bob family." Abat was the first to speak. "Long time no see." "Celia." She politely greeted him. "Yeah. Long time no see." Abat Lean looked towards Leo. "Who is the person standing next to you?" She coldly introduced. "This is Leo from the Klob family, a noble family in the Daz kingdom." He then made a sarcastic remark. "Just a little shrimp." "Ah, I see." Upon hearing that, Leo immediately shot him a hostile glance. Abat confidently declared, "The highest position will definitely be mine." Celia Chelsea. She obediently followed them.
Yep.
Big bro. Celia glared at their backs, feeling extremely annoyed. I will crush those arrogant fools. From the high podium. Bai spoke to the crowd. It seems everyone has gathered here. Both Celia and Leo instinctively looked up at the speaker. The person above was carefully adjusting the equipment. And Zirin Zuman, a professor at the Zoom Academy. He gently introduced himself. My name is An. Celia exclaimed in shock. No way. MB, the Wizard of Man, is different from her. Liu knew nothing. Who is that person? She explained in astonishment to him. Really, you do not know? He is the hero recorded in the Book of Heroes. Hearing this, Leo gradually understood. So he was one of the so-called heroes of this era. Something else caught his attention. Leo slowly observed every detail of it. The mana in his left eye was definitely above the podium, as Bai slowly read the rules. The types of challenges include duels and monster extermination, with each person taking turns to fight. As he finished speaking, he used magic to burn everything away. However, I find this method, Bai casually tossed the remains aside. It is quite boring. Shortly after, he took out another thick book. As the page opened, the space suddenly emitted a strange glow, opening the Book of Heroes. End's world. A second later, everyone below seemed to be standing on a magic matrix. The introduction chapter stopped wild. He coldly used magic to enhance the effect of the book, to the confusion of all participants. Bai indifferently said, I hate inefficiency. His eyes were also tinted with magical fire. So I will combine everything and carry it out all at once. He was also stunned by this display from Bai. Earlier, he had been thoroughly taught about such matters. The Book of Heroes is not merely a historical record. Its true value lies in its capabilities. This book is incredibly mysterious and magical. The realization of the hero world contains the experiences of ancient heroes. Leo remembered a crucial detail clearly. Moreover, when achieving the hero world, one thing both aimed for was that people could inherit the powers of past heroes. He pondered that this is almost like a hero training system. Right. Liu's gaze fluctuated with deep intentions. After a long while, all players were pushed into the wild forest. He quietly looked around. So this is the hero world. Suddenly, a voice echoed. This place is called the Wild Forest, and the goal is simply to survive. The guiding voice continued. Whether you cooperate or fight each other, do whatever it takes to survive. Those who want to give up can break the orb they are holding and return. That is all. The players immediately showed signs of confusion. Where did that voice come from? Leo murmured to himself. This place looks no different at all. His footsteps carefully surveyed the terrain around him, based on the current scenery. Leo deduced that this used to be an elf area before being corrupted by the witch Queen Siat. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, What the hell is this? It is terrifying. From a distant hiding place. That person kept complaining, I want to go back. A participant feeling annoyed cursed. It is just an illusion. How pathetic. Leo silently rebutted that guy. You are wrong. Even if this world may stem from the memories of the judge, everything happening here is real. In his heart, he immediately affirmed that the deadly dangers here could truly kill. Suddenly, his sixth sense warned Leo of an impending threat as he leaned to avoid it. A magical arrow shot straight down to where he had just stood. On the other side, the figure of the archer gradually came into view. The person approached and said, Haven't we met before? Chelsea stepped forward mockingly. I am glad to eliminate someone from Zinger. Leo coldly replied, I am a member of the Clo family. She angrily interrupted. You were just with Celia. Chelsea did not listen to the explanation and summoned her weapon, the wind scythe. Leo contemplated his opponent. It was a spell that had never existed in the past. Nevertheless, he calmly drew his sword to face her. Basically, it seemed nothing had changed. Chelsea suddenly smirked. Are you so calm even though I am right in front of you? Overwhelmed by emotion, Chelsea raised her hand to spin the scythe in the air. The scythe was charged with enough power, and it shot towards Leo. He simply drew a line with his sword, deflecting Chelsea's scythe away. Her high-quality weapon lost control and flew behind him. A wave of anxiety rose within her. Did he manage to stop it? I can't sense him using light energy. Could it be a light energy of a hard-to-detect attribute? Leo smirked sarcastically at his opponent. That attack was too simple. Then he suddenly suggested, why do not we join forces instead? Here, the longest survivor will earn the most points. As a witch, do not you need to pass at least one test? Unexpectedly, she chuckled at his words. Hee. Chelsea smiled and continued. Unfortunately, I am a battle witch, a witch who participates in direct combat. Suddenly, she was enveloped in a swirling magical aura. You said my attack was too simple. Right. Leo repeated fearlessly. Do you hear me? I mean for wind magic. Is that attack too simple? Compared to its strength, Chelsea hesitated at Leo's attitude. Is he about to teach me about magic? A direct descendant of the Llewellyn family, she declared angrily. Let me crush you with these so-called simple attacks. Immediately after, a series of spells were unleashed. Wind Scythe. Wind Arrows. As the scythe swooped down, she realized it could only cut through nothingness. He was not there. Leo had made Chelsea extremely anxious. She could not even sense a trace of mana. When did he move right in front of her?
Wow.
Because his speed was so fast that Chelsea did not know how to react in time. Suddenly, her scythe was knocked high into the air, and Chelsea found herself kneeling before him. Leo gritted his teeth, repeating his proposal. Should I politely ask you to cooperate with me once again? Outside the magic book, the viewers eagerly watched the screen.
Go.
It is finally starting. A flicker of light gradually appeared. Chelsea was unconscious, tightly bound on the wooden rack. Below, Leo seemed ready to ignite the rope wrapped around her. The expression on Leo's face showed no sign of goodwill. In the forest, Leo Plop sat before the fire, facing a girl tied to a pole. Chelsea looked at the fire beneath her feet, unable to suppress her panic. What is going on? He started to lure her from a place of fear. Will you cooperate with me? Despite her fear, Chelsea firmly refused, saying she never would. I do not need anyone except for my brother. Then she shouted at the scythe of wind to activate her power at her wrist, a red vortex with strange shapes inside. Seeing this, Leo Blop exclaimed, it is a limited magic skill. I do not have much mana, so it won't last long. However, Chelsea appeared unconcerned by his words. I can get out without magic, and Leo Blop cut off her intention with a wicked smile. Do you think I will let you focus on that? He made the fire blaze stronger, preventing Chelsea from concentrating, forcing her to plead with him. Please, do not stop. It is too hot. He controlled the flames while enticing her, saying, cooperate, unable to take it anymore. She agreed. I will listen, and I will make you swear. Swear on the family name. I will shout lucky. I swear on the name of the Lee Wellen family that I will cooperate. Hearing this, he scoffed, having achieved his goal. Kids are so easy to deceive. She yelled, because of the heat. As the ropes were released, he let her down and caught her in a princess hug. Nice to meet you. Mage Lin. Inside the arena, two people were fighting, and neither met the standards, competing and clashing with each other. How foolish. Only those two, Amb and Juman, were observing and had given their evaluation. Celia Dinger and Abad Lean controlled the collapse of the rocks. The future of the Republic will be bright. The girl stood before the giant monster, unable to believe her eyes. And there he was. Leo Plock. Right. He swung a beautiful sword, standing in the aura and assessing the situation. That fire trick is so childish. But getting Chelsea Line to cooperate will ensure the required score. He does not have the power or rank like Celia or Abbas. But everyone in the auditorium looked at him through the screen and concluded he was a surprising dark horse. The power from the green energy struck the monster, causing a hole in its body and making it scream in pain. After traveling together, Chelsea told Leo, I have to say, being with a knight makes everything much easier. He responded, can I ask this? What kind of energy are you using? I do not sense any mana from it. I do not know how to use energy. She could not believe it and asked again, what? How can you do that without any energy? But he just replied that a good foundation is important. They were talking without knowing someone was hiding behind, observing everything. She continued, using wind magic as an example. What do you think is the foundation of wind magic? Wind piercing. A stream of green energy appeared from her hand and spread in all directions. Then she exhaled, continuing to explain, talking about wind magic in front of the Liu family. You are really something. Hearing this, Liu got angry with her and walked away first. You have power, I admit, but you are using it wrong. You really... He interrupted before she could continue. Hold on. He knelt down to examine something underfoot. Chelsea noticed it too and tried to guess, as if it were a corpse. Leo continued, I have seen things left behind by victims like this before. Now I understand the condition to pass this test. Suddenly, the ground beneath them exploded. Leo embraced her and fell back to protect her. We almost needed to take Chelsea Lean down first. Luckily, it was fine. They had seen their opponent, and they added, the rest is nothing. Leo looked at those two with an amused expression. Let us attack together. A powerful light burst from him, and Leo's eyes turned red like lightning. He dashed forward and punched one of them in the face. This strong attack frightened them. He said to Chelsea, who was looking at him with admiration, watch my back. Chelsea, she gently replied. Okay, so they both continued to fight side by side. He wielded a sword while her weapon was a scythe radiating brilliance. They were ready. What are we waiting for? Let us take them down. They launched a series of powerful attacks decisively, Leah moved as fast as the wind from within the trees. I can't end like this, Gullivan thought to himself while running. I just need to find another group. Celia stood to the side, observing, and called out to the opponent. He is over this way. The four finally met, surrounded by fallen bodies lying everywhere. Chelsea joyfully exclaimed, Brother Abbas, it is so good to see you again. The two hugged tightly. Conceals, you are safe. But Celia raised a question. How did you two end up together? Leo ran his fingers through his hair to explain. I suggested a partnership. And Celia did not believe it because there is no way that stubborn girl would agree. But he just smirked and replied. He convinced her, and this made her wonder what he had done. At that moment, Leo lifted the person who attacked them earlier and said, this surprised Chelsea, questioning him. Why was he helping them? They helped each other up and said, we do not need to fight anymore. Are you okay? We will defeat this world together. Leo found that a bit contemptuous. Defeat the world. At this moment, Celia sensed something strange in the wild forest. Do you all see this pile of corpses? Leo stepped on the ground and continued. It is as if their moisture has been completely sucked out. And that is not all. Where have all those monsters gone? At this moment, Celia realized, you are right. It is like they were afraid of something. Surely a high-level monster has appeared and scared the forest monsters away. So this is the first achievement of Hero and Bai, defeating a high-level monster. Suddenly, a region of light appeared in the forest, and everyone could not believe their eyes. Finally, it revealed itself. The young man with pink hair, weapon in hand, trembled as he stepped forward. By all means, I will make you fail. He approached the monster and then fell to the ground, screaming in fear. What is that? His pupils had swirling circles around them as if he were hypnotized. The monster that appeared was a gigantic spider. Their journey was still being broadcasted on the screen for everyone to observe. Nearby, two young men were discussing their achievements. Gullivan said, I took down about 15 or 16. And the others were not bad either. I am around that level. And Jiren Juman summarized. Currently about 500. All of them failed. A man approached in B. But Professor in B. Even so, you have to select 10 people like in other areas. In the test, only 50 students remained. And Bai pushed up his glasses and interrupted the other. If they do not meet my standards, I am ready to fail all of them. Principal Kali knew this but still assigned me to take responsibility. He looked at the image of Leo helping others and commented, a true hero can only be found in difficult times. Leo Popov. He must have discovered the mutation in the forest. But can he really defeat this world? Turning back to Leo's group. They were running through the forest like the night. GX said, damn. It is pitch black. Celia stood in front of everyone with her sword, announcing that there was something ahead, ready to go. Then she pointed the sword forward. The energy from the sword's tip spreading out in a circular shape. The group behind could not believe what was in front of them. Chelsea asked, so the one behind is the real deal? Abad said incredulously. A stream of emerald green energy appeared from the tip of Abad's staff. But Leo stopped him. He said, wake up. Gullivan, break the barrier. And at that moment, Jack was in the monster's mouth. Its sharp teeth caused him pain. He struggled to call for help. Damn it. Jack crushed the crystal. The monster roared, unleashing a huge blast of fire. The power from Abat's staff continued to radiate. He unleashed a gust of wind towards the monster, causing its body to crack. So that was not enough. They stood watching the giant spider before them and realized it was indeed Princess Tarantulia. Grasping his weapon, he jumped high, ready to attack the monster. He shouted, damn it. Watch this. But he was immediately hit in the chest. Thrown back, only able to scream. Seeing that, Celia gripped her sword, staring at it with determination. I will finish it with one strike. A red beam shot from the tip of her sword, hitting the monster's eye, creating a bright point and piercing through the back. But the monster was unfazed, angering it even more, making Celia exclaim in disbelief. At that moment, Abat said, the attack power between knights and wizards is as different as night and day. Then Abat used his whirlwind technique. The green gusts attacked around the spider in a circle, but failed to defeat it. Seeing this, Abat could not believe his eyes. The spider angrily charged at him. Before the monster, Abat looked tiny. Seeing him in danger, Chelsea shouted and attacked too. You wind. Pierced through. He was injured in the arm. Chelsea asked if he was okay. Abat reassured her. Thank you, Chelsea. Jack stood, watching in fear. What kind of monster is this? Its regeneration power is terrifying. This spider always preys on groups of people. Leo said. It is the daughter of Siatna, the queen of Tateros, a monster in Eros' army that flattened the fairy forest. The other three echoed. Tateros, Leo continued. The magic in Mbai's left eye is indeed the magic of the fairy king. Tarantulia rules the cursed wild forest, and its appearance has terrified many. It has destroyed the fairy tribe's forest and eaten the right hand of the fairy king. You have fought against it. I thought Luna had defeated Tarantulia. But it seems the fairy king's right hand in its belly must have saved it. Or rather, the infinite life energy from that hand. The ring of life. Hearing this, Abat said, if the monster is the key to solving the challenge, then I will defeat it. Chelsea asked him, who else? Abat continued attacking the spider but still could not inflict any damage. Seeing this, Leo said, it will keep regenerating until you two run out of mana. And just as he said, the spider was still recovering from being attacked. Seeing this, Celia asked him, so do you have any suggestions? He replied, you two need to coordinate. Upon hearing this, Abat immediately expressed, I refuse. I will be the one to score the highest. Celia retorted, not if I... Leo interrupted their argument. If we can't defeat the hero's world, then all will fail. Hearing that, the two fell silent as if deep in thought. After a moment,
Yes.
even if we coordinate, we still need time to create a strike powerful enough to kill it instantly. No one except for the two of us can hold the monster off for long. Celia silently seemed to agree with Abbas's opinion. Now, Leo confidently said, leave it to me. Hearing that, Celia was surprised and tried to stop him. What? Doing that is suicide. You can't even use the light energy. I know. But, he replied calmly, I can only hold it for 5 minutes. At this, Abat also said seriously, what if the attack fails? Nevertheless, he confidently picked up the weapon and said, I do not think that will happen. He smiled at Celia and Abbas. Wind and fire have always been good friends. They always harmonize with each other. Abat and Celia looked at each other, indicating they were ready. Meanwhile, he was facing the monster, grinning as it reminded him of the past. He raised his weapon to attack, and the spider bared its fangs, ready to strike. He slashed out a wave of green energy, and said he had not seen it in a while. Outside, Celia and Abat watched in shock, as another wave of mana hit Tataros's monster. The boy was running through the forest, crying. He was stuck in a web, and could not escape. Watching the monster looming toward him, desperately calling for help. Please back away. At that moment, a golden light appeared, and a girl stepped out from the golden circle, holding a staff. You dare to destroy my homeland. With her right hand, she condensed a golden mana sphere and threw it at the spider, sending it flying far away and lighting up the sky. The birds that were perched had to take flight. Unexpectedly, the influence of her boss reached even here. An asked the boy, are you okay? Leo recalled, gripping his weapon tightly. Indeed, is this the limit without light energy? Suddenly, he heard someone call Chelsea. Startling her, she said to him, use wind magic to push the weapons lying around toward me. At that moment, the monster unleashed mana, causing a loud crash. Chelsea observed the situation and warned, if you move that fast, you will get hurt while doing it. He said to Vo, while continuing the attack, I will grab them too. So do not worry and hurry up. Green mana circles appeared from the tip of the staff, and Chelsea asked him in confusion, which weapon? Any one of them. A small dagger appeared in her palm. Based on the sound, Leo recognized one was a curved dagger and the other was a short sword, with a sword in each hand. Leo continued to charge forward to attack. Taste this. Each sharp strike decisively severed the spider's legs. Continuing with Chelsea's mana flows combined with his graceful weapon skills left people in awe. He was about the same age as us, but the scene looked like a battle of a martial god. Celia was speechless, and Abat had to admit, it turned out he was not just a minor character. But it was unavoidable. He was still injured. He felt he still had his senses. Nevertheless, he remained determined to grip the sword tightly and move forward. If I can't even stop a bug like this, those guys will laugh at me in the afterlife. He stepped forward to continue fighting, and Chelsea spoke in disbelief. That is the last one. Leo asked again. What? Celia gathered mana at the tip of her sword, surrounded by a powerful red mana stream. She said, Army. Step back. She delivered a fatal blow to the spider. How do you like this move? The monster bug. From the tip of the sword, the mana formed a vortex heading straight for the creature. It was burned by her mana stream and turned into a life ring. The spider was dead, and Amba's wild world was freed. Celia sat down on the ground, sighing in relief. It is. She and Chelsea looked at Leo. He really managed to hold off the monster for 5 minutes. Leo was paralyzed, and even Chelsea was so excited that she shouted, Amazing. Really amazing. Chelsea looked at him with sparkling eyes, thinking he looked like a hero. Do you really show up in stories like this? Chelsea was extremely excited.
Yep.
I want to become a battle mage, so I fight up close, which I am still not good at. Please teach me. And Celia feels the same way. I really hope you get to experience Leo's training at least once. Hearing Celia say that made Chelsea stunned. Leo picked up the ring to examine it. Is this the item? This ring. From within the ring, a tiny spirit with butterfly wings flew out. Is this Prince Seat? He asked Sulit. Do you remember me? Se smiled warmly before slipping back into the life ring. It seems he has become the Spirit King. It appears to be thanks to the treasure Mbai found. He received a magical eye and began the countdown back to the testing area. 543. A hooded figure appeared in front of Leo. The reward for breaking the seal is the Oath of the Spirit King. 2 dueling blocks. 1 white and 1 black. Return to the city. Elian Biden checked the paperwork. Next to him was Alina, who said, "It seems the test in the western area is done." An alien Badian is the head sword master of the Lumen Academy. Hearing him say that, Alina slapped her forehead and added, "But there are still many areas left. How many people passed? Teacher Mbayo." He continued, "Considering we are talking about Mbai, that is quite a few." 40 people. Hearing that, Alina could only helplessly sigh. Is that a lot? But contrary to her disappointment, Alina Biden was still very excited and said, "Don't be too upset. I thought there were only about 10 people." Ooh. She had to change the subject. I guess it is either Celia or Abad at the top. Who's it? He also told her that it is said to be very difficult to choose. And one person has been proposed as the representative of Tan Bine. After hearing this, she was completely stunned. Teacher Mbai proposed someone. I can't believe Celia Dinger or Abad leaned. Who are they? It is a name I have never heard of. Really? In the hall, the crowd is cheering for Celia Bad. Mbai looks at Leo Simage and suggests Leo Blop as the representative for the rookie in the realm of knights. It is surprising that Mbai would elevate him like that with Alien. I wonder what kind of student he is. He has the potential to become a hero. Inside the room filled with tranquility, Leo is soaking in a hot spring. For him, this kind of pain needs careful treatment and time to recover. Soaking in the water feels really nice. The reward for completing the task is the wish of the Spirit King. But crossing the world of an unknown hero will not grant the reward. Yet somehow, I alone have my own. Suddenly, a noise startles him. What was that? It is his mother. She walks in and asks Leo, "Do you know why I was expelled from the Zerdinger family?" Seeing Leo looking confused, she continues, "When rescuing my teammates, I ultimately lost the flame of Zinger. However, I have no regrets about that decision. Not even one. I want you to use your strength and talent for justice. And congratulations on being accepted into the Lumen Academy." A vortex opens right at the Academy's entrance, and Leo takes his first step into the city. The system announces you have arrived in Lumeria. Please ensure you have collected all your luggage before leaving the gate. The center of the world, Lumeria. And there is the Lumen Academy. The one welcoming him is Jiz. "How was your last win?" Leo greets him. The two shake hands. Jay starts the conversation with a congratulatory message. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. And he is also grateful that he came to welcome him. "Thank you. But why are you here?" He recounts the events of the past month. "Our family has been caught up in an ongoing debate for the past month. Do you know why?" An image of a phoenix is engraved on the shield. Above it is a red ruby and a crown, surrounded by red flames. He asks him about inheriting the phoenix's breath. "Right." Jay agrees and adds, "Exactly. Although my sister is no longer a member of the clan, you are her son. Not to mention the elders were very impressed that you passed the famous Western exam." Saying that, Jay hands him a key. He says this is a key to a subspace and tells him, "Open it." To do, he instructs him to drop his blood on it. The page glows with a blinding light from the book. Jay continues, "Now you can read this book. Inside are strange hieroglyphs." He pats his shoulder and continues, "Learning the secret arts of the Zinger family is not easy, but I have a feeling you will master it in no time." Finally, he smiles and congratulates him for becoming a member of the Dinger clan. Inside the academy, Leo observes the bustling crowd and thinks, is this what Celia wanted to see? Suddenly, a girl carrying a stack of bags bumps into him. She hurriedly apologizes. "Ooh, sorry for not looking where I was going." After saying that, she hurried away. Leo found her student Ed. It had a portrait and information on it. Chloe Meller, a new student at Lumen Academy. When Enro arrived, as soon as he opened the door, he heard Celia complaining. "Why are you so late?" She introduced the uniforms, textbooks, and a lot of other things. "There is so much to buy." Knowing he was wrong, he explained, "Sorry, I had to meet you." Hearing this, Celia got excited and asked, "So they have made a decision? What was the result?" He did not answer, but only controlled the flame in his palm for her to see. And gradually it turned into a pair of flame's wings. Celia asked him, "Is it used like this?" Celia could not believe it and exclaimed in disbelief. She watched him control the flames, then fell to the ground. speaking in disbelief. Took 3 weeks just to get used to this secret technique. What are you? Outside the harbor, a ship was docking. The students cheered. Huge. A man appeared to greet everyone. Nice to meet the new students. I am Professor Anandia, in charge of the freshman night class. He is Anandia, the Ice Knight, a lecturer at Lumen Academy. After introducing himself, he told the students that we would set sail to Lumen right now. Everyone, let us board the ship. The ship cut through the waves, gliding over the sea. On the ship, Ian leaned against the rail while Nemalia Sumpank was beside him, choosing drinks. Hey, you two over there, let us chat a bit. At this moment, the students had also started to get to know each other. What? The duo with orange hair introduced themselves as Key Thomas, a 15-year-old alchemist. I'm a cat Thomas, from the kingdom of Moira. I sell everything from potions to weapons. He handed a business card to someone with a message. Don't hesitate to drop by if you need anything during your time at school. That person saw him as an interesting kid. Then he continued to get to know 2 other students. Leo was also friendly. Nice to meet you. I am Leo Plop from the kingdom of Dilat. Hearing his background, Kay appeared excited. Dilat. So you passed the Western Region exam. Impressive? Suddenly Leo asked him. Am I the only one who feels this situation is strange? Kay looked puzzled. What do you mean? He said it felt oddly peaceful. A warm welcome for new students who passed the exam. Is not that normal? Then he looked at Ain. But Kay happily answered. Yep. Surely they would not treat students rudely before the opening day. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. Maybe they would indeed do that. From beneath the sea, a huge octopus tentacle emerged, piercing the ship right where he was, shouting for help. What the hell? Professor Ain, help me. Ian was still calmly enjoying his drink while talking to them. You want help from the students? All of them are students from Lumen Academy. Aspiring heroes. Danger strikes. You have to overcome it yourself. Not just a tentacle, but a giant octopus with sharp teeth, its spiky head rising above the surface. Stepping on something, holding a sword, reminding Celia to stay alert. Celia shouted back at him, worrying about her own safety. The monster's eyes were bright, waving its tentacle, splashing water everywhere. Leo blocked the comment, a natural reaction for a creature. It responded with heat by spraying water. Basic knowledge. Celia sat there, soaked, trying to catch her breath. Meanwhile, the octopus had used its tentacle to pull another student up. Leo and Celia could only curse that damn octopus. The two rushed to attack the octopus. Celia and Leo struck at its tentacles with their swords, terrified. Crouched below, realizing Celia was the top scorer from the west, so it made sense. But who is this Leo? While thinking, a tentacle attacked him, but luckily it was frozen. Leo cut off the tentacle and reminded him, be careful. Then he recognized that girl, the one who could use ice magic, was the girl he happened to meet when he went to see Celia. He watched Theo unleash a wave of freezing mana to try to freeze the octopus. Then she said to him, if you can't protect yourself, why not step back? And Ka, who was weak, complained. The strong never care about us being caught in their battle. But this octopus was no pushover. It continued to attack, making the students scream in fear. Damn. Then the duo of brothers taunted them. The competition is not over yet. Celia Dinger confirmed that feeling of Dai Vu as well. Meanwhile, unfazed by the tense situation of the students, leisurely poured more champagne to enjoy. There are many monsters in the lake leading to Lumen Academy. Looking at the giant octopus, he simply said it was perfect for the welcome party. But the outstanding captains stood out. Chenzi in the east, Celia Dinger and Abad Lee Wellen in the west, Chloe Muller in the north, Juan Thyden in the south, Duran Morer in the center. In short, watching how they fought the octopus, he concluded that this year's rookies were impressive. He took another sip of his drink. But the one who impressed him the most was that nameless rookie. His swordsmanship had no wasted movements. He moved as if he could predict the Kraken's actions. I will meet him soon in the night course. And that was none other than Leo. The final battle ended. Everyone was soaked. Kay exclaimed. He never expected to use up all the potions he brought. At this moment, Ian jumped off the boat to give them their next mission. They would have to cross that lake, so it is best to get familiar quickly. Now, let us move to the inner lobby of the Lumen Academy, the Elecker training field. The new students are buzzing with excitement. I told you there is no one normal here. I hope this year has some interesting ones. Now we will start the enrollment ceremony. Ian asked them to line up by area. The top scorers should stand at the front of each line. The principal will have a few words to say. Kalia Ben, the swordmaster principal of Lumen Academy, is speaking. I have a few words to share with you all. New blood has once again arrived this year with hopes of becoming heroes. If your dream is to be a hero, always bet your life and push your limits. Those who cannot handle this, He suddenly released a powerful mana strike that broke the podium and continued speaking. Do not belong here. Hearing that, the student started sweating, feeling it was a bit too much. I can hear you well. The longer I teach at Lumen, the more the Swordmaster's dignified image crumbles, following the principal. Now it is time for the speech from the rookie representative. Please welcome the rookie representative. Leo heard his name from both students and professors, and their discomfort was evident, but the MEMC continued to invite him to the stage. Leo looked at him and asked if this was the professor who recommended him. He quickly stepped onto the stage, opened his book, and began his speech, addressing the professors and seniors. Although he had started speaking, the chatter below had not ceased. They were talking about Leo Blop, saying they had never heard of him. The rookie representative was not one of the top scorers, but he continued anyway. The rookies will now join the proud ranks of Lumen. With that gaze and attitude, Leo closed the book and said, "Thank you. I am the rookie representative Leo Blop." The MEMC continued, "Thank you. Now please tell us your goals as the rookie representative." He smiled subtly, thinking they wanted him to annoy those who almost qualified for this position instead of him. He continued, "Hello. I am the rookie representative Leo Blop." And alongside the negative comments, there are still people praising him. This representative is really behaving well. A model student is not bad. It seems this will be a stable enrollment ceremony. But before the praise was done, he threw out a bombshell. If you want this position, come and take it. No matter who it was, the students were shocked and gaped in surprise alongside their anger. The Lumen Academy dormitory did a great job today. Starting tomorrow, within a week, exploration classes will begin. During this time, regardless of what field you desire to study, you may choose any class you want. Through this process, you will select 3 main areas that you wish to study. Alright. Go back to your rooms early to avoid being late for the first class. Standing in front of room 302, he said to him, "Our rooms are right next to each other. I am really excited for tomorrow." "Rest well," Lee replied politely. "See you tomorrow." Back in the room, he collapsed onto the bed, his head resting on his hand as he thought about what he wanted from Lumen. His eyes gradually closed, and in his mind, there was a mystical space. He determined that what he needed to find was the hope that it was here, the record of his heroism. The next morning, in the dining room, Leo was quietly enjoying his breakfast when a boy with an awkward smile approached him. "Let us eat together." Hearing that, Leo nodded in agreement. "Alright." The comfortable atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a loud crash as a tray of food slammed down onto the table right in front of Leo. A cold voice rang out. "Are you the new student representative?" All eyes immediately turned toward the newcomer, Duran, the captain of the central area. With a displeased expression, he stared at Leo. "Did you really mean what you said in yesterday's speech?" Leo remained calm, continuing to eat his dish as he replied, "It seems my words yesterday upset someone. Did not they?" Duran smirked. "That is right. If some stranger like you is so brazen, it is no surprise you are causing trouble." Duran's eyes glinted sharply, his voice as cold as ice. "You do not know who I am. I am the captain of the central area." But despite Duran's fierce demeanor, Liu calmly enjoyed his breakfast, while the boy next to him began to panic. That indifferent behavior truly infuriated Duran. He gritted his teeth, sparks flying around him as his anger reached its peak. Finally, Duran delivered a thunderous kick, sending the table and trays of food flying. However, Liu was faster by a notch. He shot forward like an arrow, using 2 forks to catch the flying dishes, then skillfully arranged them perfectly back on the tray. He landed lightly on the ground, not forgetting to smile. Discarding such precious food was simply unforgivable. Facing that calm smile, Duran's anger only grew. Sparks shot out around him as he roared, "I will bring you down from your throne right now." He could not stand that someone weaker dared to be so arrogant. But just then, a cold hand rested on Duran's shoulder. The air around seemed to freeze with the appearance of Professor Ain. His stern voice rang out, arguing on the first day at Lumen. "It seems you are ready for what is to come." A few hours later, in the night department exploration class, everyone was waiting, but Leo and Duran appeared at the arena entrance. Both were panting, their bodies drenched in sweat, as if they had just been through a fierce battle. Celia, a friend of Leo's, ran over, worriedly asking, "What is wrong? Did you get into a fight?" Leo glanced at Duran, who was still sulking in a corner, then simply uttered a sound but said nothing more. Teacher Ain saw the two had arrived and continued, "So everyone is here. Let us start the class." He introduced himself, welcoming the new students. "I am the instructor for the male night course." Silently observing the tense atmosphere between Duran and Leo, he could not help but comment with great interest. "They have started a large-scale psychological battle." Standing before the students, Teacher Ain began his lecture. "First, Let us talk about the three main sources of power: mana, magical energy, soul energy, and the aura. Among them, the aura is the most difficult to control. Does anyone know why? The whole class was silent. Only Celia answered that the aura makes mana less flexible during the conversion process. The teacher nodded in confirmation that she was right. While magical energy and soul energy use mana in its natural state, the aura absorbs mana and processes it to fit the body. As he spoke, Teacher Aang gathered a stream of air around his body and asked, "Now, who can explain how we use the accumulated aura in our bodies?" Celia wondered. "Don't we just need to exert a little force?" In response to everyone's doubts, Leo immediately replied, "We use the power of the aura by burning mana." The answer surprised Teacher Aang for a moment. He smiled and continued, "That is right. So do you know what the most important thing is when burning mana?" Leo shouted back, "Endurance." The teacher looked at Leo again, impressed with the answer, and asked, "Have you ever studied the aura before?" Facing this question, Leo honestly replied he had not. Teacher Aang became even more interested, exclaiming, "Yet someone who has not properly learned about the aura can grasp its nature." Thinking of something, the teacher decided to set theory aside and get moving a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura gathered at the teacher's feet. To the amazed gazes of the students, the teacher took steps into the air. Invisible steps appeared, and he explained, "This is the step of the aura. The basic principle is to concentrate the aura's power into your legs after landing on the ground." He smiled, saying the application potential of the aura is limitless. Time passed, and the students took turns practicing the aura step, though initially unsteady. With effort, they managed to lift their bodies. Leo just stood watching everyone. Celia took the opportunity to suggest, "I will show you how to do it if you call me Sis." But Leo coldly shook his head, refusing. "No need. The principle of operating the aura is not that different." Teacher Aang quietly observed. Noticing Duran's displeased gaze fixed on Leo, Leo seemed to have become Duran's rival. Determined to take him down, a bold idea flashed in Teacher Aang's mind. He clapped to gather the class and announced, "As you all know, there was a bit of chaos this morning." Chelsea asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" While Ka took the opportunity to whisper the whole story to her. After hearing, Chelsea was astonished. What happened?" Ka smugly replied, "I am not joking. I am serious." At that moment, the teacher called out loudly, "Duran, come here." Though still unsure, both followed the teacher's instructions. The teacher bent down to ask Duran, "What made you angry?" Duran shook his head. "I am not angry." The teacher smiled, standing straight up. "Then let us go to the field." He continued that the Central Area Captain Duran Moira and the new student representative Leo would compete in a one-on-one match to decide who would represent the class. You can use the aura without any restrictions. The teacher's sudden decision left the whole class in shock. Duran felt a fleeting joy at the opportunity to show off while Leo remained calm. The alchemist took the chance to shout, "What is the bet? Junius Duran Moira or the Horsley Bob?" The students began to chatter excitedly. One commented, "He does not even use the aura step correctly. How can he be a representative?" Another countered, "Not everyone can be a regional captain like Duran." Teacher Aang interrupted the noise. "All right. Who crosses the finish line first wins. No matter who wins, let us accept the results graciously. That is the spirit of a knight." The two students took their positions. Celia thought quietly, "Liu, can he win? But he always knows how to exceed everyone's expectations." The call to start rang out, and both dashed off like arrows, drawing everyone's gaze. The race was tense and dramatic, about to determine the winner. Accepting the challenge, Duran Mora surged ahead, turning back to glare with a raised eyebrow in provocation. "I will be first at the new bind." Meanwhile, Leo Blop was right on his heels. They were both determined to run fast in front of the crowd. Duran Mora shot forward like a bolt of lightning, while he remained calm like a gentle breeze. Cheers erupted all around. Duran is something else. The crowd watched and commented. On the other hand, the rookie representative, that voice faltered. They watched his feet, glowing with fire, as he ran non-stop on the ground. One person among them glared at Leo Plop in dissatisfaction. Hands on hip, they remarked. "Hard to believe. He is a bit lacking." The person next to them looked frustrated and disappointed, crossing their arms while watching him. "It is no surprise that guy being the representative is a scam. Unbelievable." He sighed. And suddenly Chelsea Lean cupped her hands in front of her mouth like a megaphone, closing her eyes and blushing as she yelled to cheer him on. "Come on. You can do it." Full of spirit. On the other side, Duran Mora was running with all his might. His face tense and focused, the sparks on his body intensified. His brow furrowed as he ran outside the arena. Katamas watched in wide-eyed amazement, mumbling in thought, "Duran is already halfway behind. Leo Blop heard Chelsealine cheering for him and glanced over, still calm as he chased after Duran Mora ahead. Soon after, he halted, causing his shoes to create sparks from the friction against the ground. Next, Leo Plop turned to the wall in the stands and charged straight at it. Seeing this, Celia Dinger looked confused and gasped, shouting, "Where is that idiot going?" Her expression was one of shock, and then he quickly stomped down, causing the ground to sink, flames erupting around. Immediately, Leo Plop jumped and shot off the field, racing up towards the stands. His expression was calm, his body ablaze as he surged forward. Then he turned to look at Duran Moira, who was still running hard from above the stands, finally stomping down on the stands, causing it to sink. Then he leaped up powerfully, propelling himself forward. The ground beneath him cracked into many pieces. His body shot towards Duran Moira like a blazing rocket at high speed. He seemed to sense it and turned back in shock, his eyes filled with panic, while he continued to surge forward. Nearly invisible. Then, he quickly surged ahead, passing Duran Moira, and while running, he turned back to confirm, "I will be the fastest turtle." Seeing him like this, Duran looked up in astonishment, mouth agape, yelling incomprehensibly, "What?" Before Duran could even process the situation, Leoplo landed safely on the ground. Duran Moira, seeing this, was equally shocked, slowing his steps as he stared in speechless panic. Leo Blop, reveling in victory, turned to him with a satisfied smirk. The space gradually fell silent. Only the sound of rustling leaves remained. The ground where they raced quickly cracked apart. An outsider in the stands looked down below, mouth agape, mumbling, "Did you see that?" The person next to him, equally astonished, confirmed with wide eyes, "No joke." Soon after, the chatter about them erupted. Duran was supposed to be the fastest freshman, yet he had defeated him. Meanwhile, Lee remained calm, adjusting his stance in front of Duran Moira. Duran, still in shock, stared at him silently. The chatter continued to rise, but I am sure he has not learned the light technique. Beside her, Celia Dinger, overhearing their conversation, looked at him in astonishment, thinking to herself, that is not the light technique. It is the Phoenix technique. Finally, she voiced her complaint. That guy really leaves me speechless. On the other side, C. Thomas looked at him, eyes wide with admiration, exclaiming, Leo wins. Next to Chelsea Lean clenched her fists, grinning excitedly at Leo Plop, cheering. You are amazing, K. Thomas chimed in, amazed. You are so cool. Behind them, Andia watched the situation seriously with arms crossed, his face scrunched up. Soon after, he thought to himself, Duran had used his ultimate technique, lightning energy, and increased his speed. I anticipated that, but the speed of that guy is truly astonishing. He recalled the image of Duran Mora sprinting at full speed, then remembered Leo Plop's jump for confirmation. Meanwhile, though slower, Leo Plop applied it better. He then confirmed, gathering and concentrating the fiery energy around his legs. Finally, he remarked and created a formidable light technique. It was an excellent application. Back to reality, Leo Plop calmly reached out towards Duran Moira, looking at him steadily as he commented, that was a great match. Duran, he then added, if it were a regular race, the outcome would have been different. Seeing this, Duran Moira's face filled with anger as he walked away. He grimaced and said to him, get lost. Right after that, as he stepped back, Leo Plop bumped into his shoulder. He turned to look at him, somewhat surprised. Behind him, Andia quietly observed and smiled in satisfaction, confirming in her heart that among this generation of disciples, a hero might finally be born. Back to reality, Chelsea Lean clenched her fist and frowned, excitedly making her observation. Climbing, that is amazing. Immediately, she confirmed that she wanted to train with him too. Next to K. Thomas, he was also dissatisfied and pointed to his face, turning to Celia Dinger to complain. But why does she focus on him and not me? She should pay attention to me too. Beside her, someone crossed their arms and looked at him with disdain, reminding him, isn't it clear yet? He then quickly stretched his hand and flashed a standard smile, stating, well, class is over. Let us go grab some coffee. Everyone, he generously added, today, meat is on. Hearing this, Leo Blop and Chelsea Lean exchanged glances at him. Immediately, his face pushed through the calmness as he announced to them, but you guys go ahead. Hearing this, Akathamas asked him back, what? Without giving them time to react, he quickly turned and left, leaving the three looking after him. Katomas confirmed. Where are you going? Leoblop calmly asked, listening to the summoning class. Hearing this, Kathomas, confused, raised his hand to scratch his neck and asked him in astonishment, why is a knight student attending a summoning class? Beside, Celia Dinger also placed her hands on her hips, looking at Leoplop with a sigh, making her observation. She did not understand what he was thinking anymore. In another part of the school, lush and green, he walked calmly on the grass, pondering something he still did not understand. He paused for a moment, then recalled an image from the past, wondering why the Spirit King granted him the oath as a reward, and then added the reward from the world of heroes, linked to the power of the world's master. Shortly after, he confirmed that the reward he received was related to summoning, but Teacher Enbai was a pure mage unrelated to summoning. He remembered the image of the teacher holding a book and using his magic. He then made the observation that he would usually receive abilities related to magic. Back to reality. On the hilltop, the breezes and sunlight filtered through the tree canopy. He stood silently gazing into the distance, making an observation in his thoughts. Moreover, to form a contract with the spirit, he needed to go to the spirit realm, confirming that what lay before him would be useless. Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out. So you are attending the summoning class too? Seeing this, Leoplop quickly turned around to look at the person approaching, confused. And then, as if realizing, Leoplop shouted in confirmation within himself. The captain of the West, a gentle girl, looked at him and greeted him. Nice to meet you. You Leo. This is Chelsea, 17 years old, the top scorer in the Eastern test. He then calmly looked at her and responded, nice to meet you, Chenzia. She also looked at him calmly and confirmed, feel free to call me S. Right after that, she spoke up to share her thoughts. I believe Leo is a student of the night class. She interrupted. The sun was still shining down on the grass. And then she added, I did not expect you to be interested in summoning too. After that, the two walked while discussing. Leo Blop turned back to look at Chen Xia and confirmed with her, I am interested in spirituality. Hearing this, she eagerly looked at him from behind and confirmed, then we will be seeing each other often. Next, Leoplot curiously asked, can you tell me which spirit you have made a pact with? Just as she finished speaking, Bubbles quickly rose up, and her hand reached out to summon the water spirit. Her face full of joy as she looked at him and then casually asked, can I see your spirit? Hearing this, he calmly explained to her, I have not made a pact yet. Seeing this, she quickly stopped summoning and calmly replied to him, really? If you ever need help, feel free to call me. She added, I will give you advice on summoning spirits. The bubbles on her hand along with line quickly faded away. Then he confirmed, I trust you. And suddenly he seemed to remember something and asked again, but how old are you? Next, Chenzia politely placed her hand on her chest and smiled brightly at Leo Plop while answering, I am 17. Then she stated, you are 15. Right, I saw you talking to Celia. Immediately, he recalled Chelsea Line and Celia Dinger and thought, 17. She looks really young. He looked a bit surprised and thought she looked even younger than Chelsea. Then he was startled out of his thoughts by Chelsea's probing gaze. She stepped closer to him, narrowed her eyes, and questioned suspiciously, you were just thinking something inappropriate. Right, but he averted her gaze and denied it. Then she smiled at him. The sunlight shining through made half of her face glimmer brightly. Chenzia confirmed, but Leo, I was deeply impressed by your match with Duran. Hearing that, he confirmed back, you saw it. She replied right after. Yep. Chenzia recalled the moment that day, amazed as she stood outside the arena, her eyes wide open, returning to reality. She took a step back on the grass, then frowned at him, her expression full of determination as she issued a challenge. One day. Please accept my challenge. Seeing her excitement, he smiled with some interest and confirmed, of course. Hearing his answer, Chenzia smiled brightly. After that, they headed to the summoning class exploration. The leaves swayed in the wind, along with the undulating mountains in the distance, where someone was standing within the classroom's territory. Leo Paul, upon arrival, noticed the presence of Elisa Hen and Wandan Thyden looking at him. She calmly turned her brown eyes towards him. Next to her, Wandan Thyden squinted and glanced at him, and he returned the gaze calmly. Chenzia smiled kindly beside him. Then he looked at the students in front of him, questioning Chenzia, is that all there is? Hearing this, she covered her mouth with her hand, smiling apologetically as she replied, brother, Tridu is not a popular choice, and this is an exploration class. Seeing this, he slowly walked over, hands in his pockets, and commented that tea seemed reasonable, then added more. But surprisingly, the class was being held here, with a large tree in front of him. and Chenxia followed behind. Suddenly, a creature flew over their heads. Some students screamed in fear, hugging their heads, while others curiously looked up. Then a creature landed on the ground, with someone riding on its back. Among the students, someone recognized it and stuttered a question. "Is that a black dragon?" The chatter continued to echo. Where did it come from? Soon after, the black dragon quickly tapped its beak on the head of a student, causing him to fall to the ground in fear, wide-eyed and screaming, "Get lost." The person on the black dragon dismounted and smiled as they explained, "It did that because it likes you, kid." Next, the girl beside the black dragon stroked its neck with one hand while reaching for the reins and introduced herself. "Nice to meet you, first-year students. My name is Marine." She quickly patted the ponytail of Kine, confidently looking at the students, adding, "I am the summoning teacher who will teach you for the whole year." Seeing her, the boys blushed with infatuation, thinking the same thing, that they also wanted to be her summoned creature. Their eyes followed her figure, while he remembered his past friend Bono, who had a nosebleed, saying, "She is a woman of a different beauty compared to Luna and Linus." Then confirming, "I can't do anything but feel compelled to go back." In reality, he calmly smiled, confirming in his heart that if Weno were here, he would definitely lose his mind. On a wide green lawn on a beautiful day, the black dragon lay curled up at the base of an ancient tree. Teacher Yura Marine stood in front of the class. "All right, you little newbies. Being here means you all have some talent to be summoners." "Right," the whole class responded in unison. Yep. The sunlight was dazzling, with white clouds and a blue sky. Yura stood confidently looking up at the sky. "A clear response is good. We will immediately move to the practice area." From somewhere, a golden-skinned foot with 3 sharp claws just touched the ground. Yura called out to her. On one side, the young professor was stroking the soft fur of the griffin in response to her. On this side, his hair was silver white. Smiling brightly, he was introduced as Kalo, the first-year summoning class's assistant professor. Not just one, but several were prepared for the class. Yura loudly said, "You will fly together in pairs. Get on." One student looked anxious and worried. He told Yura, "This is our first time handling a griffin." "Professor." The seriousness in her eyes was terrifying, with bright yellow pupils full of killing intent. "Sounds like you do not want to hear my lecture." She jumped onto the back of a black dragon, pulled the reins, and boldly said, with great energy, "If you think you can't do it, then go back." The wings of the pure black dragon stretched out powerfully, standing alone, roaring with an imposing voice, cutting through the air around it, under the gazes of the students and Leo. The shadow of the dragon soared high. At this moment, she gently reminded the students during the class, "Come on. You all hurry and follow the professor." There was a pair of students. The boy touched the griffin and felt it was gentler than he thought. The girl sitting on its back felt delighted. But there was also a boy who got lifted into the air by its beak. The sudden drop made the boy on its back panic. Chia walked over with a gentle smile. "Can I hold the reins?" The rich kid Leo was quite cold, but still went along with her wishes. "If you like, feel free." From the shimmering blue sea to the clear blue sky, the feathers of departure began to flutter in the evening breeze. The griffins flew behind Yura's mount. A true adventure was beginning. The students were more excited about this new experience than they had imagined. Who would have thought we would get to ride a griffin? Truly, Lumen is something else. Wait. Switch places. I want to ride too. Wait a moment. Chenxia sat holding the reins at the front, unexpectedly enjoying this feeling. She happily looked ahead, full of excitement. "I am a bit worried, but he is much gentler than I thought." In contrast, Leah remained calm, focused on understanding the situation. "Better to be careful. Griffins are difficult creatures to control for first-time riders." Sia gently placed her hand on its neck fur, softly patting it. "Is it really this friendly?" And Leah was about to say, "That is because every adventure needs a bit of risk." Yura raised the whistle to her mouth and blew along. Sharp note. The griffin's eyes changed upon hearing the signal, and their claws also exhibited unusual behavior. They began to stretch their necks to the sky, making loud, uncontrolled sounds, causing the students to panic in fear. "Oh no, they are not listening anymore. Why are they acting like this all of a sudden? Professor, help us." They had been following the professor until now. Yura looked incredibly calm at this moment, sitting cross-legged on the back of the dragon, her eyes enjoying in a smile of anticipation. "Do you really think you can call yourselves students of Lumen Academy when you can't even handle a griffin? Try controlling them yourselves." Suddenly, Leo and Axia's griffin became uncontrollable, wriggling under Xia's command. "What now?" Facing this situation, gently took the reins from Sia's hands. explaining, "Griffins have a high sense of pride. So overpowering them will only make them struggle more." See, I was suddenly pulled into Leo's arms, feeling shy and blushing, stuttering her words. "Young Master Leo, what are you doing?" His hand slipped in as if wanting to intertwine fingers with hers. Lee looked ahead with delight and said, "Naturally." The griffin no longer hovered arrogantly in the air. Its gaze sharpened, flying faster, causing Sia to shut her eyes in fear. Yura, standing nearby, watched closely and could not help but admire the scene. She crossed her arms, eager to know, and looked down to ask Kalo. The first-year representative is a candidate for the night program, right? He flipped through his notes, flustered, and said, "Yep. That is what I understand." Yura seemed to have taken notice of him. Does he have his own griffin at home? How can he ride so well? Looking at the file with Leo's picture, Kalo confidently told Yura, "He does not belong to a noble family capable of owning a griffin." She rested her hand on her chin, curious, smiling with interest. So it is a natural talent. Studying his handsome and knowledgeable face, Yura could temporarily assess that they had found a hidden gem. Moments later, they landed on a beautiful beach with golden sand and gentle waves sparkling under the bright sun during the summoning class practice. The others, who just recently felt like they escaped death, were now breathless but found this situation normal and not scary at all. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked on, his gaze catching something on a tall tree. Around that time, he picked the fruit, holding it in the palm of his hand. A shiny golden fruit with a feather on it. He was a bit surprised. A feather, standing next to the griffin, noticed Leo seemed a bit odd and asked Han, "What is wrong, young Master Leo?" But he just mumbled a vague reply, "Nothing." He removed the feather from the fruit and brought it closer to the griffin's mouth. "Stop worrying and focus." It happily opened its mouth to receive it. Then all the students gathered together. Kalo stood beside Yura. She crossed her arms and took the lesson seriously. "From now on, you will participate in a practical test." Someone asked in surprise. "What? A practical test on the very first day?" The student sighed and began to complain. "We are still in the exploration phase of the class." Wow. Yura seriously corrected all the misled thoughts at that moment. "Compared to the other two fields, the path we must take is much longer. Is there anyone here who does not know that? And with this study program, to understand and create a bond with creatures. For summoning, just controlling mana is not enough. To establish a contract with spirits, you need a level of friendship with them. And being able to command summoned creatures requires taming skills. And very few people walk this path. When those few achieve success, their brilliance shines extraordinarily bright. That is why summoning heroes are far fewer than the other two fields. However, compared to other heroes, summoners achieve much greater accomplishments. Aren't you all here because you dream of becoming that kind of hero? The group of students regained their spirits and said in unison, "That is right." A bold platinum-haired girl asked, "So what exactly is the test?" She radiated a strong presence. Her real identity is Eliza Hen, a famous summoner from the Northern Hero clan, the Han clan. Yura began to seriously introduce herself while answering Elisa's question. "The name of this island is Summoning Island," showcasing the scenery of the island, with soaring birds, the sea, sunlight, and a lush forest as its name suggests. It is filled with summoned creatures. And summoned creatures are a form of weapon for summoners. "We will test your taming abilities." Yura began to create excitement, her gaze an enigmatic smile full of implications and anticipation. "The test is simple. Tame a summoned creature in this forest and bring it back. After taming it and forming a pact, it will be your summoned creature." The group of students, after hearing this, excitedly ran into the forest. "This is definitely the Lumen Academy for you." But suddenly a voice echoed, and he turned to see. Oh wow. The representative from Tanbine is Eliza, who stepped out lightly touching her hand to her cheek, smiling in surprise at this encounter. "The rumor of you defeating Duran has spread, so I can look forward to seeing you in the summoning class." Right. Sia stood next to Wandon, looking towards Eliza. Lee did not seem to care much. He waved his hand and turned to walk away. "I am just doing my best." Elisa's dissatisfied gaze was fixed on his arrogance, while Yura observed and smirked as if realizing something. "It seems they will be key figures in the first year. In the Green Forest, the students have begun to tame the creatures. Successful taming. There is the Tanbine representative. He has gone too deep into the forest, and there are looks following Leo as he goes deeper into the forest. If he fails to tame it and gets a 0, I believe he will return to being a knight." When Leo reached an area with no one around, there were only one or two voices left. Does he think summoning is that easy? Leo had out the white feather he had earlier. In a moment, swirling flames surrounded him. The feather floated in his palm and began to burn. "Ha! Just as I thought." But he started to pause a bit, his eyes showing a blank expression. The sun continued to shine down, casting shadows on the clear sea. On the hot grill, the sound of sizzling fat on meat and sausages. A tent was set up here, and a table was brought and set up in front of the tent. Leah's mother said, "Lee must be doing fine." Someone placed a plate of food on the table, casually asking her back. "It is just the first day of school." That person held another hot cup. Steam rising. Rena looked surprised. Worrying already, she was just concerned. At this moment, the fire suddenly flared up, stronger and larger than ever. Under this tremendous pressure, the wind and fire blew, forcing Leo to cover his eyes with his hand. On one side near the vine, she smiled softly and closed her eyes calmly. What could possibly happen? But Leo felt something was off. His expression became worried, cold sweat forming. This intense heat. It was one of the 3 great phoenix summons. The red and yellow phoenix fire blazed fiercely, as if it wanted to consume everything around it. The child of the Zdinger family. I can smell Jez's fire. The brilliant golden flames, and its heat forced Leo Plot to raise his arm to shield his eyes. He heard the phoenix before him call out a name, and he asked in surprise, "Do you know my mother?" The phoenix spread its wings in the air, its brilliant red color in front of Leo, with yellow-red sparks swirling around. Its voice filled with surprise and curiosity. "Your mother is not wrong. Indeed, if there was a child, it would be your age." "Do I know your mother?" "Of course I do." The phoenix paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. "I owe Jay a great debt." The phoenix flapped its golden wings into the air, its body still radiating a stunning red and yellow, immersing the space in a dazzling beauty. Phoenix Farina. One of the 3 mystical summons. The phoenix perched on a high branch, calmly looking down at the boy in the academy uniform below. "My name is Farina."
Jep.
Leo Plop gazed up, seemingly enchanted by the beauty of the phoenix. "Hello." Phoenix Farina. Leo introduced himself, his red eyes shining brightly. "My name is Leo Plop." He did not forget to ask the phoenix the question that was on his mind. "What is your relationship with my mother? You said you owe her a great debt." Farina gently replied to him. "Vina saved my summoner's life." In Luna, Leo Plop was surprised, a flicker of shock in his eyes. He thought of the hero Alan Luna. Farina continued telling the story to Leo. Alan was conquering a dungeon in Saren. The scene changed to a battlefield with bodies on the ground, and the battered form of a girl. Farina's narration continued steadily. "She lost her teammates, and was about to lose her life, when your mother appeared and saved her." The figure of a female hero emerged, her golden hair flowing in the wind. Rai appeared with determined eyes, clad in armor and wielding a sword bravely. Farina's tone was filled with regret. During that time, Vina lost her brilliant aura. Without that event, Vina would surely have a place among the heroes. Leo Plop fell silent, his heart sinking as he softly called for his mother. Then, Leo Plop said to Farina, "My mother said she has no regrets about what she did." Farina happily agreed with him. "Ha.
Yep.
She is indeed a knight like that." Leo Plop continued to look up and asked, "But why are you in Lumen?" Farina did not answer, instead asking him another question. "I cannot say." "But you are not a knight, right? What are you doing on this island?" Leo Plop calmly said, "I am learning to summon." Farina was shocked. Her eyes widened. "What?" Then Farina burst into joyful laughter. "Interesting. This is truly destiny." Leo Ball. Behind Leo, the figure of a hero in a blue cloak appeared. Farina left her position and flew toward Leo. "Finally, I can repay your mother." She raised her 2 phoenix feet toward Leo and commanded, "Take this." Leo Plop extended his right hand to receive a tiny yellow flame. Farina said, "This is my child." With a flick, the flame turned into a golden egg resting in Leo's hand, making him stare at it in awe. The golden egg looked mysterious and luxurious in Leo's hand, while Farina continued speaking. "One day, when you become a great summoner, I hope you will sign a contract with it." Farina could not help but boast a little, feeling lucky that the summoner was arranged to receive it. Leo interrupted, asking if he could do it right now. Farina asked in surprise. "What?" She glared back, trying to prevent him. "Is too soon. You could lose your life." "Stop." But it was too late. Leo had already begun to cast the spell to sign the contract. His whole body ignited in dark red flames, and the egg in his hand was shimmering with sparkling light. Farina lamented. "It is not too late." Leo's gaze began to change. Farina's tone was somewhat nostalgic. His unwavering readiness to challenge the impossible reminded her of Jay. Leo seemed oblivious to Farina. He tightly held the egg radiating brilliant light in his palm. Farina said one last thing. "Good luck." The entire space suddenly darkened, with only Leo's figure floating in the air, both hands clenched. Before him was a small orange-yellow flame. Suddenly, the flame flew straight into Leo's palm. Then, without warning, it abruptly enveloped Leo in blazing yellow flames. Leo could not bear the pain and cried out. The flames around him grew thicker, hotter, and stronger, causing Leo to panic, thinking that the heat was suffocating him. This was the Phoenix Fire, a flame that seemed intent on burning Leo's body, driving him to madness, the result of self-immolation to unleash powerful flames. Enduring this pain every day, the flames seemed to reach their peak, swirling around Leo's body, a living being reborn in perpetual fiery flesh. He was gradually becoming accustomed to it. Leo closed his eyes, feeling the flames around him. He understood that pain, as if wanting to merge with it until he became one with the fire and felt the pain together. Leo's resilient figure stood firm amidst the golden-orange flames surrounding him, with the egg still radiating a marvelous golden hue in his hand. With a pop, the intricately patterned egg in Leo's hand cracked open. Leo's eyes widened as he watched the egg rise into the air, with cracks emitting a mystical orange-yellow light that spread throughout the sky. He succeeded. Leo happily wiped the sweat from his face, smiling brightly. Did it? Farina's voice rang out again. You truly are a genius. Leo plop. It smiled with its eyes squinted at Leo. You will become the greatest summoner in the world. A loud noise erupted as the egg shattered into 1,000 pieces before Leo's astonished eyes. Farina joyfully recited. Leo congratulated him on successfully signing the contract. A cute little red phoenix appeared in Farina's hand. This little one is Phyra, Phoenix Phyra, one of the 3 mystical summoning creatures. Farina returned to her human form, happily handing the baby phoenix in her hand to Leo. I trust you with my child. Seeing the tiny phoenix, Leo thought to himself, is this really a phoenix? It looks just like a chick. The baby phoenix smiled with wide eyes looking at Leo, letting out a chirp. Leo quietly cried inside. It is just a chick. The sky was a bright blue with fluffy white clouds drifting, golden sunlight shining on the treetops. Under the trees, Yura Marine was joyfully praising the student Banana Gambas for being so cute. Next to her was a girl with light curly hair and a brown-haired boy holding a squirrel. Yura Marine turned back and called out, Kalo, what time is it? The young man in glasses behind her replied cheerfully while holding documents. 5 more minutes, Yura Marine mumbled. 4 more people to go. Then she was distracted by a noise in the distance. Aha! A huge bear was charging fiercely towards everyone. Chenzia suddenly popped up from the bear's back smiling and asked Yura. Professor, we are not done yet. Right, the proud water bear said. The bear returned early. Yura Marine praised again. You tamed a little water bear to be a future knight. Impressive? At that moment, a huge shadow appeared in the sky, covering both Chenzi and her water bear. When they suddenly appeared in the air, tightly hugging the leg of a crow, Yura exclaimed in admiration. A dark crow. Even famous summoning families struggle to tame it. When humbly said, I have not signed the contract yet. Yura dismissed him. That is enough. More than enough. Eliza Hen was riding on the head of a giant white snake that had also returned, causing everyone around to gasp in awe. Look at Eliza Hen sitting with both hands on the snake, arms crossed, arrogantly saying, I signed a contract with it, because my family does not have any creature like this. Yura exclaimed. An excellent slender snake, Kalo hurriedly informed Yura. Professor. Time's up. Then he spotted someone in the distance, just in time. The last student is back. Leo Plop was walking towards everyone with the baby phoenix on his head. The other students saw the cute little phoenix on Leo's head and burst into laughter. The brown-haired guy with the squirrel on his head pointed at the baby phoenix. What is that? Did he tame a chicken? The long-haired green guy next to him stood with his hands on his hips, speaking mockingly. Idiot. Ha. He must have given up after realizing his own incompetence at summoning. Yura did not laugh but was shocked, thinking to herself, You little brat. I know exactly what that cute creature on Leo's head is. It is a phoenix. Returning to school in the evening light, Leo Plop was seriously adjusting his red tie. He knocked on the door with a few taps, and Yura's voice came from inside. Come in. Leo opened the door and stepped into the large room where Yura stood at her desk. She held a piece of paper in her hand. As soon as Yura saw Leo, she smiled. I heard you were looking for me. Take a seat, Yura said as Leo approached and was about to sit in the red-backed chair. Did you know, this is the first time I have seen a young phoenix? She continued as Leo settled into the chair. But he did not respond. Actually, I did not know there was a phoenix on the summoning island. Yura stood facing Leo, a hint of excitement in her voice. A new student signing a contract with a phoenix. Yura's tone suddenly became somewhat dangerous. This was unprecedented in the Academy's history. Leo froze, stammering, Madam. Yura's expression turned serious again as she moved closer to Leo with a grand spirit. She stared at him. I think I know your identity. Leo's face went pale, and he swallowed hard, bracing himself for what would happen next. Suddenly, Yura lunged forward, hugging him tightly, causing the chair to tilt back. She joyfully exclaimed, You are a summoning genius, an unprecedented genius. She released him and looked straight into his eyes, sincerely saying, I want to praise what you have achieved. But I think your contract with a phoenix should be kept secret for now. In response to Leo's bewildered gaze, Yura happily explained, if it gets out, everything will be very troublesome. She placed her hand on his shoulder and continued, the day the exploration class ends. She smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with trust in Leo. You must choose summoning as your major. Yura's cheerful voice echoed in Leo's head. You have the talent to become a legendary summoner. He said goodbye to her, Yura slowly leaving the room. Outside, the bright sunlight shone on the beautifully decorated old school. In the empty hallway, Chloe walked while yawning. It seemed she had not slept well the night before. Suddenly, a familiar cheerful voice rang out, making her stop and turn. Drooling, behind her, two people were slowly walking towards her. It was Kathamas waving to greet her. You look tired, Chloe coldly replied. I stayed up late reading magic books. Leo fumbled in his pocket for something. He asked, you are Chloe Meller, right? He handed Chloe the student ID card she had dropped the other day. Chloe suddenly remembered that it was from when they had bumped into each other and dropped everything. She had not noticed this, she gasped, her eyes wide open. You. She smiled at Leo and said, thanks. Representative Tan Bon. The three of them walked together to the classroom. Just entered the classroom. Ka voiced his curiosity. But it seems like you are also interested in attending this magic class. Right. The classroom was noisy. All three of them sat down at an empty table. Leo pulled out a chair and replied, since I am still in the exploration phase, I want to audit as many classes as possible. Kara complained, is great, because I am only interested in magic, so I only audit magic classes. He leaned in to whisper to Leo some news. The ice girl is aiming for the top spot in the magic department. He continued, her name is Chloe Meller, finishing his sentence. Both turned to look at the white-haired girl beside them. Ka broke into a cold sweat. He stood up. Right now we need a confident smile. It seems a bit cold in here. He turned his head back and said, I think I should go to the back. But before he finished, a flash of blue light zipped past his face. Ka froze in shock. The light transformed into a massive block of ice blocking his path. At that moment, Chloe stood up and said, follow me to the front. Then she grabbed Ka by the collar and dragged him away while he cried out for Leo in despair. It seems like you are interested in this class. Let me help you. Leo chuckled as he watched the two of them leave. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. He turned around to see the Lullen siblings, Abatline and Chelsea Lyne, waving and smiling at him. Before Leo could greet them, the crowd's commotion caught his attention. The classroom door swung open, and a composed figure walked in, saying, nice to meet you all. Attendees of the magic class. The person stepped onto the stage with confidence. He calmly turned to the class and said, I will teach you magic this school year. The girls in the class buzzed, praising his handsome appearance. Then he said, my name is Len, and I am the professor for the first-year magic department. Len placed his hands on the stack of papers on the desk and said, before we start today's exploration class. After finishing his sentence, he snapped his fingers, and a magical circle appeared. A gust of wind blew in, sending the papers flying everywhere. The students gasped in amazement. The test papers flew around and then landed neatly on each student's desk. Len continued, you will be taking a theoretical magic test. At this point, Leo picked up the test paper to look it over. He was silent. The other students were surprised that there was a test on the very first day of the exploration class. Len calmly addressed their concerns. Yep. Students who do not meet certain standards cannot attend my class. Hearing this, the students panicked. Ignoring the whispers around them, Len pointed upwards, conjuring a floating hourglass in the air. He continued, if you are a student of Lumen, then this is the basic requirement. He pointed to the girl next to him. After finishing, please submit it to my assistant, Hannah. The cheerful assistant raised her hand and said, please submit your completed tests to me. Everyone. Leo read the test questions in tears, trembling as he thought, is this really the current trend in magic? Why are the formulas so complicated? With no other choice, he began to write. Time passed quickly as the students focused on writing their answers on the paper. Time's almost up for the test. The students finish and start whispering to each other. It was easier than I thought. But what was the answer to the last question? I managed to solve everything except that one. Leo trudges up to the line to submit his test. I only got one question right. Finishing the exam felt like I barely made it through. He trembles as he hands his paper to assistant Hannah. I should have studied more modern magic before coming here. Leo walks home dejectedly, mumbling to himself that he should just self-study magic. The hourglass appears. The last grain of sand falls. Then it glows brightly. At this moment, Len H begins his lecture. After 100 years, It seems magic has evolved significantly. Magic requires a complete understanding from a person, and now it can be used just by memorizing the activation conditions. He snaps his fingers, and the tests are graded instantly, flying into the student's hands. He crosses his arms and speaks. However, this progress has degraded the overall level of wizards. He then raises his hand, and the space suddenly turns bright white, with brilliant sparkles flashing from his palm. Len waves his hand, sending the light soaring into the air, creating a circle with complex magical symbols. The students look on excitedly, and Len continues. This is the essence of the magic I created. He speaks while skillfully manipulating the rotating magic circle. I created it from start to finish. I want you all to become those who can research and create your own magic. Len clenches his fist, and the flow of magic curls and disappears. He adds, that is why I made you take this test. At this moment, Len explains the real reason behind the recent test. 49 questions, each worth 1 point, based on basic memorization. His expression turns serious. And the last question, worth 51 points, analyzes the true essence of magic. I hope everyone can become a wizard capable of solving it. Chelsea picks up her test to read it again, feeling confused. No wonder that was the one question she could not solve. She looks at the desk where Leo used to sit, but he is not there anymore. She thinks sadly. Did Leo give up? I wanted to attend the magic class with him. What a shame. Just then, Assistant Hannah seems flustered as she approaches to whisper to Len. She says, Professor, one student solved question 50. Hearing this, Len is taken aback and suddenly bursts into laughter. Len raises his voice towards the front. Where are you? One of you has achieved a perfect score for the first time in history. His face radiates excitement. Please stand up. Who's it? Hen reminds him. Looking confused. It is not a perfect score. Professor Len is so excited he can barely catch his breath. He stubbornly tries to entice them. Really? Really? Yeah. It seems some questions were missed due to spending too much time on the last question. What a shame, but it is okay. Then stand up. Hannah still cautiously continues. Is not. Her next words left Len stunned. He only processed the last sentence. Len could not believe his ears. He asked what his name was. Hannah held up a student list, pointing to Leo's photo, saying he was Leo Pop. Then he said, Leo Plop, please stand up. Hearing Leo's name, Chloe looked around. She did not see him anywhere. She asked, where is he? The others were confused. It seemed he was not here. While the others were puzzled, Chelsea cautiously raised her hand, saying, the student Leo left after finishing the test. Len was taken aback. What? After leaving the classroom, Leo trudged out and ran into Celia. Telling her what happened, Celia ordered a cup of ice cream and grinned widely. You left after solving just one question. She poked at the ice cream with a spoon, playfully teasing him. A little chicken in class summoned and answered one question correctly in magic class. You realize you did something wrong, right? Celia cheerfully said. If your major is knight, you should focus on your swordsmanship. Leo calmly sipped his ice cream and asked Celia, do you want to train with me? Hearing that, she hesitated. It was a bit much. Suddenly a voice rang out. So you are in the knight major. Len appeared unexpectedly behind Leo. Len continued with a dangerous tone. You are Leo Blop, the one who turned my class into a joke. He glared. Why did you leave after solving just one question? Was it too easy that you thought it was not worth answering? Seeing this, Leo calmly stood up and said to him, Sir, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I thought I did not pass the test. Len looked confused. Leo continued. All the questions except the last one were too hard for me to solve. Len stammered. You mean? Leo explained to him. He self-taught magic by reading ancient magic books, so he does not grasp any modern magic. Hearing this, a thought crossed Len's mind. Could he be? He suddenly lifted Leo high up. Both Leo and Celia were shocked and could not react. He set Leo down again, still bewildered by what was wrong with this teacher. Lena's eyes sparkled. He eagerly said, Come with me for a bit. Could he be? Lena thought in shock, then suddenly lifted Leo Plop up in front of Celia Dinger's astonished gaze. At the same time, Leo Plop also looked wide-eyed in surprise at him due to the suddenness. Then Lena suddenly became excited, his eyes shining as he said, Follow me for a moment. No sooner had he finished speaking than Am immediately cheerfully grabbed Leo Plop's collar and dragged him away. Celia Dinger, sitting and eating ice cream, was momentarily confused, wondering, is that the professor of magical theory from Lumen Academy? What a strange person. At that moment, from a distance, a blonde woman was rushing over. It was none other than Anna. Anna was immediately panicked, hurriedly asking, Miss Celia, have you seen Professor Len? Or is something strange happening? At this, Celia Singer hesitated and stammered. He was just here a few minutes ago, saying that She timidly recounted the confusing actions that had just occurred, but suddenly grabbed Leo and dragged him away. Anna, hearing this, was incredibly angry. She rushed over and clenched her teeth, thinking to herself, "Oh my, that crazy guy. What is he planning this time?" Meanwhile, in another dimension, a cleaning cloth tirelessly worked away. In no time, the board was spotless. The chalk also took the opportunity to quickly finish writing on the board. In just a few seconds, it was filled with complex symbols. Lynette suddenly slammed his hand on the blackboard and proudly turned to express his request to Leo. Pop, solve these problems. Hearing this, student Leo immediately calmed down, confidently took the chalk, and approached the board, making Anna secretly uneasy, thinking, if he did not solve the last question purely by luck, then he must have a complete magical system in his head. Really? Lynette looked at the student solving the problem on the board, unable to hide his joy as he thought to himself, "Now show. I see through your true nature." But before he could think too long, Leo Blop suddenly took the initiative to say, "I have finished everything." This left Len H momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. He suddenly felt shocked and worried to the point of madness, repeatedly asking, "Did you solve all these questions just in your head?" Immediately, Leo Plop answered calmly without hesitation, "Yep. Roughly like that." Hearing this, Lenech could not help but feel choked up and exclaimed in surprise. And after a moment, the scene shifted to a magnificent hall. Here, and Ziran was angrily taking heavy steps. Suddenly, from a distance, Lenhei appeared eagerly. Rushing over, in an instant, he immediately broke into a bright smile upon seeing Amberon. But contrary to that, Anaron showed a puzzled expression. Frowning. Without hesitation, and Ziran quickly turned away. Unfortunately for him, Lenhei managed to fall and tightly grab that foot, gasping to express his gratitude. Huff, huff, Professor MB. Thank you so much. After Len Horse's overly reckless action, Ambi Ziran immediately became furious and issued a warning. This is not the first time I have seen you act like this, but today you have gone too far. But Len H at this moment did not care at all and bluntly disregarded everything. He immediately excitedly reported, "She is a magical genius. Lep Plop, the student I recommended to represent the first-year class, is a genius." Upon hearing this, and Ziran was momentarily surprised when he heard that name, and he curiously asked, "Magic? Isn't she a swordswoman?" Without hesitation, Lenech immediately asserted firmly, "Lee must become a wizard at all costs. I can't let their talent fade away just because of those metal rods. This is just too ridiculous." Just as his words trailed off, Amberon immediately struck and let Len H fall freely from above. At the same time, Anna suddenly rushed in from a distance. She managed to catch him in time, while Lana continued to stubbornly assert her claims. Putting her into the ranks of swordsmen is an insult to the field of magic. But at this moment, and Ziran was truly furious. He grit his teeth and shouted loudly, "Take him away." Fortunately, Lenny had luck on his side and survived. He immediately brightened up and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Anna was truly at her wit's end. She was shaking with anger and felt powerless. She helplessly reminded him, "We really have to go back to class now." At the same time, she could not help but feel a suffocating anger, thinking that one day she would definitely kill that madman. A moment later, Leo Blop unexpectedly appeared behind Ziran and approached slowly. Seeing him, and Ziran could not hide his excitement and suddenly burst into laughter. Realizing this, Leo Blop felt a pang of guilt and froze for a long moment. With that, and Bai turned away, smugly thinking that wizards never change over time. They are all madmen. Regardless of Leo Plop standing there looking dumbfounded, a week passed quickly, ending the temporary classes. At this moment, in a quiet hall, Leo Plop lay still, deeply engrossed in a book. Suddenly, he slammed the large book with a strange title shut. "The hero of the origin really is just a fraud," he thought with deep resentment. Then he blankly gazed at the unusually peaceful scenery around him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. They rushed into the room where Alien Badian was focused on work, startling him wide-eyed in surprise. The group immediately panicked and exclaimed in unison, "This is unbelievable. The principal really is." Inyandia quickly held up a piece of paper and expressed in shock, "Look at this." Without hesitation, the two behind him immediately jumped into a heated debate. "Lee must join our department." Seeing this, Inyandir could not help but feel tense and hesitated to express, "He must join the swordsman team." "Wait, that is not what I meant to say. This has never happened at the Heroic Military Academy. He must focus on a single major." At this remark, Alien Bean could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "This really reminds me of that fictional hero." This statement is really confusing. The group listening could not help but be startled, and they pressed for clarification. "What?" Without hesitation, Elian Biden immediately stood up, nodding as he explained. The 5th grade hero is also known as the hero of the origin, the only one who is the master of all classes in history. As he spoke, he glanced up at the clear blue sky with a sense of nostalgia. A moment later, the scene shifted to a vast, lush training ground. Here, 2 people, Celia Dinger and Chelsea Lean, were running frantically. Seeing this, Ka Thomas from a distance could not help but feel confused, so he approached Leo Plop and asked, "Why are they training on the weekend?" Immediately, Leo Plop calmly replied, "She asked me to train her." Hearing that, Ka Thomas was once again curious and questioned, "So why are they just running? Where are their weapons?" Given no options, Leo Plop helplessly explained, "There is something more important than weapons." But before he could finish, Celia Dinger suddenly rushed over, gasping, and said, "Our stamina." Chelsea Lee Wellen also could not hide her excitement and chimed in, "Stamina is the most important factor for a battle mage. That is why we are running, so step aside." After a while, both of them could not bear the fatigue any longer, and sat down on the ground to catch their breath. After a moment, Chelsea Llewellyn unexpectedly expressed her excitement. "Running on the weekend is amazing. I have missed this feeling. I want to run with you." But in response, Leo Plop was very indifferent and casually asked, "Really?" This instantly made Celia Dinger feel embarrassed. She could not help but spit out the water in her mouth. Seeing this, Chelsea Lean immediately felt guilty and said, "Oh no. What is wrong with you?" But just as she was about to respond, Leo Plop seized the opportunity to say something provocative. "Anyway, I was planning to run with you. It has to be done right." At this, Celia Stinger genuinely felt furious. She firmly asserted, "And I already said, I am not running with you." This was really hard to understand. Ka Thomas, sitting next to them, immediately widened his eyes and cleared his throat to ask, "What is going on between you two? Why are you so close?" "At first, I thought you two were dating." Hearing this, Celia Dinger felt annoyed for a moment and explained, "Oh my, he is my cousin. Mine son." The crowd was stunned. Mouths agape, everyone exclaimed loudly, asking, "Are you as Dinger?" Left with no choice, Celia Stinger helplessly replied, "Not exactly. It is just some family matters. But let us skip it." Then Leo Blop suddenly stood up confidently and expressed, "Then let us make it real." Without hesitation, the people around immediately chimed in. "All right." Immediately, Ka Thomas excitedly declared, "Then I will go explore the city of Lumeria." Celia Dinger, seeing this, immediately panicked and shouted, "Take me with you." But at this point, it was truly too late. Leo Blop suddenly grabbed her by the collar and pulled her along. Seeing this, Ka Thomas felt utterly helpless and could not help but exclaim, "Why is there not a single true noble in my life?" After a while, during class assignment day, the students immediately gathered and buzzed with chatter. At that moment, Leo Blop unexpectedly strolled in through the classroom door. Spotting him, Ka Thomas from afar could not help but cheerfully call out, "Over here." Leo Plop felt helpless and decided to ask directly. He knew he was in the boys' class. But contrary to his attitude, Ka Thomas cheerfully replied, "There is nothing I do not know." Quickly, the scene shifted to Chelsea Lean. At that moment, she was lazily slumped over the table. Seeing this, Leo Blop immediately asked in confusion, "Chelsea is here too." Instantly, Chelsea replied ambiguously. Seeing this, Ka Thomas could not help but be stunned and then pressed on, "What did you put her through last weekend?" Without hesitation, Leo Blop calmly replied, "Just the basics." Upon hearing this, Chelsea Lean gasped and hesitated, saying she would never do it again. Suddenly, from behind them, an unfamiliar voice provocatively rang out, "Is this the class of pain? I wonder how many of you will still be here after the first semester." Condolences to the poor freshmen. But before they could finish, a dark figure suddenly approached, causing them to freeze in place. "Poorly. I find the two of you even more pathetic." At this point, those people knew fear. They hurriedly turned around. Immediately, the strange man behind them furrowed his brow and asked sharply, "Don't you agree?" A cold man gave the order. Harris Edmond, the homeroom teacher for first-year class at Lumen Academy, nicknamed the Screaming Wall.
Yep.
Immediately, two students had to place their hands on the ground, forming a human chair. Harris Edmond patted their backs and mocked, "Nice to meet you, useless ones. This is the class for the failures." With the lowest scores among the new students, he coldly asked, "I am sure you have heard the rumors about me." The Screaming Wall shouted, "Does anyone here know why I chose to be the homeroom teacher for this class?" At that moment, the whole class awkwardly turned to look at each other, unsure of how to respond. Kathamas was the first to raise his hand and answer. Is it to help us improve our scores? But quickly, his answer was mocked by Harris Idmon, a typical answer from someone at the bottom of the ranking. Doesn't anyone in this lousy class understand the mission of a student at Lumen Academy? Suddenly, Chelsea Llewellyn raised her hand and confidently answered, it was to conquer the hero world through practical missions. Harris Edmund replied loudly, pleased, through the faces that were anxiously confused. Exactly right. But all I see are the faces of those who will die immediately upon stepping into the world of heroes. It is better to expel the pathetic ones. They only become a burden to their teammates and will die first. Then he declared, this is why I have decided to take charge of the 5th class. While everyone else fears Harris Edmund, Leoblop sits quietly. Which is why I am called the Screaming Wall. He quickly noticed this distinctive character. Harris Edmund mused that the kid might actually survive. He then turned to inform the class to change into their gym clothes and head to the training ground. When it was time for combat research class, the training ground appeared vast and open. Everyone had lined up in rows by this point. On the other side, a large umbrella was brought outside. Next came the sound of chairs being placed. Harris Edmund sat in the shade drinking water, ignoring the students standing in the sun. This class is designed to correct the harmful thoughts formed since entering the Lumen Academy. Suddenly, he looked at the students and asked, what do you think will save your life in the real world, where life can come and go so easily? A shy girl spoke up. Isn't it your teammates? Won't you protect me beside you? Nilakaven. Night class. Special notes. Healing aura. Harris Edmund replied nonchalantly, still looking down on the students. It is due to your own abilities. Only by honing your skills and making them shine through every danger can you help your teammates. But are you confident in your ability to protect your teammates? Another hand cheerfully shouted out, I am confident, said Professor Harris. He looked coldly at the other person. Then let us see your abilities as a magic knight. Create a fire bridge. There is a girl with the ability to create a fire bridge with a playful face. Ileana. Ileana, a student in the Magic Knight class. Harris Edmund shook the milk carton in his hand and asked back, is that all? Just a fire bridge? I wonder if you could even kill an ant with that. Ileana smiled brightly between her hands, holding a fireball. If I add more mana, instantly. Her hands held 2 fireballs, and the flames blazed high. She shouted loudly towards Harris Edmund. What do you think? Not only did I increase the number to 2 fireballs, but I also doubled their size. He nodded again. Quite impressive. Then from Harris Edmund's fingers shot out a green ball, which then transformed into a spirit. Why not try hitting this kid with your amazing fireball? As soon as it appeared, the spirit charged straight at Ileana. It did not hesitate to poke her nose while laughing mischievously. This made Ileana furious. She frantically threw both fireballs, but the spirit easily dodged them. Harris Edmund crossed his arms and mocked. What is the point of increasing the number to 2 if you can't hit anything? Do you see it clearly now? What you lack is the ability to use your skills effectively. The other side, knowing they needed to refine their abilities and push their limits. Have you all forgotten? Then Harris Edmund smiled and announced to Seth, who was playing nearby, the class won't end until we catch this Seth. Let us throw everything we have got. Descendants of Lumen. Leo Plop has been listening intently to what he says. His words are hard to hear, but he is right. Then he turned and headed to the training ground with everyone. I will give it a try too. But I wonder if Harris Edmund has been watching my every move since the beginning. Leo Prof. It seems he also noticed the resemblance between me and Kai. Could it be a deception like that fictional hero? Everyone is trying to catch Xin but keeps missing. However, a massive energy step is approaching. Leo Ploff, like a red flash, rushed towards Xin. The first one truly born with comprehensive abilities. Both Thomas and Chelsea Lane are panting from exhaustion. How is she so fast? How can we catch her? At the same time, Leo Plop dashed forward. Then he quickly ran up to block her. Sin did not know someone was right above her and just kept laughing and joking until Leo Plop got very close. She finally realized, however. Sin quickly dodged to the side. Leo Plop smiled, ready to use another move to catch her. His power seems to be closing in. Suddenly, a flash of golden light shot past, astounding Leo Plop. Both slowly landed on the ground. Duran Mora frowned at him while holding Lad Simph, who was squirming to be released. Suddenly, there was a round of applause from behind. A cheerful middle-aged man stood next to Duran Moira. It seems like our first class needs to teach you a thing or two, said Jen. The homeroom teacher of class 11 at Lumen Academy noted that he ranked second in the graduation vote. Harris Edmund did not care, and Set Jen Lumen slowly replied, "Oh really? So you are going to teach the class in my place?" Harris Edmund, the homeroom teacher of class 1 at Lumen Academy, nicknamed the Screaming Wall. He opened his eyes and looked at the opponent with disdain. Noted as the top ranked in the graduation vote, seeing Lumen was so irritated that his face turned gray. It seemed that if he could, he would have jumped in to bite Harris Edmund's neck. Katoma screamed in horror. The confrontation between the two pillars of Lumen Academy. The pillars. Both of them have worked at Lumen Academy for over 20 years. From what I hear, Professors Ainira and Len are their students. Solakaven eagerly asked back. Really? How do you know that? Chelsea Llewellyn sighed while Thomas was still happily boasting. I am quite sensitive to information. You know. Ha. Seton Lumen had now walked in front of Harris Edmund with a big smile. Oh ho. I do not know what you are plotting by taking on this failing class. From his palm, a ball appeared. But I will find out soon enough. He challenged Harris Edmund by extending the ball towards him. I request a competition between 1st grade and 5th grade. The next statement left Harris Edmund shocked and startled. Why not try Lumen's historical ball sport? Baster. Immediately, he stood up happily, causing Sean Lumen to jump and drop the ball from his hands. He really is a genius at interrupting. The two shook hands with contrasting expressions. Learning from real combat experience is the best. 1st grade will probably win. Right. After that, Harris Edmund lazily lay back down on the chair. It is, you just keep teaching the class. Seeing Sen Lumen's frustrated expression made the students half laugh, half cry. Why do I keep losing the graduation vote to this guy? I do not understand why Professor Seton looks so pitiful. As the two Sen Lumen turned to leave, Harris Edmund shouted loudly to the 5th grade class. He declared clearly, I am giving you all a chance to practice your skills. There will be a Bastara match with 1st grade Bastara. After that, he slowly stood up. And one more thing. Harris Edmund's voice sharpened with warning. If you lose, you will be expelled. Besides that, Harris suddenly stood still. He immediately became serious, emphasizing that if they lose, all of them will be expelled. At this statement, the students were instantly shocked and stunned. Everyone eagerly shouted, Are you serious? Teacher. It is just the 1st class today, and 1st grade has 3 captains. Teacher. Seeing this, Harris calmly replied, Then you have to try harder to exceed your limits. He unconsciously emphasized his words, and again, Harris firmly stressed, What is there to worry about? Since the rookie representative is in your class. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo immediately appeared with a brilliant aura. Instantly, Harris once again looked at him meaningfully and said, Choose 6 representatives who will go with you to Bastara. At this suggestion, Liu could not help but feel nervous, thinking this is clearly a test. But Professor Harris looks at me like this not because he dislikes me. Some kids have already lost their spirit after just a week in the Lumen Academy, and it is not hard to understand why. Then suddenly, he firmly assured himself that perhaps Professor Harris wanted him to lead the 5th graders, those who act as if they have already lost. Immediately, Liu resolutely made a decision. He unconsciously reminded himself that he must have some breakthrough in this Bastara match, a way to boost the morale of the 5th grade. Soon after, the Lumen Academy 1st graders appeared in droves. The Lumen Academy 5th graders followed suit. Suddenly, Liu unexpectedly asked, Why is everyone so scared? Causing Chelsea to hear and immediately exclaim, She quickly answered, You probably have not heard of Bastara, Leo, because you are from the outskirts. Bastara is a combat sport and an old tradition in Lumen. Hearing this, Liu could not help but ask in confusion, Isn't it just a game with a ball? Before this statement, the distant lyrics immediately interjected, affirming that it was not just a game with the ball. The issue here was that it was an extremely dangerous game. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from afar, startling Chelsea. Hey Chelsea, why do you look so scared? Celia appeared nonchalantly, laughing loudly and provoking her. Looks like you have accepted that you are going to face unavoidable defeat. Chelsea instantly became angry and shot back defiantly. Who is scared? Do you really think I will back down to a zinger? As she spoke, Chelsea frowned. Feeling aggrieved, Leo quickly approached with a cheerful demeanor to reassure her. Don't worry. Our class won't be the first to lose. Upon hearing this, Celia instantly clicked her tongue in frustration. You too. I will show you the results of my special training. Meanwhile, Chloe stood by, unable to suppress her hatred while glaring at Leo. This time, I won't lose. Leo pop. A moment later, Sinan proactively stepped up to the stage and announced directly, All participants from each class please enter the field. Seeing this, Leo immediately chimed in. Who is going to join me? Instantly, a group of people hurriedly approached from afar. Chelsea confidently declared, I must show those people their place. Ileana eagerly chimed in. If losing means being expelled, I will use any means necessary to win. If needed, I will show the professor what I am capable of, encouraged by this enthusiasm. A pair of siblings could not hold back and immediately expressed their intent to join. Soon, the team was nearly complete. Seeing this, Leo quickly called out, "You know the last spot is yours, right?" Which left C stunned and hurriedly denying it. But before he could finish, Leo seized the opportunity to announce loudly, "Class 5 is ready." Professor Zen heard this and immediately praised. "Good. Now." He swiftly grabbed the ball and juggled it in the air. Quickly, Seton abruptly threw the ball, causing everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Everyone was overwhelmed with an indescribable tension. In an instant, Seton raised his voice to announce, "The match begins." As soon as he finished speaking, Leo and Duran immediately rushed to grab the ball. Unfortunately, the ball temporarily belonged to Duran. He quickly hugged the ball tightly and dashed toward the ground, while Leo stood frozen up high. In an instant, Professor Set announced, "All right, Class 1 has taken the ball first." Seeing this, Leo quickly landed and asked in confusion, "They briefly explained the rules to me." Without a moment's hesitation, they quickly replied joyfully, "The rules of Bastra are simpler than you think," they Mawa continued to explain calmly, channeling energy into the ball and shooting it towards the goal without using hands. The team that scores 2 points first will win. At the same time, a group of students in Class 1 had taken up their positions. "There it is. Get ready to go." Ka stood to the side, unable to help but feel stunned and frozen in place. In an instant, the ball was thrown forward by Duran, soaring past Liu. Then it quickly slammed down onto the ground, causing a powerful quake. In the blink of an eye, the ball zipped past Ka and easily scored. Seeing this, Liu calmly landed right after. The students in Class 1 immediately cheered loudly. "Duran Moira. Great job." In contrast to that excitement, the faces of the 5th grade students suddenly turned pale. Given the situation, they could not help but feel disheartened inside, as if Professor Harris intended to expel all of them. Seeing this, Leo immediately took the initiative to ask, "How can we gain control of the ball?" They, feeling disheartened, replied, "Well, there are 3 ways." He quickly became serious and replied sternly, "When the ball goes out of bounds on the opponent's turn, when we catch the ball." But just as Thai was about to finish his sentence, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Duck. This is just too crazy." It immediately caught the attention of both Leo and they. Very quickly, the ball unexpectedly came flying and hit Eliana. She fell to her knees in an instant. Celia appeared immediately, casually asking, "What is going on? You need to focus on the game instead of chatting," someone quickly criticized. Meanwhile, they, holding his breath, anxiously added, "You can't directly block or attack the opposing players." That was the 3rd way when a team member is incapacitated after being hit by the ball. "The only way I can attack them is with the ball itself," he insisted. Hearing this, Leo quickly understood. He immediately expressed his gratitude for the explanation and quickly picked up the ball. In an instant, Leo was filled with enthusiasm and smiled proudly. "Now it is our turn." At the same time, on the blackboard, the game stats were updated momentarily. Ileana's out. This immediately made Harris and Seichin, who were standing to the side, thoughtful. Seeing the situation was not good, Set quietly pondered. For players with high destructive fire attributes, who have a dominant advantage in Bastara, he firmly believed that among human clans, Zinger's fire is the most powerful. Then Sen could not hold back any longer and spoke up, "I still accept it even knowing your class has Selinger. I do not know what you are planning, but it will be extremely difficult for your class to win." Hearing this, Harris felt frustrated and could not help but sigh. Seeing this, Seton immediately scolded him angrily. "Why do not you talk like a human for once?" At that moment, Harris quickly spoke up with a gruff tone. "Ex-Jan." He immediately frowned and asked, "Do you remember your first student? That kid from the Zinger house?" "That is right," Seton immediately added. "Of course. How could I forget the Queen of Bastar?" Then Harris wasted no time, saying, "That Queen's child is in the 5th grade. Upon hearing this, Seton jumped in surprise. He stood in contemplation for a long time, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, over here, the 5th grade students expressed their dismay, saying, "We are done for. No matter how hard we tried to get through." They lay inside in frustration. It ended just like that, and suddenly something strange happened. The group suddenly let out a collective grunt. Celia here was also exhausted and remarked that it seemed he had finally made up his mind. Indeed, Lee was tightly holding the ball, filled with fighting spirit, and in an instant, he put all his strength into a powerful throw forward. Celia immediately reminded her teammates, "It is coming. Be careful." Quickly, The ball flew forward, heading straight for the goal. But it was unclear when a wall of ice appeared to directly block the ball. Huge collision occurred right after, and the ice shattered, leaving a big hole. Seeing this, Chloe could not help but beam with pride, saying, "As long as I am here, scoring will be impossible." But before she could finish her sentence, Leo suddenly appeared behind her, smiling and gruffly saying, "Is that what you mean?" Kai-thai. This made Chloe freeze in surprise. A large ice block was quickly erected by Clomummer before the ball could enter her team's goal. She grinned confidently, mocking him. "You won't be able to score while I am here." Suddenly, his voice came from right beside her ear, leaving her startled. His speed was astonishingly fast. "I can score." With a high jump, he soared towards the ball, just in time to hit the ice, creating a hole, gathering strength and magic into his hand. With a strong punch to the softball, the thick ice cracked fiercely under the pressure of his hand. Quickly, the cold wind from the swirling ball rushed toward the goal along with small pieces of ice that fell off, leaving Chloe stunned. Teacher Seton stood there, dumbfounded by the terrifying power displayed right before his eyes. The feeling of his performance was incredible. Unlike Seton's surprise, Harris was enjoying this spectacular battle comfortably. The people in the stands began to rise, shouting his name and cheering for his class enthusiastically. Leo plopped forward into the 5th grade, but then a bitter smile slowly crept onto Teacher Seton's lips. "See now, so this is when the real game begins." With a powerful throw charged with energy from Celia Dinger, the score of the match changed to 2 due to her throw that pierced through the thick earth wall built by Thomas. His expression was filled with surprise and horror at that moment. The score gradually increased to 4 over the years. Thanks to her impressive strength, Chelsea managed to get the ball past the goal. The score kept rising to 76. When Mako's fetus was hit in the abdomen by a lightning magic ball, another person was knocked out by a fire magic ball. Although the score had increased significantly, the difference was not too high. However, surprisingly it tilted in favor of Class 5 with a score of 9-10. Chloe was also tirelessly trying to summon her strength to win this tense match. Grabbing the ball, Duran Mora immediately infused the ball with powerful lightning magic, seriously aiming at the target ahead. A beautiful throw quickly soared towards where Thomas stood near the goal. The ball surged forward surrounded by electricity, flying straight without any sign of stopping with a gentle landing. But Thomas bravely raised his hand level with the electric ball. A powerful shockwave from the ball quickly spread throughout his body, yet he held on tightly, gritting his teeth, ignoring his classmates' shouts. His 2 feet landed solidly on the scorched grass below. Thomas wore a heavy, goofy smile, holding the ball and gazing into the distance. My mana has dropped significantly, so I will leave the rest to you." Leo threw the ball with all his strength, and it bounced off the ground aimlessly. Chelsea and Alina, who were eliminated earlier, came in to help him out, leaving only Leo in the field. He quietly said, "Good job." The scoreboard now showed that only Leo from Class 5 remained, slightly ahead with 3 members, making the score 10 all, a decisive point. But the opponents were the top 3 students. Leo calmly reached down to pick up the ball lying on the ground. He stood still in the middle of the field, waiting for a gentle breeze to blow through. He stood there, one hand holding the ball, the other in his pocket, looking ahead with a serious expression. Her magical power erupted with an intense emotion she did not show. "I may have failed the theoretical exam of the 3 magics, but this time I won to lose." Immediately, she created numerous illusions with her ice magic without hesitation. Leo also got into a ready stance, with both hands on the ground, one poised, aiming firmly at the remaining 3 members of Class 1. Celia Dinger and Tharo also took their fighting stance. Their bodies emanated fire and lightning magic, ready for battle with him. Here it comes, a light blue glow, reminiscent of leaves and nature, activated Leo's special magic. In an instant, the space where he just stood was left empty, as if he had never been there. The unbelievable spectacle just happened right before their eyes. The remaining members of Class 1 were panicking, astonished, and terrified, unable to react. He was too fast. Leo Plop used his incredible speed to move forward, leaving only the remnants of illusions behind. He quickly passed through the first defense line of Celia, and they, after reacting, they started to chase after him. Celia was startled and exclaimed, "He is not thinking about attacking. He is focused on scoring." Claw's serious gaze was fixed on Leo. A shallow illusion spell. Where is the real one? The real one. The real one. Before she could distinguish what was an illusion and what was real, she saw something that truly amazed her. This magic, all of Leo's speed illusions, gradually approached Chloe in a motion reminiscent of a moon orbiting the Earth. A strange power, yet so beautiful it captivated the viewer. Her eyes widened in astonishment, As Leo's figure flashed by, her body froze. Unable to move, a powerful gust of wind swept past her, causing her legs to go weak and buckle to the ground. The look of amazement mixed with fear was impossible to hide from her expression. Magic of the stars. Leo calmly stood behind her, holding a leaf that was blown in by the wind. How could a human use the magic of the Elvist? Along with that, the bell signaling the end of the game and the voice of the host echoed. The large scoreboard now showed the score 11-10. The winners were the 5th grade. Sound of victory cheers erupted. Immediately, all the students in the stands were shouting his name with all their might. The 2 5th grade students were hugging each other, tears streaming down their faces. Yeah. We did not get kicked out. I was afraid I would have to go home right away. Hearing that, Senan turned to look at Harris, who was sitting in his chair, surprised. Kicked out? What are they talking about? Harris just huffed and replied, I guess I should say that is motivation. Teacher Sek looked back at Chloe's group, who still appeared very downcast and gloomy in the arena. He ran his long silver hair and sighed deeply with frustration and helplessness. Awkward, he stepped into the grassy field and approached them gently. One hand reached out toward Chloe as he calmly asked, Are you upset about losing? At that moment, she looked up in confusion and softly called, Professor. The sky around the arena suddenly brightened in a deep blue, full of tranquility. Once the match was over, regardless of the outcome, he gently bent down to pull her up from the ground with a tender expression. You should also greet your opponent. Chloe seemed to understand part of it now. Her expression, though, briefly reflected some regret for the match. To win for the 1st grade, you all worked very well together. All the other 1st grade students listened attentively, satisfied with what they contributed to the match. You learned to cooperate in battle. Teacher Senan stood there with a confident expression, gently telling all the students, That is why you must be determined and proud. The students' faces were filled with emotion as they looked at him, their eyes glistening with tears. Professor Seton, but from afar, Professor Harris's mocking tone echoed. You loser. Come here and finish this. This left Sen frozen, his face darkening with anger while the students could only feel helpless. You jerk. The wide arena was now filled only with the sound of the wind and their voices inside. Both classes performed very well. Celia and Ma, representing Class 1, stood very seriously. Class 1 showcased their talents and abilities. The trio representing Class 5 stood confidently at the forefront with slight smiles, and Class 5 did not give up until the very last minute, dedicating themselves fully despite the challenges. Professor Seton stood before both classes, making loud remarks. They understood their limits and successfully overcame the situation. I hope you all work and compete with each other harmoniously. The 3 representatives from one class stood facing each other, their hands clasped with their opponents, as instructed by the professor. You all shake hands. Celia smiled happily at Chelsea. You held out longer than I thought. I thought you would lose sooner. Chelsea replied cheerfully as she shook Celia's hand. You are really resilient. I thought you were just a squid. Thomas was also friendly, happily shaking hands with Duran Mora. Huh. Prince. We won this time. In contrast to him, Duran seemed very dissatisfied with the match results, so he continued to glare at him, making him awkward and unsure of what to say. At that moment, Chloe was still standing, her head lowered to hide the tears welling in her eyes. A familiar voice reached her with a gentle hand extending in front of her. That is amazing. Chloe Leo gently approached, wanting to shake her hand with a bright smile. Just a little more experience, and you will definitely become wonderful. Just then, she angrily looked up and said in a sulky tone, Are you mocking me? But Leo said nothing, still smiling as he extended his hand towards her, intending only to shake hands. That handshake stirred her heart as she looked at the hand in front of her. Their hands clasped tightly as they shook hands. One day, I will definitely beat you. At the cafeteria where Leo, Chelsea, and Ka were having lunch together a month later, Ka casually asked, By the way, which club are you all going to join? He replied calmly as always, I am thinking about starting a club. Ka was surprised and yelled, causing a piece of meat to fly from his mouth. Starting a club? Chu was also startled. Eat more properly. Thomas, eagerly holding his fork, said, If Leo starts a club, I want to join. Chelsea cheerfully asked, What club is that? He calmly replied, The Hero Research Association. Lee's mention piqued the curiosity of the other two. The Hero Research Association. You are pretending to be curious about your past life. I want to learn more about forgotten heroes and the origin heroes. Mun. That person is not forgotten. They are a fictional character. Thomas wore a proud, happy face. It seemed no one would join his club. Chelsea suddenly stood up, raising her hand as if to interrupt his thoughts. Does this mean I will be left alone under Leo? I want to join. All the students in the cafeteria were drawn in by the admiring shout, They are back. He hurriedly stood up from his seat and walked towards the crowd gathering in the east. That is right. It is today, Chelsea curiously asked. What is going on? The 3 members of Leo's group also curiously approached the window to look down at the commotion outside. The sight of older students striding confidently towards the school. The day the 5th-year students return after clearing a hero dungeon. Fragments of hero records scattered throughout the world. White papers fluttered about. Over time, they ran wild and formed hero dungeons. The white papers gathered in one place. This is called the hero dungeon. The seniors of Lumen are tasked with handling these hero dungeons and collecting the fragments of hero records. Chelsea, Llewellyn, and Thomas stood behind the glass looking out. Mouth agape. They would be gone for at least 2 weeks. Sometimes a month. Genpe's mother was smiling and chatting with classmates. Perhaps she had gone through this too. Chelsea Lean could not hide her surprise. So they are the top of Lumen. Thomas covered his mouth and cleared his throat. The black-haired boy in a dusty white shirt, holding a black jacket slung over his back. The muscular Eastern boy leading the way is a senior from the Lyra season. The brown-skinned girl wearing round glasses and a red headband. The southern girl next to him is senior Toru Yan. And the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy is wearing a hood, and I think the white guy in the hood is senior Unita. Katoma stroked his chin in wonder but could not see that person. Leopold repeated. That person. When suddenly a hand from behind patted his back, Thomas enthusiastically replied. The one standing on top of Lumen. President of the Student Council. Unaware that Leope had mysteriously pulled away at some point, Thomas turned around and called out. Oh right, at that moment. He realized Leope was no longer there. Where is he? Leopold asked. Confused. As he was pulled along by the person holding his wrist. Celia. What is going on? Is this a bit much? Celia let go of his hand but still would not look at him. There is a place you have to go with me. Leope brushed off his sleeves and asked. Where? She turned to look at him and replied. The city of Lumeria. The student council president wants to meet you. Leap did not understand. Why would the student council president be looking for me? Celia sighed. You really have no interest in school stuff. Do you? Just go and see. Celia sat across from Leopold at the table. Arms crossed. Looking around. I wonder why he chose to meet here. Leap, on the other hand, was very relaxed. What is up with that? The smell is fine. Though. Celia's face brightened up. Excitement clear in her eyes. She rushed up to hug the person who just entered. Resinger, the knight captain, and the 5th-year student council president, greeted her politely while ruffling her hair. Nice to meet you. Leo Blop. I have heard a lot about you. You are aiming for the whole system. Right. The shiny silver fork held onto the delicious pastry. The silver knife carefully cut through to reveal the tempting filling and sweet meat juices. Reisinger gently asked. Is it to everyone's taste? Liu P replied happily. Yep. Reisinger noticed his sister's hesitation. What is wrong? Celia held the fork with food hesitantly and said, well, this is the first time I am eating something like this. Aha. Aisha was determined to bring the small pastry to her mouth. The explosion of flavor surprised her. Her eyes lit up, and her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed. So good. Reisinger laughed heartily. This is the restaurant I wanted to take you to when you enrolled in Lumen. There. Reisinger shifted his attention back to Leopold. But I did not expect you to be her son. Leopold interrupted him. Have you met my mother? Reisinger interlocked his fingers and calmly said. I have met her a few times when I was younger. Plus, she was very famous in school. Liu P was a bit surprised to hear people talking about his mother. My mom. Reisinger smiled gently and confirmed. Yep. She did many things that became legendary. The deep red eyes of Leopold's mother. For example, she said that the dessert in the dormitory restaurant was terrible. A group of students behind Leopold's mother had gathered all the students and invaded the principal's office. Selena was shocked to hear this. She was the main character in that famous incident. Reisinger affirmed. Yep. The delicious food on the plate was devoured clean. The siblings Reisinger and Celia chatted happily together. Leopold watched the two siblings talking and could not help but sigh. Indeed. He deserves to be called the strongest in Lumen. Leopold looked at Ringer's demeanor and thought to himself. It seems just a matter of time before he becomes a hero. Reisinger stood up from the table. Okay, so shall we just grab a little dessert? Celia clapped her hands happily in agreement. Sure. Reisinger stood up and reached into his coat. Let me pay. Just go ahead. Reisinger stopped suddenly while rummaging. A white frame suddenly appeared in his hand, with a white gem in the center. He gazed in astonishment at the gem radiating bright light. Why this one? The blackboard was filled with strange characters and drawings of magical circles. Long legs casually crossed on the table. A youthful voice rang out. Professor Harris. I have a question. Harris crossed his arms and said boredly. Eliana Layden. Let me hear what your unusual question is this time. Ileana Layden stood up, raising her hand high. Why have not we chosen a class representative yet? She continued. I have heard that other classes have already chosen theirs. Agreed. Yeah, that is true. Harris replied nonchalantly, cleaning his ears. Class representative. Oh right, I completely forgot. He looked at Leo P and boldly declared. You take care of it. A surprised murmur went through the class. Ileana Eldon was dissatisfied. What? She protested. Professor. Should not we choose democratically through voting? A thick textbook was slammed down on the table. He ordered the class representative to take this and sort it out. Ileana, hearing this, turned to stone. She slumped down, not daring to say a word. The announcement speaker crackled to life, capturing everyone's attention. In a little while, we will hold a combined hero study class. A buzz of conversation arose after hearing the announcement. All first-year students please prepare to head to the auditorium. Reminding you again in a little while. Hearing this, Leo immediately spoke up. Professor, we should get ready to go. At this remark, he could not help but praise. No wonder you are the class representative. Soon, everyone eagerly gathered to head to the auditorium. There, together with Leo, they ran into Chloe. Upon seeing her, he immediately greeted her. Hey. Chloe, you look tired. Without hesitation, Chloe coldly asked, do you have any fatigue recovery potions left? Can you sell me one? Instantly, he quickly threw one to her. Then he awkwardly added, I only have these two left. At the same time, confused, asked further, the new school year just started. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? But at that moment, Chloe ignored him and directly drank the potion. Quickly, Chloe wiped her mouth. She immediately replied and hurriedly left. Seeing this, he could not help but praise her. That is impressive. She is the top student in magical theory. But Chelsea, standing next to him, bluntly rebutted, I think Chloe is just feeling pressured. She immediately responded softly. The moment Leo learns the latest magical trends, he might even catch up in the theoretical magic test. But he does not understand and continues. What is wrong with being ranked second? Do you really have no brains? Chelsea was so furious she could barely contain herself. Idiot. She is a mage from the tower. Then she suddenly said gloomily, I am a battle mage, so it is okay if my theory lags a bit, but investigating and researching magic is the core of the mage tower. Her pride is being threatened. As Chelsea spoke, she could not help but frown in frustration. Are you really a mage? Instantly, Kat confidently affirmed with a grin. Of course. I live by magic. Then he proudly emphasized, I guess self-sufficient magic is my pride. This is just too absurd. Upon hearing it, Chelsea could not help but shout in anger. Dying makes Chloe, who was standing far away, jump in surprise. A moment later, the scene shifted to a spacious room. The old man with white hair suddenly froze as if realizing something. He paused and glared, asking loudly, the damaged page of the hero has reacted. The small fragments of color lay in the open box displayed before him. Did that hero's page really react? Ringer stood respectfully with his hands behind his back, answering seriously. Yep. It was a page so damaged that it should not have reacted. But it definitely did. And there were no achievements around it. Principal Elan asked seriously. Did it react at all afterward? But the answer remained vague. It did not react. The principal lifted the box containing the fragments, examining it closely, mumbling softly. He covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes probing into the box in his hand. I need to investigate this. Rice smiled and placed his hand on his left chest, bowing his head in gratitude for the principal's words. You just got back. You must be tired. Good job. Then he called a girl, Elena, with short brown hair and neatly dressed in a suit. She smiled brightly when called. Yep. Principal. The principal smiled and handed her the sealed box. Take this to the auditorium. The grand hall for the first-year general class of NAM, NET will soon begin. Receiving the order, she replied. Yep. I understand. Then the old principal alien turned to look at the glass door, deep in thought. Sometimes, even small fragments like this can react. The image of Leo, full of charisma, cast the gaze of the chosen one alongside the small fragments of the hero's paper. If the one recorded in the hero's registry comes in contact with it, it will react. At the academy, in the classroom when a teacher is present, at the Lumen Academy auditorium, the first-year general hero research class, the instructor with white hair was struggling with the noisy class. Everyone, please, keep quiet. She's Asian, the professor in charge of class 1, and one of the 8 professors teaching first-year hero studies. At this moment, the whole class was ignoring her words and continuing to chat, causing Asian to become enraged. She summoned a blazing fire, both green and red. She growled, Everyone in the class realized the darkness enveloping them and turned pale. If they did not want to be beaten, a fierce and angry beast appeared behind her. She was also shouting loudly, "Shut up! You bastards! Do you want to die?" She shouted into the mic, directing her gaze at a student. "I will kill you first." The whole class looked scared to the point of wanting to cry, while she continued to angrily speak into the mic. These bastards won't listen. But then she realized, breaking free from her earlier anger, and began to sing. She returned to her initial gentle demeanor, closing her eyes and smiling softly. She brought the mic closer. Finally it is quiet, amid the dark, fearful atmosphere of the students. Aishin waved cheerfully in the lecture hall. "Thank you." One student was so scared he was silently crying inside, shaking all over. "It is so terrifying. No matter how many times I see her. Our professor is truly scary." Sniffle. Leah watched her resting her chin on her hand, calmly thinking, she is a spellcaster, even in the past life. It was hard to find them. Aishin picked up a small dagger. Smiling neutrally, "We will begin the joint class on first-year heroes." Looking at the dagger she held, sharp and powerful, with exquisite lines. After the appearance of the hero registration book, this is why the hero clans appeared. She continued to immerse herself in her lecture, lightly touching the sharp blade with a finger. To open the world of a hero, a deeply connected or related item is needed. The image of the short, powerful dagger. The old hero book recorded many magnificent buildings, and the Phoenix symbol. Therefore, the descendants of heroes will more easily open the hero's world. That is why Lumen Academy preserves the hero registration books and the families with deep connections. Should I say it is like the relationship between a key and a treasure chest? While the friend next to him listened bored and drowsy, Leo was interested in this kind of knowledge. Interesting. Aishin continued her lecture. Meanwhile, Alina was slowly walking in, holding a box containing fragments of the hero book. Now does everyone understand why hero research is important? The imagined painting with enough fire and wind elements harmonizing powerfully through the ages. Then the whole class responded in unison, still with a radiant smile. Aishin continued. Hero research is very important, because it helps us find clues to explore the world of a hero and learn more about them. As you approach your final year, you will choose a hero to inherit their power and try to complete that hero's pages. Alina then appeared in front of her, smiling gently and showing Aishin. She smiled back at the students and moved closer to receive the box. "All right, everyone." The large screen displayed an image of the box she was holding, which was a fragment of the hero registration book collected by the 5th year students of Lumen. The class buzzed with surprise. "Oh wow." One of her hands rested on the top half of the box, gently opening it. The whole class held their breath, staring at the box. But she played a trick. She slammed the box shut before anyone could see what was inside. "All right." Then before experiencing the fragment of the hero registration book. And this left the students feeling regretful and disappointed. Aishin spoke up again. She smiled softly and made a suggestion. "Can everyone share what they want to do when they become a hero?" A girl with long black hair raised her hand clearly and stated her goal. "I want to be a knight who surpasses those from my family's previous generations." Aishin did not forget to support her with a comment. "That is a wonderful goal." Another girl with snowy white hair said she wanted to write a magic book containing only spells she created herself. Then came a boy who spoke modestly and hesitantly. Next was a Thomas, who also spoke with determination. "I want to be someone useful for the heroes." After he sat down, he felt shy and blushed when the teacher praised him. It seems like the students want to be those who can support the heroes. Right. That is amazing. Right next to him was Leo. He stood up confidently and said, "My goal is to completely destroy Orobos." The teacher paused and gave a forced smile. The boy next to him was also stunned and looked over, and the two professors observing this class were surprised. Especially the woman who noticed after Leo said that. Leo seemed unconcerned and just sat down. Aishin had to speak up to break the tension. "That is a great goal. All right, let us move on." The two students at the back started whispering to each other. One asked if he was dreaming too much. Alongside him, another person mocked. "It seems the first-year student representative's dream is quite different." Sinan turned to ask Professor Harris. "What do you think?" Harris crossed his arms and replied. "It is chilling because he does not seem like the type to joke." Memories stained with blood and danger kept repeating. Harris felt submerged in fear and anxiety. It has been thousands of years since Orobos was shattered into many pieces and sealed. But he has resurrected multiple times over the years. Disaster struck just from one of his pieces being revived. A look of sorrow, dimming light, and a gloomy color was clearly visible on Harris's face. The dreams of the students truly are to completely eliminate Orobos. What? Back to the present. Aishin resumed her lecture. "So today we will read the hero's journal collected from the dungeon." She opened a wooden box in her hands, smiled gently, and announced the next activity. After each class guesses which hero's journal it is, we will learn how to tackle the whirl of a hero in case anything unexpected happens. And she did not forget to introduce the two well-known professors attentively observing her class. The professors in the classroom will also be observing, so please do not cause any trouble. The class was surprised once again. One girl felt a little apprehensive, not believing what she was about to witness. But finally, another girl with short pink hair was cheerful. She kept smiling in anticipation. This is the first time I am touching the hero registration book, and the friend next to me also has a bit of a mentality. I am really worried. The teacher started signaling for the representatives. All right, first, the representatives from each class. Please come forward. First, a girl with a high ponytail. Then Leo, with a serious and intense look, followed by a boy with long snowy hair, who is calm and quite modest. Finally, gentle and kind. Gradually, all four of them moved closer to the box she had opened. This time, 2 hero registration pages had been retrieved. But of course, in this lesson, we will only use one. At this moment, she brought out 2 identical wooden boxes, but with different colored paper of varying sizes. The other one is very small, but we brought it out to show you that such pieces also exist. Lee moved closer, his focused gaze wanting to see. The teacher gently called him over, and as he picked up the colored paper, he immediately reacted to the long golden streaks appearing around him. With a notification popping up, the hero registration book opened up, and he and she stood facing each other. The aura emanating from the paper swept the clothes of both of them. The grand battle with the spell circle appeared. The world chapter Seton looked in horror at what was unfolding before his eyes. Is it revolting? Not just Seton, but everyone else was shocked by this scene, and the world chapter repeated. Bodies, blood-soaked and severed from monsters, lay scattered on the ground. The female student gasped in horror. Corpses. Harris Edmund rushed over to reassure them. Calm down. This is the hero's dungeon. Sejin quickly pointed to a distant wall. Harris, look at that wall over there. Before Leo was the ruined and dilapidated Gen City. In this era of calamity, the last stronghold is the last city. His mouth moved, saying a few words. At that moment, he said, my wish is truly foolish. But a voice interrupted him. My wish is truly foolish. The people there all looked back in astonishment at a figure gradually approaching them. Linus looked straight at them and affirmed. But we will save this world. Leo silently gazed at her without saying a word, facing that great hero. He softly called her name. Linus. She smiled joyfully, a dazzling light radiating around her. Quickly, everything began to fade into a small glow. What the hell is this? Chenzi anxiously asked the teacher. Teacher, what is happening? Rarid Edmund frowned and announced to the students. Class is cancelled. Please calm down and leave the classroom. The students quickly followed his instructions and left through the exit. Leo stood still, staring at the small piece of paper in his hand. It is very small, but enough to make his thoughts more chaotic. This is Kai's piece of paper, which is also my notes. Raris also noticed his strange actions and looked over. After they returned safely and gathered in their private room, a loud voice of surprise echoed throughout. Eliana exclaimed, slamming the table. Did you just say you have seen the King of Wisdom? Asian feigns interest. That is great. So that is the heroic record of Sir Linus. She clenched her fists and sighed. I should have been class president. What a shame. Caddis let out a dismissive breath, and immediately Eliana punched him a few times, making him cry out. Rarit Edmund suddenly appeared by the door. I was checking which class was the best. Turns out it is here. His face darkened. Then he kindly reminded, study on your own or get expelled. Choose. Saying that, he quickly closed the door and left. Leo was lost in his thoughts, wondering why his heroic record was so chaotic. He did not even recognize this world. He clearly remembered the incomplete line on the screen, saying that we must save the world. Linus was also confused in his memories, as if someone deliberately destroyed his heroic record. His eyebrows slightly furrowed. The heroic record is the artifact that inherits a hero's power. If someone does not want a new hero to emerge, hidden in that blood-red darks are his bloodthirsty eyes, and the only name he could think of, Erebus. We need to investigate why the heroic record is in chaos. A month after that day, warm sunlight shone into the magic class building. Lenech focused and pointed at the illustration on the board, saying, in other words, that is the signature magic. This is the practical exercise for your midterm exam. The students who heard this looked displeased. He continued with his lecture. Original magic is a type of magic that clearly expresses the wizard's personality. In today's age, as spells become more common, wizards no longer pursue original magic. And once again, Lenaz emphasized that original magic can become a powerful self-defense technique in critical situations. He also gave an example. The star magic is a spell that all spirits know. In fact, it is just a copied version of the original magic. Leo remained focused on the lecture as the steady voice continued to resonate. The only one in history to use the true star magic is Luna, the creator of star magic and the ancestor of the constellation. Chloe Muller did not hide her gaze and kept staring at him. Leo suddenly looked down at the desk and saw a book. From that book emanated a mysterious aura that caught his full attention. It was Chloe carefully observing and recognizing that discovery. She quietly took the book and tucked it into her desk drawer. Lee's eyes widened in surprise. Forbidden book. Just as the class ended, I know you are all looking forward to your original magic. The class is now over. Then she blended into the flow of students and left with a dazed expression. Leo immediately approached and grabbed her hand. Wait a minute. Chloe Muller grimaced, showing her disdain for him, but he still wore a friendly smile, suggesting they go eat together. What caught Leo's attention was the item inside her bag. He forbade that thing. Then Chloe pushed his hand away and immediately rejected him. I do not have time for that. I will definitely beat you in this practical exam, he calmly asked. What is wrong with you? Thomas hurried over to pat him on the shoulder. Are you daring to threaten the top position of the Ice Queen? Chloe bitterly recalled the earlier incident. Although I lost to Leo in battle, I must be the best in magic studies. She clenched her fists. So this time I will definitely win, Chloe Muller declared seriously to him. We'll beat you. Leo smiled back and replied, avoiding embarrassment. The girl nodded in agreement. Then he extended a hand in a gesture of goodwill. Well then, I wish you good preparation. Chloe coldly took his hand without saying anything, but in Thomas's eyes, it was a sky full of pink. They shook hands. The sunset light quickly turned golden across the academy, at the Hero Tower. Where Leo stood high above, he walked step by step on the stairs, looking at the paintings on the walls. Somewhere in this place, there is a forbidden library of Lumaran. If it is that place, there might be clues about my lost hero records. As he entered, someone came out, sparking interest and discussion among them. Isn't that a first-year student? What is he doing here? So cute. While he was focused on climbing the steps, someone suddenly called out his name. Leo Blob. Toro Yan was right in front of him, chewing gum. She was blowing bubbles while talking to him. The professor has mentioned you a lot. Hello. He politely bowed his head to his senior. Hi there. But her legs moved to block his way. What is a first-year student doing at the Hero Tower? Leo honestly admitted, I am here to meet the student council president. Toro Yan silently looked at him for a moment before she spoke again. If you are from the magic department, I will let you go. I heard you signed up for the magic class. She suddenly smiled. Pleased with that, Toro no longer blocked his way. So Leo expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Just as he took a few more steps, she spoke up again. I hope you choose the magic department as your main major. A cold smile spread across the senior's face as she deliberately looked straight at him. I am reminding you. Leo smiled at her and nodded. They said goodbye here so he could continue stepping on a higher ground. Before long, an automatic elevator was in front of Leo. He stepped inside and pressed the number 9 button. But after waiting for a while, everything remained the same, making him puff up like a cat. Leo repeatedly pressed the control panel in confusion. Why was not it moving? At that moment, a larger hand pressed the button for him and guided him. You need to channel mana into it for it to move. He looked up at the tall figure. It is nice to meet you, Leo said with a big smile. You are the freshman representative in the rumors. Leo bowed slightly to show respect. Hello. You lifted your head. Why did you come to the Hero Tower? Jamwo did not answer that question but rubbed his chin, looking at you with interest. A new student not afraid of me at all. Bold enough to barge straight into the student council president's office. Leo wanted to argue, would not call that barging in. But before he could finish, Jam cheerfully interrupted. You should seriously consider joining the night department. What do you think? Feeling interrupted multiple times, stiffened and forced a smile, you walked up to the president's office door, feeling drained even before the main topic began. Leo knocked on the president's door and introduced himself. President Riz. I am Leo. May I come in? A voice responded from inside. Come in. Leo opened the door, stepped inside, and looked at the person in front of him. Ray was reviewing documents. He looked at you and smiled, asking, is there something wrong? Leo suddenly pursed his lips without answering, and finally spoke up. I want to access the forbidden library. Jai's expression changed. He became serious. I know you are not the type to joke around, Ray continued to explain. But there are only 2 ways for an ordinary student to enter the forbidden library. The first is to conquer the hero dungeon. Traditionally, the conqueror returns the books they have obtained to the hero's records. Leo calmly listened as Ray bowed his head to reveal something that might surprise him. As for the second way, let us shift to the next day. At this moment, Leo was looking around as if searching for someone when suddenly a loud cheer erupted. It is starting. Everyone in the stands looked down at the instructor Ain. who was standing in the center of the arena. He spoke loudly to introduce the event. The first match is between Heron Snave from Class 1 and Leo Blop from Class 5. While watching the match, Ka suddenly noticed Professor Scene was also present. He happily ran over. "Professor Seton," he asked, "what is going on?" He cheerfully offered popcorn and drinks. "Do you want to buy some popcorn and soda?" "Teacher," Sedge smirked disdainfully. "You think I would buy that?" asked Halindi. He had to turn around and signal to his teammates. Celia nodded, indicating she got the message. She approached Sen, looking at him with sparkling eyes. "Professor, will you buy us popcorn? It looks really delicious." The students began chanting his name. Seton, with a face that seemed to enjoy this, closed his eyes to think, and finally had to say he would give each person one. He was delighted. Yep. At this moment on the field, the two main characters of the match have appeared. Leo smiled and greeted with a sarcastic remark, "Good luck." First one. House's expression was sinister. "Seeming not to care about me, you will regret that." This guy also belongs to the Knight Department, the heroic family of the Snave clan. To present some basic Lumen information, the midterm practical exam of the Knight Department requires passing the exam by winning 5 duels. The students sitting in the stands started discussing, wondering how skilled the class representative would be. Since Leo specializes in 3 subjects, there will definitely be a gap compared to those who focus on just one subject. Suddenly someone spoke up. "Don't forget House is ranked 3rd in Class 1 right after Cilia and Duran." The match has begun. In House's hand is a green spear. He twirled it in a circle, creating a strong gust of wind. Thinking to himself, "That arrogant guy always hovering around Cilia," Ian declared loudly. "The one who prevents their opponent from fighting will win. Treat this duel like a real battle." Suddenly Leo detected an unusual source of purple energy. He immediately turned to look towards the academy, feeling suspicious about that energy. It turned out that inside the academy, there was a girl sitting at her desk. Suddenly she angrily tore up the pages. Kilo trembled, her face pale. She gritted her teeth. "There is no way I could create this unique magic with my ability." Chloe swung her hand, knocking a few books off the desk to vent her anger. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She absolutely cannot lose to him in this practical exam. Chloe looked at a book lying on the floor. She told herself with this, she could win. Chloe's expression turned dangerous, her eyes wide open and cold. She thought to herself, "This time I am definitely going to win." At this moment, Leo in the arena also sensed this dark energy. House seized the opportunity, holding his spear, ready to attack. "No need to be reckless. I've got you now." But Leo was quick enough to tilt his head and dodge that spear. However, House's spear was unusual. It was a spear with another spearhead like a snake aimed at Leo. It swiftly aimed to stab directly into Leo's chest, but he managed to hold it back with his hand. House trembled in fear. What kind of strength is this? Leo yanked the spear back hard, causing House to be pulled along in surprise. Leo swung his fist, landing a punch right in his face, strong enough to send him flying. Leo smiled, shaking off his hand. "Who said I was reckless?" House quickly stood up, bursting with dangerous green energy. Despite being scratched all over, House stood up and said defiantly, "Don't get cocky. The fight has only just begun." He radiated toxic energy, looking down on Leo, thinking that just because he had great strength did not mean his fundamental weaknesses were resolved. Seeing this, Leo unleashed his fire energy in response, commenting, "That toxic energy is quite unique." He fought against House's toxic energy using his fire energy. As the air thickened with their competing energies, House scoffed dismissively. "Unless it was the fire energy level of Celia, it would be hard to push me back." But Leo quickly erupted, enveloped in powerful fire energy. He was the one being careless. The two faced off, and it was clear Leo's fire energy was overpowering House's toxic energy. The audience in the stands munched on popcorn, watching the match in awe. Duran was up there too. He crossed his arms, frowning as he focused on the action below. While Chelsea enjoyed watching the match, Celia was in shock, unable to believe it. She looked at Leo's confident face down there, wondering how he had powered up his fire energy to this level. Leo's flames expanded, engulfing Heron's toxic air. He looked at Leo in surprise. This crazy guy, so stubbornly wanting to follow all schools of thought. If he was this strong, Halens grinned sinisterly. "I initially prepared this to defeat Celia." As he unleashed the venomous snake, he said, "I never thought I would have to use it on you." Plop! The snake lunged at Leo like a fierce beast from a snake pit, ready to strike him down. Lee looked up, somewhat impressed. "Not bad." Har was eager, looking toward the stands to boast about his achievement. "What do you think, Celia?" Celia just stood there with her arms crossed, watching intently. Halens thought silently that this was the technique he had prepared to resist Leo's fire. Suddenly, Celia pointed. signaling something. On the other side, Liu's fire did not fear anything. Har had forgotten that his poison was a liquid. The snake began to boil under the heat of the flames. Liu suddenly moved and flung off all the slime, surprising Hin's away. The little darling has been destroyed. Hin's raised his spear to attack. Li did not just stand still anymore. He drew his sword. With a single swing, Leo forcefully knocked Harlan's spear aside. The second sword was ready at his neck to take down Heron's. Leo reminded him, as long as the fire burns, he should not let his guard down. The result was already clear. The winner is Leo Pop. The audience cheered for Leo's victory. Chelsea was excited. Awesome. That is definitely Leo, proudly. Cass said, okay. I knew I could count on you. The first two contestants quickly left the arena and returned to their class. Halens was pressured. He never expected that guy would have this level of combat skill. No wonder he always hangs out at Celia's place. Where did that clear sound come from? Not bad at all. Celia beamed as she approached. You were amazing. Heron turned away shyly. Really? You think I was amazing? Instructor Ain continued to tease. Next up, Ayana from Class 5 confidently stepped out to face Ileana. Who is my opponent? Ain called the next contestant. Chen Xia from Class 5. Please welcome the two fighters to step forward. Ileana froze upon hearing this. Chen also stepped out confidently despite Ileana's complaints. Among everyone, it had to be one of the top 3 of the 3 stars, with lush green grass, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Whether the timing and conditions were favorable was uncertain. Chen politely bowed, asking for guidance. Ileana also bowed in response. You two, the instructor announced, and the match began. Chen lightly raised her hands in the air like water. Water gradually enveloped around her. Ileana took a stance, encircling herself with a ring of fire. Without wasting any time, Ileana immediately attacked. Her sword pierced straight through, charging at Chen, who was defending within the water sphere. Leo observed the match from the stands and speculated that she seemed to be quite injured. Just as he predicted, down in the arena, Ileana touched a solid barrier and her body stiffened. The next moment, Ileana was pushed back to her original position with considerable force. Her whole body was covered in burn marks, but that was due to electricity, and Chen returned to her original state, resulting in Chen's victory. Anna brushed off her clothes. At least she did not back down against Chen Xia. Leo commented that although the compatibility was poor from the start, it was a pity. If she had remained calm, she could have performed better. The next match is Celia Zedinger from Class 1. Everyone murmured excitedly upon hearing this. Celia stepped down from the stands. Ian prolonged the anticipation, announcing the instructor's name. Duran Mora from Class 1. Celia turned to see Duran walking up right behind her. Celia showed an expression of delight. This could be interesting since my opponent is you. Duran just frowned, saying nothing. Ka was munching on popcorn and almost choked. He quickly passed the popcorn box to Leo, who was sitting next to him, so he would not miss any details. It is starting. Leo nodded. Looks like it is going to be a match worth watching. Even before the instructor signaled the start, the entire audience was enveloped by the aura of these two contestants. Everyone was looking forward to the match, cheering them on. Celia and Duran clashed swords, one side with fire and the other with lightning. Celia is teasing to see who the top student of the night class is. Duran remains tight-lipped, communicating only through his gaze and bolts of lightning. The match begins, and Duran immediately attacks with a downward sword strike. Celia does not dodge but cuts through Duran's lightning. The other students are in awe. Is this the fighting ability of the top students? Ka can't help but ask Leo, who do you think will win? Leo pops a piece of corn into his mouth and casually replies, well, from the looks of it, Celia is gonna lose. Ka protests, unable to accept that. Leo thinks one thing while looking at Celia, but her gaze makes him smile softly. It seems she has a trump card to turn the situation around. The power of lightning. Indeed, Duran moves at an incredible speed. In terms of speed, Celia is indeed at a disadvantage. She gets hit, causing her face to bleed. Celia retaliates from above, but Duran manages to block it. Celia staggers back, raising her sword high with a special signal. A wall of fire appears, separating the two forces. The audience is buzzing. They are serious now. Leo offers some praise. He is using his head quite well. Is Celia really that focused and still not understanding anything? What is going on? Leo explains. Look, the Namhat training ground is quite small. Celia realizes she can't keep up with Duran's speed, which has turned the training ground into his personal arena. Watching Duran struggle in the flickering flames, from now on, his movements will be limited within that fiery dome. The heat is also obstructing visibility. Celia smiles. She is still amazing. Celia has grown even stronger. The diminishing oxygen starts to affect Duran's condition. It is too hot. At this moment, Celia approaches Duran from behind. Duran is still quite sharp, noticing and quickly turning to swing his sword, which seems slower. Celia leaps up high, dodging the attack. Duran gasps, Trying to reach her, Celia lands and grabs Duran's sword. She beams with confidence. Having gained control over her opponent, that is it, as a knight, Celia has used her offensive strategy to take down Duran. Duran has truly lost consciousness now. Celia also draws back the flames, returning the sky to its clear state. The winner is Celia's Dinger. Celia brushes herself off amidst the crowd's cheers. She turns to smile at Duran. Why do not you try developing your physical strength? Celia cheerfully extends her hand to Duran. Still reserved, but Duran takes Celia's hand. The fans are seizing the moment. That victorious pose is stunning. It has to be captured. Lou gazes at Celia. It seems her training has paid off. Celia shout. You are amazing. Celia. The two young men are so engrossed they do not notice a hand reaching in to grab some corn. Teacher Harris casually munches on corn, making Leo and Ka suddenly realize. So Celia really did win. Teacher Harris walked over and praised Leo. Thanks for the explanation. Captain Leo and Ka were puzzled. When did you hear that? And finally, the night's practical test ended. The results were Sia Dinger 4 wins 1 loss. Duran Mora 4 wins 1 loss. Chinia 4 wins 1 loss. And Leo Plop 1 win 1 loss, transitioning to a week later. The written language test. Harris Yun was rearranging the papers while saying, You all worked hard. After finishing his instructions, he waved goodbye to the students, reminding them, don't fail and get expelled. Work hard. Hearing the teacher say that, the girl at the front desk froze up, suddenly thinking about dropping out before getting expelled. Right after that, the sound of the door slamming shut echoed. Now Eliana Lazin was exploding with frustration. She clenched her fists and yelled, Yeah, expelling this and that. Meanwhile, two boys walked over to Chelsea's desk and said in unison, Show me the answers too. She was calmly pondering. Who should I let see first? Hearing this, both sides chimed in. One said, Show me first. The other boy would not back down either, saying, Chelsea, let me see first. At that moment, Leo was resting his face on the desk when suddenly a guy walked over and asked, How was the test? Class leader. Leo snapped back to reality and scratched his head to respond. I think it was not that bad. La laughed at his expression and added, Haha. The class leader always seems to have everything under control. Does he really have that look? Lee was startled and asked back, Do I really look like that? Without hesitation, Lei expressed, If you feel any pain anywhere, let me know. I will heal you with my magic. Suddenly, Kathama spoke up, Onla, my shoulders and back are all stiff. Saying that, he casually suggested helping me too. Just as he finished, Chelsea ran over and slapped Thomas on the back cheerfully, saying, Aren't you feeling better now? This made him yelp in pain. Ouch. After that, ignoring his discomfort, she gently asked, How's the practice for the summoning going? I heard you rarely come to the summoning practice room. Leo honestly replied, I practice hard where no one can see. Hearing this, Chelsea was impressed and praised him. That is definitely you. So what rank do you think you will get in the summoning test? Liu just smiled and confidently said, I will definitely be first, of course. On the day of the summoning practical exam, the male Missy was solemnly announcing, Today is the summoning practical exam, the biggest event of the first semester for the newcomers. Welcome to the summoning competition. The one holding the mic is Bei. He was extremely excited to express his honor in working with everyone. I am but student 53 of the summoning class. He was introduced as a member of the summoning class 53 at Lumen Academy. Celia was a bit surprised and exclaimed, Is this a real test? Or happily explained, the summoning competition is a long-standing tradition in the Summoning Academy, making it very famous. Moreover, since it is one of the selected events during the interdepartmental exchange process, it is always a hot topic. Kathamas was as joyful as a child, bringing popcorn and cola into the arena to watch the tournament. The two boys over here were also eagerly waiting and eating popcorn together. They seems a bit annoyed by the noise. He expresses his frustration about why everyone is crowding and making a fuss. It is distracting. The looks up with an angry expression and says, It is really annoying. Only Leo maintains his cold expression, staring ahead without any emotion. Elizabeth also looks forward, but her eyes reveal a fierce determination. Wen shoots a sharp glance at the opponent while Chenxia shyly stands behind. Elizabeth then comments that he has displayed exceptional skills in the night practice test. While Leo is warming up, Eliza approaches and asks, Have you prepared well for the summoning practice test? Lee replies firmly, Of course. Just then someone retorts, If you call that preparation, I have never seen you once in practice. Growing angrier, the boy clenches his fists, shaking in agreement. That is right, Gullivan and the blonde boy. Feeling indignant, criticize. If you take this lightly, just give up. We have never seen you really connect with a summoned creature. They quickly interjects to mediate. Wait, what is going on? Everyone. The blonde boy immediately expresses his frustration. Don't side with him just because you are in the same class. Yeah, that guy totally looks down on us. Chenzi glances at the arguing sides, fearfully whispering. The tension is too high. If it is like this before the exam. Suddenly, Senelzu speaks up. Chia, since you have high marks in the night class, you do not need to worry much about summoning. Right. He belongs to the Eastern Regional Summoning class. Chenzia stutters in response. Before she can finish, Wandan interrupts. It is too noisy. He then strides confidently out of the crowd. Wan declares bluntly, if you want to argue about who rides summoned creatures longer, do not do it in front of me. Go somewhere else. From the summoning class is a top scorer in the Southern Regional League. Senelvu, provoked, threatens angrily. What did you just say? Where and when? Unshaken, replies nonchalantly. I said it is really annoying when those who ride summoned creatures for a bit think is a huge achievement. Encouraged, Seneltu gleefully mocks back. Feeling guilty. Are we? You rarely show up in pure flower practice. Anyway. However, Wandan remains calm, clearly stating it is not worth wasting time on practice. I am not the kind of fool who can't even handle a griffin. Struck at the heart, Seneldu loses his cool and raises his fist, swearing, you bastard. Suddenly, his fist halts in mid-air as a hand catches it. Liu steps in to stop Senelju and reminds him, if you fight before the test, it won't just be a warning. You will lose your chance to take it. Hearing this, Seneldu retracts his hand, but he grits his teeth in anger. At this moment, Dai leans in close to Liu and whispers, the first-year summoning class has been in a bad mood lately. Liu asked curiously, why is that? They began to explain. Summoning is a field where there is a significant skill gap between the minority and the majority. They continued his presentation. But since you and Chinia, who are not specialized in summoning, were at the forefront, the second-year summoning class once called all of us, and you also rarely attended practice. Hearing this, Liu glanced around at everyone's expressions, thinking to himself, it really might look like I am slacking off. The scene suddenly darkened. A mysterious figure cloaked in black silently observed everything. He silently thought, it has finally begun. The portal appeared before him. At that moment, Selu stood in the arena, his entire body enveloped in a fierce red light. Sen-ou thought angrily about the test he was about to face. Those arrogant bastards. He was filled with a strong determination. We'll definitely wipe you all out. Amid the tense atmosphere of the match, Vin Bai announced clearly, before we begin, let me explain the rules of the event. Shortly after, he explained the rules. First-year summoning students can only use summoning skills during the test. Even dual system students are prohibited from using weapons or magic. The pure white birds in the cage appeared, and Veenba presented a clear mission. When the event starts, tame the griffin in front of you. Then the second task is to cross the summoning island, and the final task is to reach the tranquil lake as a landmark to return. Chenzi and Wandan listened attentively to each task. To conclude the rules, Jamba posed a very interesting question. Who will be the star of the midterm practical test of the summoning class? Eliza and Senelhu were filled with fighting spirit. Vivenba left the statement hanging. We will find out. Liu was also ready for this battle. Yulin Van's group quickly took their places at the starting line. Full of excitement, Yura seriously motivated the contestants. Newbies, don't be nervous. Just do as you practiced. Anyone who gets discouraged under pressure will be left behind in this test. Hearing this, Gulavan's group trembled but still encouraged each other. Don't shake. Then Yura quickly shouted loudly, now! Get ready. Senelu signaled to his teammates. Miss Yura shouted the start. The contestants rushed forward. In less than a second, 2 male students began to practice their spells. The blonde student used his fire power, while the other used water. Then both simultaneously swung their hands to attack Leo and Wandan. Vun Bai observed the match while narrating. What is going on? The summoning students seemed to have planned this beforehand. They all targeted the rookie representative Liu Piokao, and the top student from the southern region. War Reden. Leo's face was cold in the face of the challenge. Without a word, he immediately countered the surge of power before him, quickly summoning his spirit and urgently called out. Class monitor Leo calmly replied, don't worry about me. Just go ahead. This is a test. As he spoke, he struggled against the wave of power. Hearing this, he felt a bit guilty and apologized. A male student in the stands, outraged by the situation, jumped up and shouted, this is unfair. You guys should compete fairly. Leo was still desperately resisting the surge of power, thinking to himself, I know we are disliked, but I did not expect them to band together and interfere like this. Vanbei continued to narrate the unfolding battle. The 5th-year students are being too loud. But this is a tactical move. Just as I was speaking, Werden immediately dispelled the elemental magic. With his abundant experience, quickly broke through the surge of power. He calmly walked over to the tamed griffin. Wanden rode it and flew over to Leo, asking, "You look like you are in trouble. Need help?" Leo politely replied firmly, "I will handle it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Wanden and the bird immediately flew away. In the arena, only Leo was left struggling to tame the bird. This made Chelsea restless with worry. She lamented, "Oh my." Yura felt helpless in the face of what Leo was enduring. She thought to herself, "The rift between the first-year students is deeper than I imagined. They are openly cooperating against him." Yura continued to sink deeper into her thoughts. Leo's main specialty is not spirits but summoning. This exam will be tough for him. Yura was taken aback, staring in surprise. Leo focused and pleaded for help from the spirits. "Oh spirits, please break my chains and open the path ahead." He continued to plead. "Oh spirits, please break my chains and open the path ahead." The spirits, hearing this, were very cooperative and helped Leo with all their might. Yura was completely taken aback, gasping in wonder. The spirits were even very fluent in communication. Leo remained intensely focused on engaging with the spirits. Yura, confused, wondered, how is this possible? At this moment, Leo had successfully broken through the surge of power. Yura could not take her eyes off the sight, finally sighing in relief as Leo completed his first task. As he proceeded to the second task, the moonlight illuminated the dark area, and voices echoed nearby. He definitely had to learn how to summon. The blonde boy laughed heartily, mocking, "Ha, serves him right. He deserves to be the representative of the system, and the best student in the South. Yeah, he has not even started yet. He will definitely rank low." Ri was very pleased, laughing loudly. "How do you feel about that, Eliza?" Satisfied. "Right." Eliza, still focused on the competition, turned and calmly said, "I do not like this. I could easily defeat Leo Plop, Warden, or anyone without needing to resort to this." Ri exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Eliza shot him a disdainful glance and then asked, "What do you think the others will think about the summoning class after this?" Ri replied in a low voice, "Who cares? Ha. Those losers will face humiliation." Eliza barely paid attention to Ryu's answer, boldly flying off while reminding him to think carefully before acting next time. Ri, dissatisfied with the teacher's reprimand, silently cursed. That arrogant little girl, acting all high and mighty just because her family backs her up. He tried to reassure himself, but he was sure he would still come in second. He confidently asserted that aside from Eliza, he was the best at controlling flying beasts. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl yelled out. Ri looked back, startled by the call of his name. Chenzia was right behind him, easily perched on a bird, leaving Ryu confused. What is that position? Ryu began to feel scared, thinking, she does not even need to use spirit power to enhance her beast. This speed is impossible. Thinking fast, he quickly commanded, "Everyone, let us take her down." The brown-haired girl immediately used her powers. She directed the spirit forward and said, "All right, take this, girl." Immediately, the spirit rushed toward the target. Chenixia calmly observed the danger ahead but felt no fear. She skillfully dodged the attack in a spectacular manner. This left the brown-haired girl gasping in worry. "What?" Chenzia quickly broke free from the bird with a kick. The attack was aimed at the brown-haired girl, causing her pain as she struggled. Ultimately, she fell into the abyss, shouting, "This is cheating." Chenzia watched and sneered. "Well, I did not even use my light weapon yet." With that, she turned to focus on the competition. Soon after, Chenzia cheerfully spoke up. "Hi Ryu," Ryu angrily criticized. "You made a mistake by turning us into enemies." Chenzia admitted, "Sure. I have to admit I am not good at aerial combat. But I am not your only opponent." Ryu broke into a sweat upon hearing her say that. Asking back, "What do you mean?" Chenzia gently reminded, "Someone is very angry because of your petty tricks." At that moment, Ryu turned to see flames exploding right behind him. He quickly deduced that Wanden was someone who would definitely seek revenge. A series of storm-like attacks from Wanden made Ryu's group struggle to dodge. Wen used his powers to attack the opponent, not forgetting to curse. "You trash." Wanden's fury unleashed a barrage of attacks that sent the group into disarray. Wen declared, "Take that as a return gift. Go scatter." One by one, Wanden mercilessly defeated them, leaving them unable to escape and resulting in a massive explosion. Back in the arena, Vimbo was still tirelessly narrating. The first-year representative, famous throughout Lumen for his ambition to join the Academy's best students, seemed to be struggling today to claim the spotlight in this competition. Vamba continued to ask questions, but is not the main conference Leo's critical weakness. At this moment, Leo was casually putting his hands in his pockets and taming the bird in front of him. The bird cried out in pain as a foreign object struck its wing. Leo remained incredibly calm as he presented himself as the hero candidate. It is embarrassing to participate in such tricks. With that, he pulled the leash around its neck, preparing to climb on. Vanbei continued to narrate the unfolding events. Leo was trying to tame the griffon. My advice is not to try to ride a griffon when it is on high alert like that. In the stands, the girl with black hair gasped in horror. Oh no. Why does Leo have to try so hard? The boy next to her observed and replied, he must have his reasons. At this moment, Leo was still straining to pull the leash on the bird. This made it scream in pain. But Leo kept going, lowering his voice to comfort it. I know how you feel. But right now you have to listen to me. With that, he shot a fierce glare at it and ordered it to kneel. The bird, frightened by his overwhelming aura, obediently complied. Leo still held tightly to the leash on its back. He stood for a moment observing its expression, then immediately pulled the sharp object from the bird's wing. Without saying a word, he quickly climbed onto its back. Finally, it took off into the sky. The narration echoed in his ears. Leo's agraphone joined the flight path, starting with difficulties and stacking misfortunes. It seemed that finishing in last place was inevitable. Leo then spoke up, encouraging the bird, saying it might hurt a lot, but you have endured very well. Very bravely, he emotionally declared on behalf of the Covenant Maker. I command you, appear before me immediately. The bird obeyed its master, its soul manifesting before Leo. Suddenly, the wings of the bird were unexpectedly set ablaze. The flames surrounding the bird caused it to scream in agony, while Leo was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Looking at the screen, the girl with black hair wondered, what are those flames? The boy remained silent, observing, then suddenly thought, is it Ginger's fire? This is not light energy fire. So what is it? Back to the race. The boy with the two-part hair voiced his concerns. Their injuries are severe. If it continues like this, we won't be able to reach maximum speed. The curly-haired boy immediately replied without hesitation. But at least we can avoid being in last place. Just relax a bit. A dazzling beam of light shot through, causing the curly-haired boy to exclaim in surprise, who glanced over and saw Leo charging forward with his griffon. Looking majestic, Leo confidently stated, now let us see. He quickly sped ahead, not forgetting to order, speed up a little more, while focused on the competition. Something suddenly caught Leo's attention, causing him to freeze. A mysterious creature with glowing eyes crawled in front of him with a fierce demeanor. Leo gasped in shock, staring wide-eyed in astonishment, and at this moment, that fierce monster is facing Leo, staring at him with a terrifying aura. A few minutes ago, amidst the strong wind tearing through the clouds, a confident voice rang out, this is where it ends for you, Wanden. From behind, Aliso accelerates towards Wanden. She is determined. I can give up my top position. Wanden did not say anything, just snapped his fingers. A flame appeared before Aliza, startling her as she realized the danger. The fire looked harmless but caused a massive explosion. Aliza quickly dodged. She suspected a violent attack using fire and wind elements. Aliza wondered. Looking back, this move was not just a display of control over elemental spirits. She had never heard of him studying magic. Aliza was a bit surprised by this power. Wanden quickly regained his composure, wearing a confident smile, but Aliza smoothly dodged each of Wanden's magical attacks. Feeling pleased, no matter how strong the attack was. If you did not want to get hit, it was pointless. Wen's expression changed, and his attack altered as well. Wen raised his hand high, creating a large block of ice with sharp ice arrows. Let us see if you can dodge this one. Wen flew above Aliza and attacked from above. Ice rain rapidly descended on Aliza. The front legs of Aliza's griffin shifted slightly. Feeling the surge of power, it let out a roar. Aliza's griffin no longer dodged the attack but flew up to unleash a blast of fire. Aliza understood its intent and adjusted her attack direction. The fire from Aliza's griffin shattered each of Wanden's ice arrows. Wen guessed the enhanced summoning beast, and the commentators were impressed. It truly was an astonishing battle. Wanden used 3 spirit forms for the attack, while Aliza countered with an enhanced summoning beast. Celia continued to comment on this exciting match, and in that moment, Chinya seized the opportunity to take the lead. Chen dashed past the two. Thank you. But she had not gone far when a rope wrapped around Chen's neck, pulling her back. Aliza quickly grabbed her opponent. I won't allow that, Chenzia. Looks like you are in trouble now. A small flame appeared in front of Chen, and she realized the danger. Chen used her legs to jump into the air while pushing the griffin forward. Moments later, the fire caused a huge explosion. Chen used all her strength to break free from the rope around her neck. She safely landed back on her griffin's back. They were watching closely as the top summoning students were not ordinary. But suddenly Elisa came to a halt. They were blocked by a dragon, with Elu controlling it. Damn. The black dragon. Lugu had an angry expression. I will kill you all, you bastards. The upper figure moved to fly level with Lu, warning him. Riding something other than a lion unicorn is against the rules. Lu ignored it and shouted back, telling Chen to shut up. I do not care about that. Lugu was growing increasingly furious. All you do is rely on your talent. I will wipe you all out. The three Wandan, Alyssa, and Chen dared not make a move and gathered together to speculate. That idiot has a pact with a black dragon. That is not a black dragon. It looks more like a mutation. Suddenly from behind, a fiery griffin charged in, grabbing everyone's attention. In no time, Liu had caught up with everyone. Ludu was a bit startled but quickly composed himself. Why did you follow me here? Never mind. I will always take you down. Leo spoke, the killing intent radiating from him shocked everyone. Leo glared. Where did you get that lizard from? Liu looked up at Leo, sneering. Are you jealous? This is my ability. I made a pact using my summoning magic. You seem to be envious of my summoning. Ah. Leo sneered inwardly. That thing is a summoning beast. That is ridiculous. It is a mutated monster. Leo recalled memories of the beast before him, a creature controlled by the sorcerers of Tartarus. It was one of the formidable beasts from the Tartarus army that we had defeated during the era of the Great Catastrophe. Where did he get that monster from? Look. Losing patience, urged. Attack. Black Dragon. Immediately, the beast unleashed a powerful flame that was impossible to identify. Everyone riding Griffin swerved to the side. Unfortunately, Chen was a moment too slow, and the flames were closing in on her. She created a water shield while riding Griffin to dodge, but Chen knew it was already too late. The flames struck hard against the water shield. The force was too great. Chen seemed unable to hold on any longer. The flames shattered her strongest shield, leaving her dazed and falling. Liu had rushed in from somewhere. Chen was falling freely, unconscious. Liu managed to catch Chen just in time. He lost consciousness after the fall. First, we need to ensure Chen sees safety. Leo signaled to Wan and Eliza, telling everyone to land immediately. Wandan and Eliza sensed the seriousness of the situation and followed Leo to land in an open area. Lugu was still hovering in the dark sky. Lugu glanced down below, enjoying the feeling of victory. Isn't this what they call the feeling of looking down from above? Saying that, Ludu excitedly dove down to join the group he considered trash. The commentator still had not realized the urgency of the situation and continued to report on the race. The contestants had strayed from the course and out of broadcast range. Too many events were happening at once. He was still enthusiastic. Sen El-Wu had summoned the Black Dragon and attacked the other leading competitors. Miss Yura suddenly got angry and kicked him. Hey. You idiot. How can you still comment at a time like this? Miss Yura immediately announced over the microphone. The assistant professor initiated the summoning of flying beasts right away. The match was temporarily paused. Teacher Seton and Professor Len rushed in. What is going on? Yura. Miss Yura quickly explained the situation. It seemed Sen Elgu had made a pact with a high-level demon beast, instead of a regular summoned beast. The professor and teacher Scene were also alarmed after hearing that. What? Everyone realized how dangerous the situation was now. She would not be able to withstand its effects for much longer. Lugu was gradually losing control of himself. Was Sen Elgu really controlling that high-level demon beast on his own? Teacher Harris had also been eavesdropping at the door for some time. Is he saying someone else is controlling it? Teacher Saya Chen hesitated. I am not sure, but it is possible. Teacher Harris quickly assessed the situation and allocated tasks. Alright, Ira. Take the summoning assistants and intercept Sen Elju. If necessary, restrain him and eliminate the demon beast. The remaining instructors will disperse to protect the students. Everyone. Coordinate quickly. Yep. Teacher Harris turned away and called and said, Jen, you will come with me. Teacher Seton nodded slightly and followed Teacher Harris back to the racetrack. The sky has turned ominously dark. Leo managed to lie down in a safe spot. Eliza and Juan have also landed now. Win looks up at the creature filling the sky. It is coming here, under the blazing red sun peeking through the gloomy clouds. Lugu CDE. The beast he calls the Black Dragon. Lance. Needling a few jabs to cope. If you intended to run away, you should have hidden better. Right, everyone gathered in this open space again. Leo stands right in front of him, calmly replying, I'm not hiding. Is Eltu feeling a bit embarrassed? Leo steps closer to Lu. And the creature he rides is not a summoned beast, nor the Black Dragon. Lugu bursts into laughter. As a summoning department member, I say that is the Black Dragon. Why act like you know better than me? Leo insists it is a beast. Lugu is taken aback, suddenly doubting himself. Wandan and Eliza could not have anticipated this situation either. Leo slowly approaches, his demeanor still that of the past, deliberately enunciating each word. I am. Memories of the previous life flood back, with fiery beasts soaring in the sky. and the ground littered with the corpses of people trampled upon. His determined gaze, filled with rage, fixes on the beast, waiting here to eliminate that disgusting creature. The figures of Kai Gunen and the beast reappear once more. The legendary battle between Kai and the beast is about to unfold right now. Lugu is unaware of that dark past, laughing heartily at Leo's words. Eliza sighs. Oh my. He's gone crazy. Lodu is frustrated. What are you saying? He is provoking the beast and getting angry. Do I look like someone who has to listen to you? Lu continues to command the beast to breathe fire and attack everyone, cursing them to death at the same time. Suddenly, a giant stone hand rises from the ground, accompanied by Wandan's voice. Clearly losing his mind, a giant stone golem shields everyone. That was summoned just in time by Wandan. Wandan is full of righteousness. It is about removing such a disgusting existence. I agree. Liu Niven Rung is furious because someone blocked his attack. Golem magic technique. Eliza also steps forward. Are you guys planning to look cool by yourselves? I am joining too. Eliza suggests we first pull that idiot out of the enemy's reach. Wen announces that the summoned golem is about to go down. Prepare yourselves. Eliza is feeling bold. He has not done anything right. Leo remains silent, smirking softly, watching the golem below being gradually destroyed, while Elgu laughs triumphantly. The golem is not anything special to me at all, just as expected. My summon monster is top-notch. The golem shatters into flying chunks of stone, and Altu gets even more excited. Where are you guys? A bunch of bugs. Eliza suddenly appears and strikes hard with her magic rope. Lu could not react in time and took a hit. He screams, "How dare you attack me? You bitch." Right after, there is the familiar snap of Wandan's fingers. Just as the beast was about to breathe fire, a small flame appeared in front of it. This time, not only fire, but the golem's rocks were also hovering around. Wandan's flames caused massive explosions right at the beast's head. Wen signaled. And finally, Leo entered the fray. Lu Du struggled to control these relentless attacks due to his lack of skill. He was dazed before they could recover. Leo suddenly appeared in front of them, his eyes filled with rage. Leo struck Lu directly in the face. He landed on the beast's back. Lu received a powerful blow and fell backward. Unable to get back up, his eyes were now completely different, empty yet savage. He emitted deathly sounds, trying to pull this kid away from the enemy. But that was as far as he could go. Those little pests. Leo was slightly surprised. Below, Wand and Eliza were quite worried. Eliza was frustrated that Leo dared to act alone. Why was he going off by himself? Leo Poplu was now able to stand. Was he all bark and no bite? The young hero candidate. Leo felt something was off and asked, "Are you the beast mage Tatarus? Where is your main body? It can't be far." The beast mage controlling Aldu was exposed and could not hide anymore. He offered a bit of praise. "Did you figure out my true identity? Interesting. Very interesting. Staying calm in this situation. You truly have the foundation of a perfect hero. But you will die here." The mage delivered a strong blow, knocking Leo off the beast. Caught off guard by the attack, Leo struggled to find his footing, trying to regain his composure. Lu Echa watched Leo fall, certain he would be done for from that height. Leo gradually calmed down, reaching out to summon his spirit beast. A small orb appeared, flames wrapping around Leo. Leo called for Flora. It was time to shine. The phoenix Flora emerged, flapping her wings excitedly, and Leo smiled brightly. He thought about how he was an all-rounder, but had never reached the peak in any category. He recalled everyone's abilities. Aaron and Dueno were more skilled with light magic. Luna was adept in magic, while Linus excelled in summoning. Leo carefully decided. This is what he would choose. Flora shot out beams of light connecting to Leo's palm like a cage. Flora's parts began to evolve miraculously. And that is how Leo chose the fusion of abilities. Leo called it light magic and sorcery. Flora's wings had grown enough feathers, strong as steel. Flora had now evolved into the Phoenix Farina, one of the 3 mystical summoned creatures. She picked Leo up and soared back into the sky. Leo praised. Now it looks more like a phoenix. Right. The beast sensed the new energy and became agitated. The mage was surprised. It reacted to the energy of the phoenix, something opposing the beast. The mage Tatarus rode the beast toward Leo. "O great phoenix master, what is your true identity?" Leo did not answer directly but turned the question back. "If you tell me where you caught that magical beast, I will tell you." Tatarus's confidence waned. He hastily ordered the beast to attack. He could not let someone who knew about the catastrophic monster live. Leo pointed his sword at the demon beast preparing to breathe fire. "Flora, it is coming." Flora unleashed sparks that gathered into a ball at the tip of Leo's sword. Leo focused his breath into the sword, channeling the power, using Zinger's secret technique. The breath of the phoenix. A flash of brilliance. Both sides launched their attacks simultaneously, but at a glance, it seemed Leo's flames were being suppressed. Leo braced himself. his eyes filled with unwavering belief and determination. Tartarus did not possess the physical state of his host. He poured all his strength into it. Grinning maliciously, "It is..." But suddenly the beast writhed in pain. Tartarus held his head. While Leo speculated whether his own body was under attack, his spiritual power was diminishing. Leo seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Here it comes. He unleashed a flame even more intense than before. The fire shot straight into the throat of the demon beast, which roared in agony. The beast's mage realized too late. The beast had swallowed the flames whole. The fire destroyed everything inside the beast, causing it to emit brilliant flashes before it ultimately could not withstand the pressure and exploded. Leo hovered from afar, witnessing the beast explode into fragments. He looked up, praising his little friend. "Well done, Flora. Now let us head back." Flora obediently gathered her gear to return. Leo suddenly realized they had not landed yet. If they fell from here, they would face dire consequences. Leo froze for 5 seconds, both of them plummeting at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, in the nearby forest, the mage Tartarus sat in a magic circle on a tree stump. He cursed. "You can only get this far. Hero candidate. Finish it already." Suddenly, another surge of energy appeared, catching Tartarus's attention, and he was struck hard. Teacher Seton hovered nearby, casting a spell that created a barrier to restrain and control Tartarus as magic. The beast mage struggled to rise. "Who is there?" Teacher Harris stepped forward to warn him. "This is for you, Beast Mage Tartarus." The beast mage felt a bit relieved upon recognizing the enemy. He sneered, realizing it was the 2 pillars of Lumen. Teacher Harris clenched his fist, tightening an invisible bond around him. Thinking he was done for, suddenly a teleportation portal opened behind Tartarus. A hidden weapon emerged to restore the mage. He expressed regret. "What a pity. We will have to reschedule." Teacher Harris and Teacher Scene rushed over but were one step too late. A large mouth from the portal swallowed him whole. The portal vanished, leaving only a bit of dust. Teacher Seton approached to check. He seemed to have escaped. Teacher Harris pondered. "It seems they have started to become active again." Teacher Seton agreed while burning the remnants. Indeed, the 2 pillars of Lumen felt a bit uneasy. "Lumen is no longer safe. Return to Leo. You and Flora are still homeless." Leo anxiously holds Flora close and gives orders. "Flora, let us return to the summoned beast world." Suddenly, a dragon appears, and a voice echoes, "Are you okay?" The dragon quickly grabs Leo by the collar, making him jump. Miss Yura appears in the bright sunlight. Leo is surprised. "Professor Yura." She is relieved. "Thank goodness we are not late." In the dark shadows of a cave, a figure in a black cloak stands among a pack of ferocious beasts. He raises his hand. Dark magic spreads, controlling the monsters at will. His red eyes gleam with anger as he sneers. "How humiliating. To be defeated by someone I once considered a mediocre hero candidate." Clutching his injured arm, he grits his teeth in frustration. This is no ordinary hero candidate. But then, another voice rises from the darkness. "Are you talking about that guy? A guy with a phoenix as a spirit beast?" He freezes, his eyes flashing dangerously upon hearing this. He knows the true identity of Fapnaya. He licks his fingertips lightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. It seems like things are about to get interesting. The morning light envelopes the Magic Academy in the Grand Hall. Leo stands with his arms crossed in his pockets, walking with a relaxed demeanor but with a solemn gaze. The midterm practical summoning exam has been cancelled. Senlu has finally died. The new students now realize the importance of studying at Lumen. Everyone is curious about Senlu's Fapnea contract, but at Professor Yura's order, they announced it was just a black wyvern. He enters the classroom just as Professor Len speaks in a serious tone. "Good. Everyone is here. Today you will showcase your magic. I hope each of you has prepared a skill that reflects your personal touch. But I won't be the only one witnessing it." The teacher's smile grows more mysterious as he points toward the door. "I have invited 3 special judges to evaluate you." 3 people enter. A short-haired girl with sharp eyes, a tall boy with a calm demeanor, and a petite girl exuding a cold aura. These are Vaya, Pinny, and outstanding alumni of the Academy who graduated from the Magic Department 3 years ago. All 3 greet in unison. "Nice to meet you." Thomas nudges Leo's elbow and whispers, "Looks like we are going to score high this time." Leo smirks, responding nonchalantly, "Who knows? Ileana, you go first." Hearing this, the girl with golden hair that shines like the sun beams with excitement. "Okay, I will do my best." Ileana steps up to the stage, her eyes bright, her lips forming a confident smile. "Hello everyone. I am Ileana from Class 5. It is an honor to perform in front of you all." Leo and Thomas exchange glances, then simultaneously lose their words. As soon as she finishes her greeting, Ileana immediately casts her magic. A burst of golden light erupts, forming a brilliant sphere in mid-air. "That is a rare attribute," Light of dawn. Minnie gasped. What a rare attribute. Not stopping there, she continued to speak while channeling energy into her palm. By adding fire attribute to light magic like this, you can create a powerful spark. The sight made Sinhao gasp in awe while Liana was stunned by this perfect combination. It is just like basic laser magic, she murmured excitedly. Ileana's performance ended successfully, and the judges had finished scoring. But looking at the score sheet, Teacher Len frowned slightly, a bit disappointed. Did Ileana lose points? Some students began to whisper. Suddenly, Professor Len spoke up. Now. The atmosphere in the classroom became tense. It is. I want to give up. Some students groaned when they saw the C grades. C's kept appearing. But Thomas and Chen joyfully jumped up when they got A's. Not bad. But something felt off. Teacher Len pondered. The big guy looked at the 3 remaining score sheets on the table, his eyes showing curiosity. Let us see if the next contestants have anything special. At this moment, a boy stepped up. Abad Wellen. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. The girls below could not contain themselves, excitedly shouting, "So handsome. I prefer his vibe." Abad Wellen calmly stepped onto the stage, taking chalk to write complex characters on the board like he was solving a magic problem. When finished, he confidently declared, "I will present right now. If done correctly, I will take first place." Outside, a formation began to take shape, with 4 students standing at the corners and Abad Wellen at the center. The space was tense with silence. Everyone was completely focused. Suddenly, one of the formation controllers shouted in panic, "Oh no." But Abad Wellen kept his eyes closed, maintaining his focus. Suddenly, a powerful emerald aura burst from his body, forming a whirlwind. Clenching his fists, Abad Wellen shouted, "Start now." Instantly, a beam of light gathered, forming a massive whirlwind, which then gradually shrank into a glowing sphere in the air. The whole class watched in astonishment. But suddenly a little deer was caught in the formation. Abad Wellen's eyes widened, his pupils dilating as he shouted, unable to hesitate. He immediately stopped the test to save the small animal, holding it in his arms. Abad Wellen sighed in relief. "Are you okay?" After the incident, the judges looked at each other and simultaneously recorded scores. 15 continuous spells, enhancing wind power. It sounds simple, but this is an extremely difficult high-level magic system to control. Finally, the results were announced. Abad Wellen got a plus. Abad Wellen was stunned and then burst out laughing. "Awesome. I got the same score as you, Thomas." Professor Len spoke up. "The next contestant is Leo Bro." All eyes turned to Leo, waiting for his performance. Leo stood before the teachers and slowly said, "The special magic I will present is, as you said, a radiant round light appears in front of my chest. A non-attribute magic formula system." A curious teacher asked, "What is that? I have never heard of that before." Lee made that magic disappear and then explained, "All existing magic techniques have attribute expression techniques." Right. Hearing the student's question, the teacher took on their responsibility and replied, "Of course. That is a basic requirement to activate any magic, is not?" The corner of his mouth curled up, his eyes full of confidence. "My special magic formula can be compatible with all those techniques." The classroom immediately buzzed with discussion. What nonsense are you talking about?" The blonde teacher furrowed his brows and asked, "You mean you want to create a new magic system?" Without hesitation, Leo replied immediately. Witnessing the determined attitude of the student before him, Leo eagerly pondered, "That is right. This kid has to become a wizard." The green-haired professor knocked on the desk in annoyance to refute. "How disappointing. We did not come here to hear such nonsense." But before the other could finish, Len excitedly interjected, "I can't wait to see it. Write that technique down quickly." Seeing the attitude of his colleague, the short-haired teacher had to agree. "All right. Let us take a look then." The chalk touched the board as Leo was writing something quite lengthy. After reading those lines, the short-haired senior frowned and spoke up, "Junior, in history, there has only been one wizard with a magic formula that is uniquely theirs." Your nonchalant answer made the girl even more annoyed. "That is right. It was the one who discovered Nebula Luna." The blonde teacher asked with a look of disdain. "So what you mean is you want to stand on the same level as that person? You think you are a wizard who can compare to the one who discovered Nebula?" Seeing her attitude, Leo glanced over. "No way could Lady Luna not be compared to you in many aspects, although Lady Luna also has her limits." Hearing that half-hearted answer, the blonde senior could not help but sigh. Seriously, what is wrong with the kids these days? Leo continued talking passionately. "Yep. While Lady Luna is a very skilled wizard, creating a magic formula does not require one to be as talented as she is. There are many other ways. As everyone can see here, the board is filled with lines and 2 magical circles." The seniors were all surprised, taking turns saying, So it turns out you are not just talking nonsense. Look at those structures. It seems like all magic can be used without penalty. Sitting on the desk, leaned back, hands behind his head, and said, "Oh man, even I can touch that formula. It looks too complicated. I give up." A female student glared ahead, the blue-haired senior secretly sweating, asking Leo Block, "Why did you create this magic system?" He answered decisively, "To be able to freely use all magic in the world." Hearing that, he silently marveled in his mind. The boy is truly a crazy junior. Now I understand why the higher-ups hold him in such high regard. So what is the name of this special magic? In response to the opponent's question, Leo smirked, while summoning white magical power with his hand, said, "It is the Holy Scripture." This power startled the blonde senior. She began to ponder. Only one person in history had used it, the magic system created by the hero Kai. Perhaps Leo could prove that Kai truly existed. Len looked at the paper presented before him and smiled. Leo plopped down and shouted, "A plus," having scored high. Leo confidently stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked down from the classroom. A technique that had not been perfected back in Kai's time. Now it seems he has achieved it. Now it is her turn. The female student walked down ominously. Noticing the expression on her opponent's face, Leo anxiously asked, "Chloe, are you okay?" She continued towards the podium. Now there is only one last presenter left. Chloe Meller, the short-haired teacher, leaned on the desk and praised her. "She heard that you are the best student in the magic practice class. What have you prepared?" Junior. At the teacher's question, her eyes narrowed. "The special magic you prepared is fire magic." The whole class immediately whispered, "Fire? Isn't Chloe's magic ice-based?" I was taken aback. Is there a reason behind turning a contrary attribute into her special magic? But it is too ordinary. The teachers seem a bit disappointed. I thought she would be at the same level as the two before her. The short-haired teacher picked up a pen and said, "If that is all you can do, there is nothing more to see. Your score is," but Chloe interrupted. Now a water sphere hovered in the air. "Show everyone the true value of this magic." Water splashed all over her. Both Leo and I were taken by surprise. It is not extinguished. Seeing the flames still burning despite being splashed with water, a curious teacher asked, "Did you really use permanence in your magic?" Chloe's face was filled with satisfaction. "Yep. Unless I cancel it, this fire will never be extinguished." Just like before, she picked up the chalk and climbed up. Magic is a rule created by formulas. All magic will eventually disappear if not supplied with energy. The students looked puzzled at the female student on the podium, but Chloe created permanence in the formula. How could it be done? Once finished writing, Chloe put down the chalk and spoke. "The name of this special magic is Eternal Fire." A light sweat trickled down Leo's face. Unable to look at the paper in his hand, Len read her score. Chloe Muller a plus Eternal Fire. Even Luna failed at it. Only a new entity can create a fire that never goes out. Our boss and the evening sunset had arrived. Leo sat at a desk in some room. He recalled what had happened earlier. "Do you want me to call Chloe?" The black-haired girl placed her hands on her hips and said, "He might be sleeping. He said he would go to sleep early because he could not catch a wink during the exam prep." Hearing that, Leo replied, "All right. I guess there is nothing I can do then. I will just leave then." Suddenly, the girl asked a question that made him freeze. "Is something going on with Chloe lately?" Leo turned around, confused. The other person said anxiously, "She has been more sensitive these past few days. She has had a few arguments with her classmates too. There are rumors that she has been hanging out with some bad company at the Magic Tower. She is not the type of person like that." Back in the present, a flame suddenly appeared beside him. A bird emerged from behind the fire. He smiled and petted it. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly appeared. "Did you call me?" A girl with red hair appeared in front of him. Leo plopped down. Flames surrounded her. "All right, why did you summon me through fire?" Leo set the bird down before answering. "I am curious why Purina is staying in Lumen," he thought to himself. Summoning mythical creatures like the Phoenix and magical beasts, which are natural enemies, must have a reason to stay here. Looking into her eyes, she sighed and began to tell a story. 5 years ago, there was an attack in Lumen. 2 students and 3 teachers from the academy were killed at that time, and the culprit was never found. In the end, Principal Kalia Biden asked me to investigate Lumen. And since then I have been searching for their traces. Keeping a cold expression, Leo asked, "Do you know that a summoner of magical beasts appeared during the summoning exam?" She calmly replied, "Yep. I heard that a student was killed." He asked further, "Do you think Tedros is behind this?" Looking at the bird in her hand, she thoughtfully replied, "Right now, I am just suspicious. I can confirm anything." Upon hearing that, a sharp glint appeared in Leo's eyes. "Then let us inform Principal Kalia. Senliu might not be the only student Tadros has approached." The bird startled. The next day, in Class 5, Harris sat with his arms crossed and spoke up. Now that everyone is here, the class leader will explain the exam. As requested by the teacher, Liu began to speak. The joint exam between the hero studies and combat studies required forming groups to conquer a hero's world. The world you will conquer is the necromancer incident. All the students exclaimed in surprise. The necromancer incident. Ileana did not understand anything and asked, what is the necromancer incident? A nearby student, drenched in sweat, helplessly said, oh my. Ileana, you really do not know. But before he could explain further, the teacher shouted, silence. Listen carefully. The class leader continued, looking at the paper in his hand. Liu read monotonously. 30 years ago, first-year students from Lumen undertook a mission in the Necromancer Forest in the central continent. They were attacked by Tataros. At that time, Professor MB, known as the Shadow Eye, was still just a second-year student and was sent along with the rescue team. They were completely annihilated. After the class president finished speaking, the homeroom teacher said, the goal of this mission is to rescue the injured who have defeated the beasts. You will also assist Professor Mba. At that time, he was just a freshman. This exam is not just a simple test during the regular term. This exam aims to enhance your alertness. Please focus. Anyone deemed to have no potential in this exam will be expelled immediately. The atmosphere in the classroom became tense. But soon after, he smiled again, gently encouraging his students. Believe in yourselves. You all are strong enough. Everyone was moved. Tears welling up, Ileana called out with sparkling eyes. Be. Professor Harris. He coldly waved his hand. Be quiet. A teacher in front of the mic announced. Now we will start dividing teams. Step up in order. Starting from the first class. Hearing this, Tata and Ka were quite surprised. We can't choose our own teams. Oh no. We might have to work with people we have never met before. One by one, everyone took a ball from the large basin. And when it was their turn, Tata picked the ball with the number 11. The last team. A moment later, the teacher instructed the students. The teams were established. Team 1. Stand in front of the summoning gate. Seeing the girl next to him, Tata excitedly chatted. I am in the team with the princess. That is great. I feel at ease now. The princess smiled and replied. We will show them the power of the Lordran Empire. And Bai's magic will be recorded here. And B's world begins with the prologue of the dead mare incident. The source of magic surged above. And immediately the two student girls vanished. There was a small screen in the stands for everyone to see. Sinan sitting under the seat continuously praised Tata and the princess. Although they just started, they moved very quickly. The descendants of the hero families are indeed different. The descendants of the hero families are indeed different. Harris sighed and added, the speed at which Team 1 completed the mission was remarkable. That person was quite annoyed by the indifferent attitude of the teacher beside him. Suddenly, someone approached the two of them. No wonder they are the rising stars of the first year. What brings you all the way here? They both shouted in unison. Principal. What brings you all the way here? Elian, while taking a seat, replied with a smile. I just wanted to see how much the freshmen have grown. Professor MB. I apologize for bringing up your not-so-happy memories every year for the exam. He replied seriously. I can never forget that incident. I should be thanking you for reminding me every new year. Team 1 completed the attack. The two girls, Manga and Li Wellen, were indeed impressive, although they often clashed. This time they coordinated very well. Perhaps it is because both came from the same country. Team 3 completed the attack. They sent their two strongest members to the front while the others took on support roles, which led to their victory. Team 4. Complete the attack. Nelikaven's healing aura is truly special. Chinia's fighting moves are unusual but powerful. Just as I thought. Team 7 completed the attack. There are many outstanding students, but the most promising one is a teacher leading Team 11. Step up. The principal is starting to give comments. Leo Blop. Somehow, looking at him gives me a sense of nostalgia. And Bayat, are you two ready? Both nodded at the same time. Open the notes here. And Baitranga's world begins to record the incident of the ghost. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared. Leo also sensed something. Wait, something feels off. A flame enveloped the two students, leaving only two flames on the magic circle. The students gasped and looked towards them. What? Nothing is happening. Scene suddenly stood up. Where are Leo and Chloe? The principal also stood up to ask. Professor MB. What is going on? He frowned and replied. Principal. We need to stop the exam immediately. Upon seeing the image in the book, the principal's calm expression gradually faded. The incident of the death dream. This is the presence of a hero dungeon. Target. Looking at the notice board with the word target in front, Klavika asked. Normally, a mission alert would appear. Wait, is this a hero dungeon? But then immediately refuted. How could that be? This is not a lost page. I have never heard of any pages in the hero's book going out of control. Liu calmly used magic to communicate. Professor, I do not see the other team members anymore. What should we do? But there was no response at all. No one answered. Shortly after, Chloe's panicked voice echoed, "No way. I am sure they will finish the test and get us out of here soon." He frowned slightly, guessing that if they could, they would have paused the test earlier due to the hero dungeon forming. It looks like we have no choice but to raid this dungeon. Hearing the opponent's decision, Chloe shouted, "Are you kidding me? Passing this level with enough team members is already difficult. Don't you remember how many people died here 30 years ago? If we want to get out of this dungeon, we have no other choice." Chloe Tartarus caused the death dream incident from the start to eliminate hero cadets, like us, from within. After saying that, the female student collapsed to the ground. She held her head tightly in fear. This entire forest is a trap. Seeing her extreme anxiety, Liu calmly sat down in front of her. "Chloe, you are the strongest first-year student, right? We can easily overcome this challenge if we cooperate." Seeing the smile on Leo's face, Chloe clenched her teeth. How could he be so calm? I thought I could finally catch up to him here. Then she immediately sat up. "Do you have a plan?" Leo laid out his plan on the ground, saying they needed to meet 2 conditions to get past this crisis. First, rescue the first-year students. And second, ensure their safety. To meet those 2 conditions, we first need to find help. She rested her chin in thought, asking, "How do we do that? Outsiders can't enter this dungeon." He pointed below confidently, saying, "Don't forget, we are not the only Lumen Academy students in this forest." Realizing something, Chloe felt quite excited. The ones who were killed before, right? They must still be alive. Seeing Leo suddenly turn his back to her, Chloe frowned and asked, "What are you planning to do?" He calmly replied, "Get on my back." The other person's eyes widened in anger. "Why should I?" But Leo remained calm, saying, "We can't let those students enter Tartarus before us. You are a wizard, so you are slow. Come on, do not be shy." Chloe blushed. The sunset gradually appeared. Images of students defeating monsters emerged. A giant monster stared at them. "It is starting. This is the demon Wrath Tartarus." Suddenly, something appeared on the screen, catching its attention. And then it spoke. "A rescue team." A bunch of students stood together, and it sighed to itself. "Forget them. Our goal is just those heroic cadets who will become dangerous in the future." But that was not the case for another. Suddenly, the demon Wrath turned to the side, where both Chloe and Leo were using magic. The whole system. It drew its sword, its eyes turning red. I turned back towards Leo, and the closer I got to the center, the darker it became. Should I borrow RNS skills? I will refine and control my aura to push my senses to the limit. My supersensory perception gradually became clearer. Leo also dashed forward at lightning speed, ready to go. "There is a group of spirits ahead." Though it was confusing, Chloe quickly responded, "Okay." 2 goblins appeared. You shouted loudly, "Chloe." The ice shards flew towards them. The whole group of goblins got hit and died on the spot. Both of them stopped to look at them. Chloe narrowed her eyes. "Oh no. If it blows that horn, all the other spirits will come here." Suddenly, the spirit was sliced in half. The thing stuck to its neck fell off, and Leo was the one who swung the sword. She panicked, wondering how the power gap between them could be so vast. I will never be able to defeat Leo. Yeah. But before I could feel sad, something else came up. I found them. Are they demons? Without time to think, Leo rushed forward, not forgetting to say, "Cover me." "Chloe, you stand under the magic, then jump up with force." A female student on the other side frowned and shouted, "Get ready. They are coming." The girl was using magic while fearfully shouting, but before she could do anything, Lee had already killed them. A demon behind stared wide-eyed ahead. The students were quite surprised. The whole body of the demon vanished. The girl from earlier hesitated to ask, "Are you here to help us?" You immediately replied, "Yep." "But the remaining demon is casting magic." Shouting, the Death Knight shouted, "Be careful of the sword wrapped in Leo's flames that had slain the leech." The students murmured, "Incredible. Act now." Lightning. The demons were illuminated by the light. Chloe was startled looking at the brown-haired girl, thinking she was a magical spirit. "This girl might later thank you very much for helping us. We were very panicked after a swarm of demons appeared. But I also felt very relieved because the rescue team had come to help." Chloe suddenly interrupted, "Sorry, but I need to talk privately with my teammate for a moment." The other party confusedly agreed. "All right." She began to talk. "That girl is Iran." Leo frowned and said, "You mean?" Chloe nodded in response. So she is the sister of Professor and Bai Chu, who killed her right in this forest 30 years ago. I am sure you noticed this too. But we can't save Elia Ziren's team in this death dream incident. Lee looked towards her. Amidst so many people we encountered Elia's team, Chloe mentioned the demon Tartarus, causing a sense of unease to rise within her. Chu Ban, a night-class dark rider from Tartarus. Their team is famous for being the first to be attacked by him. Tartarus ignited the death dream event from the start to eliminate the genius sorceress Elia Ziron, a promising hero candidate. Therefore, their names have been recorded in the annals of heroes. Chloe continued to be lost in thought. With our current strength, we can't save them. To meet the necessary conditions, we must quickly find another team. Leo interrupted her. Are you saying we just leave them? Suddenly, Chloe snapped and shouted, It is not that I want to. But Leo, this is a hero's world. The truth is they have already passed. She lowered her head, her lips trembling as she whispered softer and softer. They died 30 years ago, he calmly replied. Yeah. Leo looked at the three smiling in front of him and continued. They are dead. But we can't just abandon them. Hearing him, she clenched her teeth to hold back her voice. You are like a volcano erupting, Chloe shouted in anger. Wake up. The sound was so shocking that Leah's team was stunned. Everyone froze and curiously looked at them, like a fire blazing. She angrily unleashed a torrent at Leo. You are amazing. Truly outstanding, I admit. But this is not the time for reckless action. Stop acting like a hero. However, his gaze remained unwavering. Leo just quietly observed her. Chloe let out all the pent-up frustration and could not help but cry. He stepped forward, placed his hand on her head, and spoke warmly. Acting like a hero, Chloe. You should not casually say things like that. Right. Liu gently patted her head as a reminder. Chloe sobbed, tears soaking her face. But she still firmly replied. Why not? Liu's face was serious, his voice sharp as a needle. Because he was a hero candidate. She seemed to awaken to his words. We can't just pretend to be heroes. This is part of becoming a hero. Chloe, frustrated, bit her lip and did not respond. Leo continued. History has already been changed. Chloe confusedly asked. What do you mean? He looked up at the eerie, dark scene before them. Look around, Chloe. When we meet Elia's team, the forest has been engulfed in darkness. She suddenly remembered and exclaimed. Leo explained. Normally, they should have been killed by Chu Ban a long time ago. Chloe could not believe her eyes. She looked at him warily. I still think this is unreasonable. But then she finally spoke up. I will let you decide. With that, Leo immediately ordered her. All right. Withdraw with Aya's team. And then you leave. Chloe watched Leo's figure fade away. Understanding. You are going up there alone without me again. Are not you? I am still me. Do you see them? The image of the 4 members of Laya Ratti's team flashed in her mind. On the other hand, Tayet whispered to his teammates. Isn't this a bit strange? Only 2 people from the rescue team came. Dinah thought for a moment and agreed. That is right. They seem to be around our age. Bill asked suspiciously. Could this be a trap from Tartarus? Laya laughed off the denial. What are you talking about? If they were enemies, they would not be fighting the demons with us. Then she covered her mouth and whispered. That guy looks pretty cool. Right. All 3 were taken aback. Mouths agape. Dinah calmly spoke up first. Are you joking with me? Elia asked, looking around at everyone. Did you really say that? She asked again. Is there something wrong with me? She sighed and replied. I thought Senior and Bai would be your standard. Just then Leo stepped up to them, saying, Everyone, listen closely. We need to leave the forest as quickly as possible. The 3 in Laya's team looked confused, with her still smiling brightly. Tay was hesitant to approach and ask if it was necessary. Since reinforcements have arrived, let us avoid engaging the monsters on our way. Leo immediately rejected his suggestion, saying we could not do that. A night-level demon is targeting you guys. Dinah repeated in disbelief. A night-level demon. Bila hesitated too. A night-level demon would be as strong as a full army. Leo continued. That is why we will avoid direct confrontation. Our goal is to return safely. Laya looked at his figure in front of her, oddly reminded of her brother. Somehow, he resembled him in a strange way. Leo confirmed with Laya's team one last time. Are you all ready? Everyone nodded, mentally prepared. All right. With that, everyone quickly sprang into action without delay. As they were running, Laya suddenly sensed something off. She turned back to see Chloe with her head down, lips tightly pressed. Suddenly, she was stunned by that expression. In the library, everyone was busy researching the strange phenomenon. The homeroom teacher shouted loudly, ordering to find all cases of dungeons turning into hero dungeons. Time is of the essence. Everyone. Teacher Harris was also running around frantically, Principal Alien asked Professor Mbai if our inability to enter could be seen as a positive sign. Right, he replied. That is right. We can't enter the hero dungeon, while those who went before are still inside, the professor confirmed coldly. Meaning they were still alive. Principal Alien observed the anxious looks of the teachers as they ran back and forth with documents in the library. He calmly replied. It had been 3 hours since those 2 students entered. Night must have fallen in that hero world. Then the principal asked Mbai in a deep voice. When did he defeat Chuban 30 years ago? Mbai recalled the moment he defeated Tartarus. Answering that it was around midnight is all we can do to rely on ourselves in the past. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the assistant hurriedly flung open the door to inform Amir. Alien. Principal. We found the one who sold the summoning catalyst to student Lilu. As for the connection to Tartarus. Before finishing the sentence, a heavy energy radiated out, an invisible pressure that felt like it could crush a person, causing the assistant's face to turn pale. Principal Alien quickly realized the issue and turned to Professor Mbai, who looked out of control, his pupils contracting. Glowing ominously, his energy source seemed to pulse, causing the air around him to tremble unnaturally. He quickly ran to wake him up, calmly urging him to eat. The professor let go of him gently and walked away. I stepped outside for a moment to clear my head. The assistant watched him leave, feeling more at ease. All right then, she sighed in relief and continued her report. Just as expected from someone who rose to become a hero driven by hatred for the demon clan. It is understandable. During the event 30 years ago, even his sister's remains were never found, let alone her body. Alien got straight to the point. Who sold the catalyst for summoning the beast to Sen Elju? She answered clearly, handing him the document. A black market dealer has settled in the alleys of Lumeria this year. He is actually quite well known among first-year students. The principal read the document she handed him and asked the assistant again. Are you implying that there is a spy from Tartarus infiltrating Lumeria? She replied that they do not work for Tartarus. But clearly, Tartarus has slipped some items to them. He fell silent, rubbing the edge of the map. What is their objective here? The rough hand flipped through the pages of the document. But suddenly the principal stopped. His eyes lit up. The words read Clomulia Black Demon Book. Then he folded the document and immediately ordered the assistant. Elena, call Professor Landy. She replied. Yep. I will. After she left, Principal Alien looked down at his arm, deep in thought. His arm was covered in numerous large and small scars. He felt his instincts, sharpened through countless brushes with death. Were screaming. Then the principal fell silent as dark clouds gradually gathered outside, and the howling winds began to swirl. He thought of the children, sensing that danger was right before them. Back in the forest, the wind howled, and dead demons littered the path they had taken. Leo quickly approached a demon, delivering a decisive blow that made it scream before collapsing. He frowned, realizing he had been using his super senses for too long. Leo looked at the others. Seeing that everyone was nearing exhaustion, he spoke up, let us take a break and recharge. Tayat and Bak looked at him as if he were an alien. But there was also admiration in their eyes. How is he not tired at all? His skills are impressive. They paused to rest after their hard work. Chloe nestled in a corner behind a large tree, her sharp gaze flipping through the pages of her book. Suddenly, a voice called out to her. Chloe turned and replied. Lia quickly closed her book. Alia, what is it? She approached with a cheerful face, her tone teasing. I have a question. Lia smiled brightly, innocently asking her. What is your relationship with Leo? Chloe, are you two a couple? She crossed her arms, blushing as she quickly replied, of course not. She laughed at Chloe's denial. Come on. Look at your reaction. I believe it. Then she sighed, creating a moment of silence between them. Chloe looked at Leah, who was deep in thought, still looking like a teenager, which made Chloe feel cautious, as if this was a distant memory. Even with seniors who entered the school 30 years ago, freshmen are still freshmen, and if that is the case, they could be just like kids in her class. Chloe spoke up, breaking the silence. But why do you ask that? Lia looked up at her, a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Chloe continued. Are you interested in Leo? Lia was stunned for a few seconds. Her cheeks flushed, her hands and feet fidgeting, shyly revealing that her heart was racing. Hearing this, Chloe lowered her head, her tone growing cold. Is it love at first sight? She recalled what she had read about Alia Jerome, the genius sorceress, still talked about even after 30 years. Did Leo look amazing in her eyes too? She bashfully said she still did not know if she liked him or not. Her heart was just racing. Lia recalled the image of her brother. Just like how my brother used to mess around, or when I achieved something. Chloe was surprised to hear Lia mention the professor like that. Was the dark sorcerer that terrible in her eyes? She looked back in confusion. What? Dark sorcerer. Chloe quickly interjected. I mean Ambijaran. Leah cheerfully replied. He is someone who always challenges the impossible. Chloe listened with a blank stare as she spoke. Challenging the impossible. Leah liked that too. She glanced over at Leo, who was resting with his eyes closed. Leo and I were friends before, but now I feel jealous of him. Leah just smiled at her. She replied, then we are alike. Chloe looked puzzled by Life's words. The night sky, with bright moonlight, clearly illuminated the stars quietly shining. The two sat quietly under the tree. Laya opened up to her. Actually, I am extremely jealous of my brother. It sounds a bit stupid, but I still think that no matter how hard he tries, he seems to lack talent. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered, this is a secret. But the fundamental nature of my magic was actually created by my brother. I am good at using existing magic, but I am really bad at creating new magic. Chloe could not hide her surprise upon hearing that. Laya continued sharing. I have failed the Lumen exam twice. At one point, I really hated my brother. I felt some sense of power, but the jealousy turned into admiration. Chloe gently touched the magic book in her bag, the winner of the contest. The scream in his mind made Leo feel it too. He opened his eyes wide awake, quickly jumped up, and shouted to everyone. Everyone get ready. Change of plans. We can escape now. Upon hearing him, everyone immediately went on the defensive. Leo drew his sword and reassured. Don't be afraid. Remember, everyone has the potential to become a hero. Everyone was mentally prepared, ready for the fierce battle. A roar tore through the quiet night, and from the darkness, a massive, muscular foot stepped out, each of its steps shaking the ground as if it would crack apart. Then a deep voice echoed as if from hell, making everyone feel a chill. I have found you. The demon Tatarus appeared, roaring with rage, while swinging his arm to strike. You disgusting Chubaran, demon Tatarus. With special attention to the night level, Chubaran continued to scream. Descendant of the great hero, he targeted Leo. But fortunately, Leo reacted quickly and dodged his deadly strike. He quickly processed the information, observing the situation. The command Chubaran received in the murder case was to eliminate the seeds of heroes at that time, but he was showing hostility towards him. Moreover, he said the descendant of the great hero. Leo's expression hardened as he locked onto the target. He looked at Chloe and shouted to remind her. Chloe, it is coming. Chubaran charged towards her, his voice booming like a death sentence. Die now. Chloe quickly erected an ice wall between him and everyone. Leo activated fire magic on his sword. Without hesitation, Leo teleported behind the demon, catching him off guard. Then he swung his sword decisively, and blood immediately splattered from his neck, causing him to freeze in place. He cut it, and before they could celebrate, suddenly Chloe's expression changed. The cut on Chubaran's neck quickly healed, as if it had closed on its own. Leo shouted orders. Focus. Keep your distance from Chubaran. He explained that it is ineffective, a spell that makes attacks seem like they never happen. Tayet trembled and asked, so what do we do? Laya felt confused. There was no way to defeat that monster. Leo replied, the nullification spell is not omnipotent. And besides, it is not something he can use endlessly. That magic has its limits. Chubaran had drawn his executioner's axe, the blade sharp with a skull at the top like the Grim Reaper claiming souls. He laughed mockingly. Do you think you stand a chance? The descendants of great heroes. Lee shot back. You are the one scared of the rise of new great heroes. Are not you? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, hearing Leo's taunt. He screamed. Everyone charged in, creating chaos. Laya stood on the edge, quickly casting magic to assist her teammates, her light and power shining brightly into the demon, causing him great discomfort. This is the light magic I hate, just as Lord Atuna said. I should kill them right here. Then he swung an axe blade out of their encirclement. Chubaran prepared to deliver a final blow. Lee's blood-red gaze lit up, and he roared with fury. You all will die. Bill had been hit by him, and Leo quickly pulled him out of the battlefield. Dunna. North. Laya anxiously approached, her voice trembling. Is everyone okay? Dunna, clutching her injured arm, quickly replied, I can recover. But North. Leo is reassuring everyone. Do not worry. His vital organs have not been affected. So stop the bleeding and recover quickly. Then you order Chloe. Chloe, we need a big explosion that has a strong impact. She nodded. Okay. Just give me a moment. Then he went off alone to face the demon. Chloe quietly put her hand in her pocket, pulling out a spellbook, while Leo bought himself some time. She needed to cast quickly. She needed a big explosion to break his defense spell. If it is with the magic you need to cast. Then terrifying cracks kept appearing on the surface above, The sight in front made Tayat and Dinah gasp in shock. It seemed like Liat was also directly watching what would happen next. Liu continuously ran around Chu Baron's massive body, attacking relentlessly. A series of attacks left him unable to react. The wounds on his body kept increasing. Watching this scene left Tayat a bit startled. Oh my. Do you think we could fight like this someday? Dina also pondered in response. I do not know. Maybe someday we will. Liz's mind was racing with thoughts. It must be magical stars. Who is the one casting it? Sensing something was off, she opened her eyes wide in shock. When she turned her head, she saw Chloe standing high above, creating a magic circle. Her face was full of smugness as she declared, I will kill you, you filthy bastard. Realizing the situation was dire, Liat quickly shouted a warning. You are being pulled in. Dodge. Leah looked at the scene right in front of him, where Chloe was still angrily shouting, if you get caught and die, that is not my fault. She aimed directly at him and attacked. His gaze widened in shock. Realizing something was wrong, it was not ice magic. It was a fire attack spell. Meanwhile, Chu Baron seemed to gain extra strength, screaming wildly. Seeing this, Chloe sneered with a wicked smile. It was an unquenchable flame. You all shall die in the pain of eternal fire. Chu Baron's body seemed to be fueled by this power. The flames were transforming into blades. Leo hurriedly shouted, Chloe, cancel the spell. Hurry. But it seemed she did not care about his words. Chloe's face wore a strange smile, as if she needed to endure more pain. At the same time, Leo was running quickly towards her. She was still tightly gripping her weapon. Attacking, Chloe kept striking, while Leo continued to run towards her. In the blink of an eye, he quickly snatched the book from her hands. After finishing the magic book, both of them hurriedly landed on the ground below, seeing Chloe still holding her head. Leo remembered something and turned to her. Chloe, be honest with me. The unquenchable fire, is it really your special magic? She suddenly shook her head in refusal. Her face was somewhat calm as she looked at the scene before her. It was truly a spell from an ancient magic book. Chu Baron appeared, tightly holding the weapon in his hand. And it seemed Leo understood something more. So it was boss's fire. He looked at Chu Baron, still strong against Chloe's previous magic. After thinking for a short while, he slowly recounted everything. Listen carefully. Chloe, what you used was dark magic. She looked confused upon hearing this. What? Dark magic. Leo confirmed with a nod and added, Yep. The magic book is an artifact of the demon race. Chloe's face turned pale. She spoke in panic. What have I done? She even fell into self-blame. I do not deserve to be a hero. Leo loudly reminded her. Calm down. Regarding her mistake, he patiently comforted her. Listen. Nowhere does it say that warriors cannot make mistakes. That means they can always atone. Stand up and fight against the enemy. You see, everyone's still focused on treating each other. Do you understand now? 30 years ago, they were terrified of the demon race. But not a single person gave up. They fought to the end. You continue to see all the other students still trying to wield their swords and fight in this impossible battle. What is your way of fighting? After thinking for a short while, Chloe slowly speaks up. Let us push through. Liat's gaze is incredibly calm, staring intently at his limits. After saying this, he glances at her. Chloe nods slightly, as if she has realized something. A piece suddenly clicks in Chloe's mind. Now I understand. The image of Leo's back appears. I have always been impressed by that figure from behind. She realizes something important. He is too cool for me to be jealous. While she is still thinking, a staff quickly comes toward her. Here. Chloe looks at her with hopeful eyes. Please, over here. Leo is still in need of a sword to move forward. But thanks to Chloe's magic, the toxic spell has disappeared. Now it is time for me to deal with this. A sudden chant echoes, startling him a bit. It turns out Chloe was behind, continuously reading the spell from the staff. I will also surpass my limits. A strange smile appears at the corner of his mouth. I won't let those who believe in me down. He continues to step forward. It is really strange. It seems Leo has returned to his former self. The remnants of pure magic. That moment, Luna smiled silently, cheering him on. He smiled back. But inside he questioned why he felt so brave when looking at them. Back in reality, Leo's gaze is incredibly cold as he stares ahead. At the same time, Chu Baron is charging straight at him to attack. He uses all his strength to strike Leo with a blow. Despite Leo's current power, he continues to curse him to death. The battle between the two is extremely intense. The power with which Chu Baron attacks him is overwhelming. This also makes it a bit difficult for Leo to fight. Seizing the opportunity, he clenches his fist and swings it. Leo's small body is sent flying backward. He crashes painfully against the stone wall behind him. But he never gives up. He still grips the sword tightly in his hand. This is the end for you. Chu Baron steps right in front of him. The seat of a great hero, in a moment of crisis. Suddenly a snowflake appears right in front of him. Leo watches the snowflake swirling all around, smiling as he holds his sword and declares, in the past and now, The evil ones will not be our match. These words also surprise him quite a bit. What? Behind Chu Baron, a massive magic circle has appeared. This is your end. Chu Bangklo tightened her grip on the staff as she pondered. My special magic has been perfected thanks to you. A confident smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She continued to create a circle of snow magic to support Leo, the world of ice. Snowflakes kept appearing here. Chloe hovered in midair using the ice barrier technique. Everything around began to freeze by this chilling magic. Even the massive Chu Baron was frozen in an instant. Leo slowly extended his hands forward with a calm gaze. He poked at the thin layer of ice covering Chubaran. Suddenly, a dark aura gradually emerged before his eyes. The purple light caught Leo's attention. It was the light emanating from the spellbook before him. Without much thought, he slowly raised his sword. Leo decisively thrust his sword toward the spellbook before the mage god. At the same time, the system displayed a series of new notifications. Achievement unlocked. Rescue first-year students in crisis for the ultimate reward. Achievement unlocked. Defeat Chu Baron. Looking at Chloe right in front of him, Leo praised her. Your unique magic is truly impressive. A surprised smile appeared on his face. I have never managed to cast that spell. No matter how many times I have died and come back. Her face showed a hint of regret as she recounted everything. I plan to confess everything I have done to the academy. I might get expelled. Hearing that, he chuckled softly to reassure her. A hero candidate like you would never get expelled. I am sure you will become a true hero. Right at that moment, Light hurriedly ran toward both of them. You both are truly amazing. Dinah also did not forget to praise them. Just now, you both look like real heroes. Chloe just listened quietly to these words. Leo gave her a knowing look. Everyone has worked hard. She gently walked towards Lyot and handed her the staff. We have used it well. Thanks to it, we were able to defeat them. But suddenly, she placed her hand over Chloe's hand. Chloe, you should keep it. Dinah smiled and added to the conversation. That is right. You saved us? You should take it too. Seeing everyone say that, Chloe slowly reached out to take the staff. Thank you. After a while, Ikus resonated in the forest. Someone survived here. Right at that moment, Mbai hurriedly ran here, calling out loudly. Alia was astonished to see him appear here. Even Chloe looked a bit dazed by his presence. Professor Mbai seems to be the same age as us. Standing nearby, voiced a surprise. It has been 30 years. Has not Mbai rushed towards Lyot. Alia, are you hurt anywhere? She chuckled lightly and explained everything. The rescue team arrived. So I am fine now. Oh right. I met someone who looks just like me. At that moment, a new notification appeared on the system. Strategy completed. The world is safe. Chloe smiled at the scene before her, thanking everyone for being alive. Remembering something, Lai slowly turned her head to look behind. But everything had vanished before her eyes, leaving her feeling a bit dazed. Where did it go? Chloe seemed to sense something too. It seems like the hero's world is collapsing. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of Leo, grabbing his immediate attention. In front of him was the reward notification for the strategic artifact. Meanwhile, Mbai was still moved, wiping her tears after seeing that Let was completely fine. Time quickly shifted to another vast place. Waking up from a long sleep, Lee felt extremely disoriented. Is this? A voice rang out, catching his attention. Are you awake? Seeing him appear right in front of him surprised Leo. Professor Mbai looked at him gently, full of gratitude. Leo thanked him for saving them. He then turned to look at Chloe, who was still sound asleep. Please convey my thanks to Mems. Meller, after speaking, and slowly turned to leave. Just as he opened the door to the room, he saw Alien standing right there. Seeing him appear, Leo gradually sat up. Principal Cheyenne. But he reminded him, don't get up. Just rest. Alien's face showed some concern for Leo's health. How are you feeling? Leo calmly replied. Really? After confirming Leo was stable, Alien continued to greet him. What happened inside? Is this related to Chloe's dark letter? His words left Leo momentarily stunned. How did you know? Sir. Alien slowly recounted everything he had learned. Before we arrived, we discovered that the place Sen Elgu bought the summoning catalyst was also where Chloe got her dark letter. At that moment, he glanced at the documents in his hand. You know, that dark letter is also an evil artifact. An image of a sword quickly appeared. An evil artifact, along with all the other items like books, pendants, or just a ring, a fragment of Urbos. In other words, a tangible shard of a boss. Lee's expression gradually became serious as he thought about this. It becomes a powerful weapon when used by demons. But anyone else using it will gradually lose their sanity. He slowly raised his hand to recount everything. Starting from the beginning, at that time, all three of them were very serious in the face of danger. Under the spell of the magic book, Chloe seemed to have become a different person. After hearing the whole story, Alien nodded in understanding. That is how it is. He continued to ask, if what you said is true, then has that evil artifact affected the hero's world? You quickly explained it to him. After we removed the cursed artifact, the hero's dungeon returned to normal immediately. So there is a high chance that is it. At that moment, Chloe was startled awake. She was surprised to find him here. Principal C. He smiled and gestured. Calming down, Alien gently called out to Arena, and the door slowly opened. Arena was holding an item from the room. He gently announced that since both of them had just woken up, he wanted to ask them something. Looking at the glowing stone before them left them both bewildered. Chloe looked at the staff right in front of her. Please explain, she exclaimed in surprise. That is a staff. But Alien's face suddenly turned serious as he questioned. A reward that should not exist. How did it end up in your hands? Having understood the situation somewhat, Leo thought in surprise. Based on that reaction, it seemed Chloe had not received any reward. Similar to the enrollment period and the chat motherers incident, he realized something important. There was no clear reward in the hero's world of a living person. Something called a puzzle piece. That rule and the rule about rewards are tied to the master of the hero's world, and something called a crack. Both have been broken. He wondered why that was the case. He thought of the mysterious figure before him, the reward being the oath of the fairy king. Leo felt a bit tired. Why was it him again? Returning to reality, Leo continued to explain. It is a strategic reward. This also surprised Alien greatly. So the reward was given in the hero's world of Mbai. Right. He thought of the mysterious person back then and nodded in confirmation. Yep. Perhaps so. I think something unusual happened during the restoration of the hero's world. Although he had his own thoughts in mind. Perhaps we should come up with an excuse for now. He pondered over the words his aunt just told. Miller seemed completely unaware. But why only me? Chloe, holding the staff, immediately voiced her thoughts. Maybe it is because Leo contributed the most to the strategy. I heard that whether you receive a reward or not depends a lot on your contribution. Alien nodded in understanding. See now. He gently stood up and made a decision. All right. We will investigate this phenomenon discreetly. The artifact will be returned to the family after inspection. Before that, he did not forget to remind both of them to understand, and everyone should not say a word about the cursed artifact. Chloe, hearing this, looked confused and was about to say something. Why not? A strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Alien laughed, chatting with both of them. The enemy is not just outside. The two of them looked puzzled at his words this time. You two have really worked hard. Make sure to rest well. After Alien left, Chloe finally nervously called out Leo. Her hands felt a bit awkward. Hey. I have something to say. Leo is still waiting to hear what she has to say. Her face turned bright red, seemingly unsure of where to start. Just then, Chelsea hurriedly burst through the door. Yelling, Leo was taken aback. Alien smiled and led 3 students inside. Oh right. The hero candidates just remembered something important. He also announced that there would be a party tomorrow night. So if you do not have formal attire, please head to Lumeria first. It is going to be youthful and beautiful. This left Leo and Chloe on the side still confused about what was happening. A party. The scene shifted to a large, luxurious room. A party for the first-year students who survived the midterm test of Lumen. A voice rang out. First, the heroes who fought in our battle began to enter. Their steps light, Vanbei excitedly announced to everyone who would shine the brightest tonight. This also made the crowd very pleased as they watched. Is this our reward for enduring the harshness of the midterm exam? A classmate laughed and added, Lumen Academy. Maybe it was a bit easy for us. Inside the party, students were enjoying the food and chatting. How was the assignment? Trying to explore new paths. Let us talk while drinking. Kay enjoyed the delicious food but felt like only their class was missing something. A classmate laughed and added, Lumen does not tolerate latecomers, you know, he said while eating, and in that moment, another group of heroes entered. Can notice something, Vanbei continued to announce to everyone. From Class 5, Nella Caven and Ileana Layden were entering. They were so beautiful. Both of them walking in. Seeing such different girls left Kai and his classmates in shock. He praised them. They both looked amazing. Upon seeing them, Ileana exclaimed with excitement, Did you two steal your dad's suits? This made him feel quite frustrated. Just a moment ago, I was excited for what reason? While Vanbei continued introducing the pride of the Rotor Empire. Chelsea Abad, who was slowly entering. Avon wanted to be a subordinate of the young master. Seeing Chelsea's face made Ka also exclaim that she looked like a real princess. A princess. Compliments kept pouring in. I am a member of fan club number 90, 4348 with no regrets. Ileana noticed and smiled. Looks like she is surrounded by the elite of Rodran already. This guy is no joke. Vamba eagerly awaited the final appearance. A real couple finally stepped into the room. Celia from the Zinger clan and Leo Blop are entering. Celia quickly walked further into the hall. Why is your part overlapping with mine? Lee looked a bit confused by her attitude. So what? Everyone was surprised by the appearance of these two. There is the class representative. Right. Leo waved to everyone. Leo plopped in from Team 1, leading Lumen on the right side. Kay excitedly spoke up, the pride of the 5th class. Liana also had a proud look on her face. Our representative is the best. At that moment, Aishin walked over slowly. A terrifying monster appeared on screen. His eyes were shining brightly. Aishin smiled and asked everyone, "Are you enjoying the party?" Kay quickly yelled back, "Yep. We are having a great time." The other students, even if they did not want to, had to smile and clap. He is going to go crazy again. Aishin nodded, gently humming a tune. She was glad everyone was still enjoying it. Her voice continuously rang out. Then please enjoy while listening to the results of this midterm competition. This made Ka feel extremely bored. How are we supposed to enjoy it now? Leo still did not care much about this. The prodigy. Remember. Seeing everyone's attitude, Aishin laughed and chatted. She had predicted everyone's reactions. She happily raised her hand and announced, "So here we will only announce the top 3 students from each department. The remaining scores will be shared by your homeroom teachers the next day. So do not worry too much." The different students eagerly awaited these words. The main professor of each class will announce the scores right now. At the same time, Ian's image appeared before everyone. Ileana cheered joyfully. The Ice Knight Ainlan knew. He took the microphone to announce to all the students, "All of you have done very well on your midterm tests. Now, let us announce the students in the top achievements of the night department." As different faces quickly appeared on the information screen. There were notable faces with the names Celia Zedinger, Duran Moira, Chinia. This surprised Celia a bit. Leo showed little emotion on his face. Not on the top. Ian continued to announce to all the students. Now he would announce the rankings of the magic department. Aved Wallen, Chelsea Wallen, Lan. These words also made Chelsea feel a bit regretful. Why was not Leo Opal on it? Leo lightly laughed and explained. That could happen. This also made the side feel very confused. I can understand about Leo. But why did even Chloe suddenly catch Celia's attention to something? Chloe's face suddenly broke into a very forced smile. All of this was part of Len's plan. With the appearance of the magic book, does that mean her test scores have to go back to 0? But Phil, even so, what you showed us about your academic passion to become a wizard clearly did not satisfy Si Chen this time. He stood up and declared loudly, "In my heart, the top student in magic will always be Chloe." Harris was a bit speechless and signaled to sit down. Leo seemed very pleased with this result. Meanwhile, Chloe was still happily chatting with everyone. Yura quickly stepped onto the stage, smiling and chatting. "Alright, now let us hope those kids do well in the next semester." Cheerful voices rang out continuously. "I also want to be used. Manon's summoned creature. I will do even better. So trust me." 3 different names have already been called by her. Word and Titan, Eliza Hen Jaden Ruzen. Seeing that Leo still had not appeared made Celia somewhat anxious. He is nowhere to be found. Even Abat looked surprised at the results announcement screen. Leo Blop is not on the list. Aishin continued chatting with everyone. "Are you all having fun?" Finally, we will announce the top scorers and the representatives of the department. The highest scorer who will be the new representative of the department next year is Celia's face. Waiting to see who it will be next. Abad also silently awaited the results right before his eyes. Even he was watching the results this time. As soon as the name was read, everyone looked towards Leo Blop. The expected result made everyone very happy. Leo's image also appeared on the system screen. Suddenly, a hand slowly reached forward, accompanied by a voice, "You object." Another student quickly stood up, expressing their thoughts. How come Leo, someone who is not even in the top 3 in any department, can be the highest scorer and the new representative of the department next year? He is Emilo, a notable magic department student, ranked 3rd in the magic midterm exam. Even Leo felt very curious. Right, why is it me? Aishin stammered, not knowing how to explain this. Actually, there is a reason for this. Her expression gradually changed. Now Aishin had become very annoyed and shouted, "That little brat." She seemed to transform into another person, continuously shouting in anger, "You disrespectful brat. I will explain it once so it sinks into your head." Got it. Seeing this scene, Leo was speechless. Can she teach herself how to behave properly? Harris also did not know what to say in this situation. Is she possessed by her outspoken grandmother again? Seeing her really is fun. Set Jen nodded in understanding. I have to admit that too. Up on stage, Aishin was angrily scolding continuously. First, Dual system students cannot be evaluated by the department's scores because they cannot compete fairly with traditional metrics. Meanwhile, Ileana's image appeared before everyone. For example, a magic swordsman has weaker physical skills than a pure knight, and their magical abilities are also inferior to pure mages. But when those two are combined, they gain significant strength. Along with that, another powerful image was sent to the forest. Second, Leo Blop achieved the highest score among all first-year students in psychic studies and combat. Seeing her restrained attitude also made Emo somewhat hesitant. But regarding the combat assignment scores, did not the other students score high too? Unable to take it anymore, Aishin continuously scolded, calling them ignorant fools. Leo had surpassed the goal of his Hero's World mission. Her words rang out, saying he had defeated Chuban. This left everyone in the auditorium stunned. Leo maintained his current attitude, unsure of what to do next. Everyone in the auditorium was astonished, staring at Leo. Ileana could not believe her eyes. Did he really defeat Chuban? She asked in surprise. Was it just him and Chloe? Leo simply nodded in response. At that moment, Aishin slowly returned to normal. Aha! At this point, she hesitated, intending to explain something further. Everyone. The reason Leon scored the highest in the midterm exam is before she could finish. Sen smiled and added, that is enough. Professor Arian, it seems that all the other students have accepted that, realizing it had taken too much time. The party resumed as if nothing had happened. That concluded today's score announcement. Enjoy the party. While enjoying the delicious food, Yura suddenly called out to Len. She was very curious about the dishes and asked if dual system students were allowed to be ranked by departments. What would happen to the scores? Len calmly explained to her. There would be a significant change in the magic department. He shut his eyes tightly. Everyone would drop a rank. Yura, hearing this, gradually became confused. Donnie, tell me the top in magic is Leo. He nodded in confirmation. Very sure.
Yep.
Leo is at the top of the magic department. She did not know what else to say in this situation.
Hey.
Is summoning the same? At that moment, Ian also started recounting. The night department is the same. Leo plot is first. Leo's strength must be changing her perspective gradually. Oh my. The kid is aiming for all departments. He did not forget to add. It is not just a wild dream. Len's face was extremely serious as he slammed the table. But Leo would develop into a wizard. His magical talent seemed to hold its own. Oh come on. Do you think talents related to summoning are easy to find? Only Ain remained calm and sighed. Both of you are best suited for swords. Got it. This statement made the two of them very uncomfortable. Over here, Callow and Anna immediately shook their heads, seemingly uninvolved in the matter, shaking their heads. Professor Kuro. Professor Anna. Time passed. And it was now the morning of the next day in the familiar classroom. Calais exhausted on the desk.
Yeah.
I think I drank a bit too much yesterday. Chelsea quickly reminded him. He was the first I saw drink 2 liters of orange juice. Just then, Harris slowly walked in. Quiet down. He stuck a map on the board and announced to all the students. This was an announcement about the school's field trip. You all know we will be going to the fairy territory this time. This information made Ileana extremely excited. That is right. We know. And I heard that each class will choose a location. The classmates did not forget to add. Exactly. Our suggestion is the Duin Forest, also known as the Warm Forest. It is a place famous for its delicious fruits. Harris calmly drew symbols on the map. He turned back to announce to all the students that we would be going to Elbia. Hearing the name of this land made Ileana instantly discouraged. Elbikia. All the students were engulfed in collective despair. Ka also did not forget to search for information that Elbia is a small country in the far north, a cold place year-round in fairy territory. Just thinking about it made her very disheartened. What can we do in that cold place? Wang, a classmate, also chimed in. This feels completely off. Harris seemed unconcerned with these words, blaming the class leader. That kid chose it. Ileana, hearing this, looked confused. What? The class leader. Everyone turned to look at Leo. Why you? He calmly explained so all the students could understand. It would be best if we bought what we needed in Lumen beforehand. Right. Hearing him say that, it seemed Ileana silently accepted. I guess I will start with gloves then. Chelsea also had to excitedly add. It is time to wear all the jackets I have. Only Leo quietly sank into his own thoughts. Elsa. It may seem like an unnecessary place for humans, but it is the holy land of the fairy tribe. He thought of the frozen land back then, where the fairy land was hidden. He recalled Luna's face from before, wondering to himself, please, I hope she is okay. Time quickly passed until the end of school. Leo stood there chatting with Nenla. You keep her updated. I will handle the food and supplies. Nenla, you take care of the potions. She nodded in understanding. Alright, so Leo went to the market to buy meat. The shop owner signaled a discount. But he still tried to haggle. Leo happily left the various shops after finishing his purchases. After a long day of preparations, he was incredibly tired. Sensing that something was off, he slowly turned his gaze backward. Before him lay a dark road with something mysterious. Leo noticed the sign in front of 13th Street. Kurazu District. This must be the place. Out of curiosity, he slowly stepped forward. Before him was a shop, and he was surprised to read its name. Loot stood in front of the door, and Leo hesitated, unsure whether to enter. This was where Sen Elju and Klo had bought the demonic artifacts. After thinking it over, he slowly set his backpack down to the side. His face was calm as he stepped inside, opening the dimly lit door, which seemed to have been untouched for a long time. Leo observed that all corners of the room were covered in cobwebs. The Lumen investigation team must have cleaned this place out, so there probably was not much left. There was nothing here except a lone stuffed bear. Was that all that remained? This also startled Leo into realizing something. Wait a minute. A doll quickly grabbed his sword and approached the stuffed bear with great caution. Everything needed to be taken by Lumen for investigation. It must have been locked when I came in. It seemed the stuffed bear sensed the danger. It quickly turned its head to look in his direction. Don't he tell me the curse reduces awareness? Fortunately, Leo managed to dodge this attack just in time. He realized that this stuffed bear was no ordinary thing. It was a demon. While he was still thinking of how to deal with it, different eyes stared intently at him, and attacks came straight at Leo. Luckily, he jumped back just in time. This demon was not normal. The monster looked incredibly grotesque with its massive body and immense strength, drawing his attention. It not only reduced awareness, but it cursed everything imaginable onto its opponents. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice made Leo immediately recognize it. The giant monster stared at Leo with many eyes and remarked, "You really are a sharp kid. You recognize my curse." He also realized the true identity of the monster right before him, Monster Queen Celatuna, one of the demon commanders we could not defeat 500 years ago. This is not the real body, just a replica created through a curse. After seeing that he did not run away but stood there with his sword, Celatuna smiled in acknowledgement. Magic and Sori, a magical swordsman. Indeed, a rare talent. I will acknowledge that, but it still coldly attacks you from many different angles. Blame that useless sharp sense of yours. Unfortunately, Leo was careless and got injured. He realized his opponent was not easy at all. This is not good. I can't win now. I need to get out of here. Leo gripped the baton tightly, preparing to wait for an opportunity to escape. Celatuna stared at him wide-eyed, its terrifying voice echoing continuously. Thank you for the meal, seed of a hero. It opened its mouth wide, intending to attack him, while Leo wore a smug smile. Just at that crucial moment, a familiar voice rang out, Light of Mercy. A beam of golden light immediately appeared, striking the monster and causing it to scream in pain. With just this golden light, Celatuna lay still on the ground, unmoving. The man also slowly approached. That sorcerer was none other than Mbai. Celatuna recognized him too, the sorcerer with the wicked eyes. But in the end, it finally gave up and lay still there. This is better. Leo also took the sword and slowly pierced through its trembling body. Having an audience only makes it more enjoyable. Taking advantage of Leo's distraction, it seized the opportunity to attack him while laughing loudly. Clearly, Mbai would not let it act so easily. The familiar dirty light appeared again, making Celatuna feel a bit scared. It turned out he had created protective magical circles, allowing him and Leo to be safe here. His gaze was extremely cold as he looked at the disgusting creature before him, demon spawn. Mbai coldly looked at Celatuna right in front of him and scorned it. This made it so angry that it could no longer bear it and screamed madly with those disgusting goblin eyes. It tried to use all its remaining strength to attack Leo and Mbai there. One day, I will rip them out and swallow them whole. But it seems he won't give up easily either. His gaze was somewhat terrifying. I have no interest in that worthless copy. Mbai slowly extended his hand forward and shouted loudly. A beam of golden light shot straight towards Celatuna. In just a few basic moves of his, the monster was torn into thousands of pieces and fell heavily to the ground. Leo looked up at the man standing in front of him. Amberon, the sorcerer of vision. He also had another title, the one who understood the power of a power that made anyone aware shudder. The destroyer Tateros. According to the rumors, he became Professor Lumen just to gain the freedom to cross borders during his hunts. Thinking of this, Leo sighed softly. I am indebted to the hero of this era. Suddenly, Mbai asked him, Leo plop, what is going on? He gently picked up a part of the stuffed bear to examine it. It appeared when I was investigating this place. His face was extremely calm as he analyzed the stuffed bear lying in his hand. From this bear, there was a curse of cognitive disorder. MB. Hearing this, slowly reached out towards the head of this teddy bear. The Lumen investigation team will have to take responsibility. He turned away, not forgetting to add, I will let it slide that you investigated Ludic on your own. His gaze held a hint of anger at your actions. From now on, when you need help, come to me. Leo was taken aback by these words. Thank you for what happened. As he walked outside, he quietly memorized his name. Amberon. Images of the people behind the academy flashed in his mind. The Jaren family is one of the 3 major families managing the Lumen Academy. Liu's gaze became somewhat calculating. Perhaps he could access the forbidden archives with his help. While he was still thinking, Nella surprised him by running up. So you were here? Class president. I have finished shopping. Seeing Leo's injured body surprised her a bit. Class president. How did you get hurt like this? He chuckled and explained. It is nothing serious. Thank you. Even so, he could not stop thinking about other things. This has been confirmed. The Super Latina is behind the Beast Controller and the Black Magic Book. A question he had to ask himself was, what is their goal? Time passed until a week later. The space door finally opened before all the students. Leo asked everyone in class, have you collected all the supplies? Everyone nodded happily in agreement. Yep. Just then, a voice called out. Lucilia felt very curious. Why is your class heading to El Sanbikia? It is really cold there. He laughed and explained to her. It has been hot lately, so this trip is just like a summer vacation. Upon hearing this, she waved goodbye. I really hate the cold. Wish you a safe journey. Leo nodded in understanding. Yeah. You stay safe too. Leo turned to remind all the students in the class. Our class should start preparing too. Chelsea was very excited about what was going to happen. I am really looking forward to this trip. She walked while complaining. I hate the cold too. Realizing time was running out, Leo slowly took steps forward. Everyone was very excited about this trip. Let us set off to El Sanbikia, the land of the fairies. The scene quickly shifted to the Saren Academy, the military academy for heroic fairies. An angry voice rang out. What is that disrespectful outfit? This woman became very upset and continually questioned. How can a fairy like you be a student of the great Saren Academy? The student right next to her immediately added a few words. Truly a mixed bloodline. Can you stop bragging about that unknown lineage? Hello. This poor young man can only helplessly bow his head and listen in silence. Just as he is still trembling in fear, a voice rings out. You should not bully your fellow students. Lunia slowly steps forward to inform the 2 bullies to behave appropriately for a descendant of Sereni. Seeing her step in to help only makes the other girl angrier. So you really do not care that this mixed breed is a member of the Saren Academy? The young man beside her nods in agreement. That is right. His existence is an embarrassment. Just look at how he dresses. It is clearly shabby. After hearing that, Lunia gradually loses her composure and steps in front of the 2. Great. Here comes more garbage. Her attitude has completely changed. She keeps scolding them, saying if you do not like his outfit, then take yours off and give it to him. If you are not going to help him, then shut your mouth. Hearing this, the girl turns pale with confusion. Miss Luna, you should be ashamed of such vulgarity as the daughter of a prestigious family. He does not know what to say in response to what he just witnessed. Oh my god. What is happening here? Lunia refuses to back down and continues to berate both of them. Don't you feel ashamed gathering to bully him? If you have a problem with what I said, then come over here and fight me, with no other choice. She turns to leave, run away quickly. Oh well. The young man can't help but sigh, complaining that he really is a crazy dog. After seeing the 2 bullies leave, Lunia glances at Luca, who is still standing aside. Why are you wearing such flimsy clothes? Just looking at you makes me want to take care of you. He gently smiles and explains that someone stole his other clothes. Hearing this makes her extremely angry. What do you mean by those people? Lako immediately comforts her. Lunia, please take it back. It is really cold. But she does not seem to care and waves her hand, saying it is fine. Don't you worry about me. Seeing her attitude improve makes Luca curious. Lunia, you seem especially happy today. Do not you? Lunia smiles and nods in confirmation. Yeah. Finally, my contract has blossomed. Right. He does not forget to clap and add. Congratulations. Lunia, we can't waste any more time. Lunia prepares to turn and leave slowly. Okay. After running into the room, Lunia smiles and announces, Dad, my contract has blossomed. Right, and chuckles lightly when he hears her and reminds her. Lunia, I told you to call me professor at school. After carefully observing her, Ina nods in praise. Yeah. Farina's child seems to have blossomed. This makes Lumia so happy that she trembles. When can I meet them? While she was still waiting, he suddenly sighed, unsure how to explain. There is a problem. Lunia, it seems your fake contract has already been established. After thinking for a while, In continued, as for the details, we will investigate further. According to Farina, this made Lunia so angry that she was trembling, unable to bear it any longer. She slammed her hand on the table. Her face showed clear rage as she kept blaming. Who was the thief who stole your fake contract? The scene shifts to Velkia, the capital of Elsankia. All the students were extremely tired, clutching their freezing bodies. Lee was too cold. The sound of endless chatter echoed. The kids in the carriage kept broom-brooming. On a freezing day, Kat tightly hugged her nearly frozen body. Just end us already. When did my classmates freeze? My brother will meet you soon. But Leo remained calm. Walking forward. I can handle this. Harris stood to the side, gently reminding all the students. No more. Line up. He continued, asking everyone. This is Velkia, the capital of Elsankia. Does anyone here know its history? Ka was still complaining nonstop. It is so. Chelsea suddenly raised her hand. Her face became very proud as she shared everything she knew. Velkia was founded and named after the knight Velkia, one of Luna's disciples, the star poet. After hearing this, Leo smiled, recalling the information he once knew. More precisely, he was a disciple of both Luna and Aaron. Velkia, that arrogant little name, is now known by a great title like the Precursor Knight. After Chelsea finished speaking, Harris nodded in agreement. That is right. If I were to add more, the family of the descendants of the knights holds the top position. Right at this moment, a footstep slowly approached this place. Sensing something was off, Harris calmly turned to look. Before everyone's eyes was a group of strange people gradually coming closer. This made Ka feel a bit scared. Is there a thief even in the fairy clan's territory? Harris beside her gently explained. There are bad people everywhere. Suddenly a voice rang out. How have you been lately? Teacher. Professor Harris looked at the scene before him, stunned, as the small feet slowly moved forward confidently. Ru led everyone to greet the students. As soon as they saw his appearance, the female students were taken aback. So they are the fairies. The handsome guy smiled, his eyes sparkling as he spoke. I have been waiting. Professor Harris. His name is Runza, chairman of the Elsasabia Council, head of the Sa clan. The professor bowed respectfully in response. He still looks handsome. On the other side, Alina blushed. Regardless of Nenla's embarrassment behind her, I think I have found my future partner. Just then, Leo approached coldly, questioning, Isn't age an issue for you? Alina exclaimed, startled. What? Saying that, she walked over and playfully poked him with her elbow. Class president, do not tell me you are jealous. He responded coldly. Who cares? You know elves live long and do not age much. Right. Seeing Alina's confused expression, he continued, So here's a question. How old do you think he is now? After that question, Alina got annoyed, arguing amidst the laughter of the classmates around them. The commotion caught Run's attention. Alina tried to justify. He looks young. Vun watched the scene and chuckled with delight. These students are so full of energy. Students under Professor Harris are always very disciplined. There is a memory of students with various expressions coming to him and saying, Professor Harris is busy with academic work, so we came on our own. Remembering how he slept soundly in a warm bed, Harris replied warily, We are just freshmen, still quite immature. Just kids. Just as he finished speaking, a hurried Alina ran up. Sorry. Her sudden appearance surprised Jun a bit. She panted, trying to speak. May I ask your name and age? Sir. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he replied without hesitation. I apologize for the late introduction. My name is Run. His calm response left Alina stunned. And I am 97 this year. Harris did not miss the chance to tease her during her peak. Kaka quickly pushed Alina's frozen body aside. Curious, he asked. Could you be our trip guide? Seeing the delight in his eyes, Run gently replied, I am the head of the Asa family and a member of the Elsasak Baya Council. After hearing that answer, Ka found himself in the same boat as Alina. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Ka said desperately, It is an honor to meet you. He already thought he was done for. Harris' expression gradually lost patience. He lowered his voice. Let us talk later. Guys. The night is falling at the dormitory for the camping trip in that old, dilapidated house. A cute little mouse scurried by, and the sight directly scared Kapale. Are we really staying here? Chelsea behind also panicked and shouted, I can do this. Leo casually said to them. Really? Then I guess you will have to sleep somewhere else. Hearing him say that, Alina immediately cheered. Class president. You had a plan all along. Right. I believe in you, contrary to her expectations. Leo pointed to the tent set up outside and said, I guessed that, so I prepared a spot outside too. Do you want to sleep there? Sleeping outside then, feeling the biting cold winds whipping up, Ka quickly snapped back to reality and said, What are you all doing? Come on. Let us head to our place and unpack. This place is truly a masterpiece. Inside that desolate house, It now felt much livelier. Have you guys seen the weather? You will turn into a snowman at this rate. On the stairs, a student rushed up, and two shadows were lurking, seemingly waiting for something. It turned out to be Kai and Thai. He flashed an eager look and said excitedly, "Do you know what the real thrill of this school trip is? Sneaking into that girl's room. That is exactly what I was talking about." Suddenly, a pair of angry legs blocked their path, accompanied by a terrifying growl. Just before they could enjoy those thrills, they were pierced by Chelsea's gaze. In the quiet house, she unleashed a move that left everyone stunned and speechless. Immediately, screams rang out. "Sorry, please spare me." Hearing those interesting sounds, sighed. It seems everyone's really enjoying the trip. Saying that, he stepped outside and coldly closed the door. Maybe I should take a walk. Just as he was about to leave, a voice from behind stopped him in his tracks. Leo Prop. Looking at the girl with golden hair standing solemnly in the snow, he curiously asked. She raised her sharp eyes and serious face to reply. "The master wants to see you." Leo Pop shifted to a mansion with a suspicious look. Leo slowly pushed the door open and saw him, nervously calling out, "Come in." He was sitting at a desk piled high with books. Behind him was a massive bookshelf, and Leo felt a bit awkward as he arrived. "Sorry for calling you here and making you wait a bit. Can you hold on for a moment?" Looking around the room, Leo felt a bit overwhelmed but did not forget to respond. "No problem at all." As he looked at everything around, curiosity began to creep into his mind. "There seems to be a lot of interesting things here. Can I take a look?" Vun was also very pleased to hear that. "Go ahead." Looking at the wall displaying various weapons, Leo noticed that quite a few items here were rather old. Suddenly, something completely caught his attention. This is the sword mounted on the wall, and it is easy for him to recognize. Queen Run was also surprised by Leo's knowledge. "How did you know about Queen? Its history is only passed down to the heads of the Sa clan." Leo was momentarily taken aback. He turned around, flustered, and explained, "I read about Queen in an ancient text at the Lumen Grand Library." His answer made all doubts in Vun's heart vanish. "Is that? Well, if it is Lumen, then everything is real." Leo carefully touched Queen. As soon as his sense of touch registered it, he realized it was infused with mana. But it was not real. Quinn truly was a flood of memories rushing back to him. On a dark night on a mound, while lying back and contemplating beside the flickering fire, a voice rang out, "Luna, a self-defense dagger just for you. What do you think?" As that voice echoed, Leo pulled the book away from his face, his eyes slightly squinting, and the voice urged again, "Look at this. Hurry." In front of him, a bright smile was lifting a shiny sword in hand. She exclaimed happily. Leo seems completely uninterested, even sighed, saying he looks like a scavenger. "Your words made Luna angrily scold you." Remembering this, Leo recounted that it originally belonged to Luna, but she gave the sword to her student, Becca, in his time. Little Bia sat in a corner with tears in her eyes, and right before her final expedition against Tartarus, Berkia lost it. At that moment, Vun approached to explain. "Queen is the reward our ancestors earned long ago after conquering the hero world of the Little Bee Kia." He looked at you hesitantly. "But unfortunately, weapons obtained from the hero world can only be wielded by conquerors." When Leo heard Jun say this, he suddenly realized that is why it felt like an empty shell. He saw you looking confused and said, "Have a seat." As the two sat at the table, Vun curiously asked, "I heard him say you are the whole system, and also the first-year representative of Lumen, right?" Leo straightforwardly admitted it. "That is right." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became awkward. "I know it is really rude to make such a request when we just met, but Run looked directly at you with eyes filled with hope. Could you meet my granddaughter?" Run carefully introduced. "My granddaughter is a first-year student at Seren Academy." As he approached the stairs, Run's praises still echoed. The girl was talented, accepted into the school with outstanding scores. A dark image of a young girl appeared with each of his words. "But it was a world I had never seen before." They said it was peaceful, safe, a place to live without worries. In front of Leo was a long, cold corridor. Each word from Run echoed in his mind. But even in that world, people still fought, were hurt, and suffered. Leo stared at the key in his hand, his eyes filled with doubt, asking, "Is that world really any different from this one?" Before entering that room, he politely knocked on the door a few times, and after waiting a moment, the door finally creaked open. In front of him was a mess, with bags and clothes thrown all over the floor. Leo looked around, coughed a few times, then exclaimed, "So much dust." Looking at the photos carefully hung on the wall, he realized it was a great hero fan. Seeing them, Leo could not help but sigh in helplessness. "I know there are kids who collect these things, But this is a bit too much. Leo walked over to the open closet door, looked at the uniform inside, and asked in surprise, "Is this the Saran school uniform?" Suddenly, a child softly called from behind him, "Grandpa." A sleepy girl kept rubbing her eyes in annoyance. Grandpa barged into his granddaughter's room like this. "It is really too much. You know, that little girl is Iron from the family. A first-year student ranked second at the academy." As she became more awake, their eyes met. "This is Utterly terrified, the girl screamed, "Oh my God." Leah looked at her with a suspicious gaze. And immediately the girl wrapped herself in the blanket and screamed in panic. Leo was taken aback for a moment before introducing himself. "Hi there. I am Leo." He casually took a book from the shelf and explained, "I am here to see you at your grandpa's request." When he turned back, the girl still did not respond to him. Leo was not in a hurry. He opened the book he had just taken out and complimented, "You are almost as well read about Kai as I am. Let us." How is he described from the Elfi clan's perspective? As he read the book, the girl in the blanket moved slightly. Could the great monster hunt in the northern mountains also be an achievement of Kai? She organized this pretty well. At this point, a shy tone from behind made him pause. Could it be the girl? Iran tightly wrapped the blanket around herself, her eyes eagerly asking, "Do you like Kai too?" Liu did not answer her immediately. He slowly moved deeper into the bookshelf, his eyes scanning for a book that caught his attention. Seeing Leo's curiosity about the Danos battle, Iran spoke. He was talking about the battle where Tyberg, the commander of the Tatarus army, was defeated. Right, the battle where the great heroes first fought as comrades. When mentioning this, Iran immediately became engrossed. She was no longer defensive with Leo as before. Instead, she was very curious. "So you know where the commander's army was defeated?" He answered without hesitation. "Lick. That is where Luna first tested her magic." The girl was instantly convinced by Leo. Iran joyfully exclaimed, "That is right. It is a record of the great heroes that most people do not know about. Even in academic circles it is considered a trivial topic." In her eyes back then, Leo seemed to radiate a glowing aura. Iran quickly composed herself. She shyly lowered her head and said, "Sorry for the late introduction. It is our first meeting and I have said a bit too much." Leo dispelled her awkwardness. Denying it, the great heroes would surely be pleased to know someone values their stories. But in Iran's heart, there was a firm belief. This is just my personal opinion. But even though history only records 4 great heroes, there might have been a 5th one. Leo quickly expressed his interest in the ancient heroes. "I believe that person truly existed. So when I return, I plan to join a club dedicated to studying Kai's traces." Iran joyfully exclaimed, "That sounds amazing." Then she suddenly bowed her head and mumbled, "School." Leo caught this action in his sight. He noticed her shyness and hesitance. But at this level, it was not too bad. Thinking of this, he slowly asked, "Iran, why did not you go to school?" A strong feeling of rejection surged within her. Iran stammered, "Because I do not think school is the right place for me." When she mentioned this, her gaze showed a bit of worry, fear, and distraction. Everyone there was very hardworking, all seriously pursuing the path to becoming heroes. Someone like me can only dream of being a hero with such a superficial heart. Yet, despite saying that, the neatly hung uniform made Leah realize, but the way she takes care of her uniform so carefully, does not that mean she has not let go yet? Looking at the poor girl's face, he slowly persuaded her, "Iran, I am not the only one at Bikia right now. Our whole class is here on a field trip. I think if my classmates hear your story, they would definitely want to meet you." Iran flinched slightly. Liu calmly stood up and asked, "You know, in the human world, there are also schools that train heroes, just like the Saran Academy, right?" When the success sparked curiosity and excitement within them, he turned away, leaving a remark, "If you are curious about the students of Lumen, come check it out." With that, he decisively stepped out of the room and closed the door. Outside, Vun was waiting for him with shining, admiring eyes. Seeing him, he exclaimed in shock. Startled, he whispered softly in his ear, "Do not tell me you have been talking to Iran this whole time." Lee replied nonchalantly, "Yep, I have." Hearing that, he was so happy he almost cried. He quietly wiped his eyes and shared that it had been months since the girl had a long conversation with anyone. Then, with heartfelt sincerity, Vun placed a hand on his shoulder, resolutely saying, "It seems like she has opened up to you. Her grandfather, I want to repay you. What do you think? I want to give you a magical item that could help you." Liu helplessly said, refusing a gift would be too rude. Immediately after, Vun took him straight to the distant family treasure vault, without hesitation. Before him, mountains of dazzling gold filled the room. Va smiled gently at Leo, Feel free to choose. In front of those golden temptations, his gaze did not waver. Suddenly something caught his eye. This is without hesitation Leo's decision. I would like to choose this one. Run stepped forward to explain to him. It was a gem containing the power of the fairy race. Obtained by the previous head of the family 1,000 years ago, the fairy was intricately and beautifully carved. But aside from that, its usefulness. Leo cheerfully turned to him and said, "It is all right." Seeing him so determined, he nodded in agreement. As long as he liked it. Looking at the gem shining in his hand, he thought to himself that it surely was not anything else. Inside the gem, a tiny boy was curled up neatly. He realized that it was a real fairy. Back in the dorm, at this moment, Harris was announcing to everyone, "Quiet down. Now I will explain the upcoming schedule." Looking at the paper in Harris's hand, he slowly listed, "Starting from tomorrow, wake up at 6:00 a.m. in the morning. You will practice in the fairy forest near the city. And in the afternoon, it will be mission practice." Alina felt a bit worried upon hearing this. She quickly raised her hand and said, "Wait a minute, didn't we already practice enough at school? Even on the field trip too?" Harris's explanation instantly wiped the eager look off her face. "In this field trip, we plan to focus on the areas where you all are weak. Surely no one thinks we came here just to have fun, right?" Holding up the schedule, Harris bluntly said, "Let me be clear. This agenda was prepared by your class president." Immediately, the group turned to look at him in shock. Even Chelsea was equally surprised. "Lee did it. Why would you do that? You idiot." Leo smiled brightly in response. "The stop at the monster was perfect for real combat training. Let us train. Train until we drop. And the first one to get tired will be the dog's slave." Although disappointed, Alina still stood by him. "I am sure the class president means well." Just a while later, under the night sky, Harris concluded that shocking announcement. "That is it. Enjoy. This will be your last bit of free time." Back in the room, Leo curiously observed the gem of protection for a long time. Watching the kid inside, Leo realized the magical seal of the Fairy King. He released a few magic sparks onto the gem, and thought about why Luna thought it was just a statue. After the disaster era, the Fairy King's contract had disappeared, and no fairy tribe had ever experienced that kind of magic again. The magical energy he infused grew stronger, but for him, all of this was too familiar. It was Sinrat's magic. Thinking of that radiant smile, Leo felt delighted. It was finally time to use the Oath of the Fairy King he had received before. The swirling energies rose from the gemstone, and Leo's face brightened with hope. After a moment, the gemstone finally cracked. A blinding golden light shone through the fissure straight out. The window in Leo's room also flashed brightly for an instant, and sitting in the palm of his hand, the fairy stretched out and said, "You finally broke the seal." Seeing him, Karan immediately became alert. "Why is there a strange human standing in front of me? How rude." Leo looked at him with a blank stare and asked, "Who are you?" Karan furiously shouted at him, "You dare call me you?" After his anger, he proudly introduced himself. "I am the firstborn of the great golden fairy king, the heir to the throne of the fairy king." As Leo's hand prepared to flick him away, Karan remained arrogantly proud. "What you see before you is a human fairy." Finishing his words, Leo flicked his forehead hard. A red mark immediately appeared on his fair forehead. Karan rubbed his forehead and angrily questioned, "How dare you? What is this?" In front of him, Leo displayed a cold, fierce look. "Be careful. Even your father is polite to me. Who do you think you are?"
Good.
Karan still showed no fear. He directly insulted Leo as a rogue, asking how he dared to offend the great Sinrat Fairy King. Soon after, his scream of agony rang out again. Karan angrily shouted, "That brat." Just as the words left my mouth, another flick caused his head to swell. Only after being beaten to tears did Karan politely ask, "No way. Are you really the one my father mentioned in the contract?" Leo kept his finger poised to flick and replied, "Looks like it. Your seal is broken too. Is there a problem?" Seeing this, Karan swallowed his anger. He spoke softly. Realizing that forming a contract with a lowly human was not so bad after all, Leo gently brushed his finger over the wound on Karan's head and said, with Shrat's gentle nature, "Taking away all 6 wings, and sealing you must mean you are quite the troublemaker." Prince Karan caught a few times and replied, "You even know that? You truly are the contract holder then." Hearing this, Lee replied coldly, "Forget you. Just go to the heavenly realm and call for Xinrat for me." Karan firmly stated, "I can't do that. You can only return to the heavenly realm after collecting all 6 wings." He started to get arrogant, crossing his arms and saying to Leo, "Then if you want to meet the Dark Father, help me retrieve those 6 wings. I believe the first wing is in the fairy forest where our home used to be." Looking at the mischievous boy, Leo smiled gently, thinking to himself, "Sinrat, this must be destiny for your son to come to me." After that smile, he flicked Karan again. Karan angrily shouted, "How dare you?" The scene shifts to the next day, where Harris is leading a group of students into the snow-covered forest. Inside the sparse trees, everything was a pure white. Seeing that scene, the children exclaimed in amazement. Harris stood emotionless beside them. Beneath a tree, Chelsea sat on the ground, her weak gaze saying, "No way. They won just using wind magic." Suddenly, a warm hand reached out in front of her. Liu gently smiled and said, "Looks like you will need to practice." A few minutes earlier, Elena loudly questioned, "Class leader, are you saying my swordsmanship and magic do not harmonize?" She said, extremely annoyed. "Is that why you wanted to train individually today?" Leo glanced over to the side. "Okay," and I shouted angrily, "Lack of summoning skills. Alchemy is the only thing I am confident in." At this moment, a foot quietly stepped closer and spoke. "I made it very clear during the exam. Did not?" He turned to look at her with curiosity. Chelsea continued, "I do not fully understand wind magic." She swung a stick and confidently challenged, "Then show me what you have got." At that challenge, Leo immediately agreed. "Fine." Chelsea stared at him, evaluating him, and thought to herself that everything Leo had done so far exceeded her imagination. Who knows what he is hiding? Her eyes gleamed coldly. Chelsea was determined. There was no more time for preparation. Now she would attack. In that pristine white scenery, she decisively unleashed her wind technique. As the fury approached, Leo remained completely unresponsive. Wind technique. Then Leo coldly shot a blazing flame towards her. Each step of that flame devoured Chelsea's wind technique. Observing from the side, Elena exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't quick spell casting supposed to be Chelsea's specialty?" He countered at the same speed as Chelsea. Refusing to give up, she immediately followed up with a binding strike. As the icy iron chains rushed towards him, Leo softly called out, "Chelsea." The fiery aura surrounding him mingled with Chelsea's iron chains. He calmly stated, "From the first time we met, I told you, that one technique of yours can be easily broken. That is not how you use wind magic." Amidst the chaos, Leo glared at her, quickly severing each link of the chain. When Chelsea was not paying attention, one of his spells had crept up on her. In the silent forest, a loud impact echoed. Chelsea was pushed back, falling against a tree, the trunk shaking as snow fell directly onto her head. When she looked up, Leo's cold blade was pressed against her neck, his face illuminated. As the match ended, Chelsea realized in confusion, is wind magic supposed to be like this? Beside her, Ka arrogantly exclaimed, "I never thought Chelsea would lose in a wind magic battle." Elena sighed helplessly next to her. "This is definitely cheating. What kind of monster is our class president?" At that moment, Teacher Harris also spoke up. As a pure-blooded mage, Chelsea was not at all inferior to Leo, but there was a significant gap in understanding and using wind magic, and that determined the winner. Leo gently patted her head while imparting his wisdom. "When you get to class, you will learn new techniques. So mastering what you have learned is very important." As things began to settle down, Harris addressed the class. "All right. Let us practice the basics under the guidance of our class president, and wish them luck with the training mission this afternoon." Elena placed a hand on her forehead, frowning as she replied. "Yep." Ka trembled continuously, saying, "I am so hungry and cold." In a snowy forest, a solitary figure gradually moved deeper into the woods. It was who was continuously gathering plants along his path. Training mission. Gather herbs. Remembering a moment ago, Ka desperately knelt before him, saying, "I will practice soon. Please." Leo suddenly smiled and said, "Finally. They are taking action." Just then, Karan joyfully ran over with a pile of herbs in his hands. He exclaimed eagerly, "Look, I have gathered this much." Seeing the herbs he brought back, Leo sighed in admiration. "Impressive. Truly the fairy tribe." Karan immediately responded with pride, "We are not ordinary fairies." Leo turned and opened a spatial portal, saying, "That should be enough herbs." Looking into the dense forest, he felt a glimmer of hope. Now we should start a thorough investigation of the fairy forest. Finally, the journey to find his wings had begun. Saying that, he and Karan ventured deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Leo stopped, making Karan curious and asked, "Why did you stop?" Lee's eyes were a bit wary. He asked, "Karan, when did you disappear from the fairyland?" He thought for a moment and replied, "About 100 years ago." Leo touched an invisible wall in front of him, immediately stopping Karan's hand. "If you look closely, this is an illusion magic." Karan exclaimed in surprise. "This is the magic of the fairy king." "Right. But it does not feel like my father's magic." Leo explained to Karan that this was the magic of Father Sinrat Royne, the fairy king of the Calamity era. But the magic was activated only about 100 years ago. Sitting on his back, Karan was deep in thought. Based on the timing, The magic was supported by Karan's wings. A barrier made from ancient spells and his father's wings. Meaning something important was sealed here. Just as he thought that, a terrifying pair of feet exuded a dark aura appeared. Leo immediately frowned as the aura spread towards them. And Kiran pinched his nose in discomfort. From a distance, a shadow slowly approached. He slowly asked with a mysterious dark aura, "Why are humans in the land of the elves?" Leo showed no fear, retorting that it was better than a corpse like him being here. A skeleton with fiery red eyes approached and said, "This place has long been ruled by us." Karan immediately shouted in his face, "This is the holy land of our fairy clan." "What nonsense are you talking?" The skeleton seemed a bit surprised, but he did not miss the chance to mock. "Fairy clan? Someone weak like you can be called a fairy?" Karan erupted in rage, his body emanating characteristic green lightning. "What did you just say?" A figure immediately shot through the air. Leo dashed towards the undead and yelled, "You rotten corpse." His eyes bulged red with anger. Kiran used his immense power to glide through his body, and the skeleton fell down without having a chance to react. After venting his anger, he scoffed and said, "Empty barrels make the most noise." Leo silently witnessed the whole thing and raised an eyebrow. Questioning, "You call yourself a fairy and act so brutally?" Karan, tired, stretched and replied, "As long as it works. Who cares? The powers of fairies and undead are opposites." Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide in surprise as he glanced to the side. The undead had recovered, and a sinister energy surrounded his body. "I see. Even if you are low level, a fairy is still a fairy." Karan, disgusted, pinched his nose and criticized, "Stinky and long-winded." With that, he charged like a small beam of light, but his voice was firm and resolute. "I will crush you to dust." Seeing the situation was bad, Leo quickly yelled a warning, "Karan, get out of the way." The undead firmly thrust his sword into the ground, and around him, a swirling circle of magic rose up. Just as it was about to reach that source of magic, Karan's eyes showed clear astonishment. He abruptly stopped in mid-air, then quickly shot off in another direction and narrowly escaped. Then Karan plunged straight into the tie on Leo's chest, sitting in the palm of his hand, dizzily asking, "What the hell is that?" Leo lifted him up and whispered, "It is a monster from Tartarus that has existed for a long time. That stinking skeleton is called the Knight of Death." At that moment, he heard the sharp teeth introducing themselves. "My name is Go, a knight under king." With that, Akago lunged at the two with his spear in hand. As he got close, he growled, ready to swing his sword, and said, "I will finish you." Akago smiled menacingly, "And I will lead you to your death." Leo froze, feeling his soul tremble. He looked at him warily as Kago struck a powerful blow towards Leo. Slowly approaching him, he curiously asked, "Can he deploy the shield in such a short time?" He attacked once more. Not bad. He and Leo were directly clashing. Kago gritted his teeth in battle. All resistance was futile. Human Seat rushed towards Leo. "I will help you." He easily knocked him away, causing him pain. Seat felt frustrated. "Am I out of power already? I wish I had wings." Leo muttered to himself, "In the name of the one who bears the contract, respond to my summons." Kago stared in shock at the dazzling light before him. He saw Leo holding a sword standing in a magic circle. "This is Superly." Eyes wide with excitement. "What? Is there another contracted being besides me?" He was amazed by the light emanating from Leo. The Phoenix Leo pondered the battle ahead, looking at the small bird shining brightly on his shoulder. Suddenly Sulit jumped onto his shoulder. "A phoenix." He playfully joked with the phoenix. Kago looked at them judgmentally. "A phoenix and a fairy. I absolutely cannot let them survive." He thrust his sword into the ground. "Army of the dead. Devour the living." A large army of skulls thundered forward at his command. The dead land. Leo silently assessed a curse continuously summoning the undead. Sulit exclaimed in surprise, "Ah! Have you given up? No more light?" Leo smirked. "You are eager to fight. How could that be?" He grinned. "This is Kai's demon. I have not used it in a long time." Leo swung his sword straight at the army. The town, Kago and the army looked at him in confusion. He charged forward with a grim expression. He unleashed his attack with strong winds swirling around. Wind vortex. He stared at his army being decimated by him. He warned loudly, "Stop now. If you claim to be a knight, face me with honor." He replied bluntly, "You summoned a bunch of minions. What else do you have to say?" Leo stomped the ground. Kago suddenly saw him soaring high. He was fleeing. Leo sighed in frustration, telling Phoenix and Silit, "Stop fighting, both of you. Just go inside." Leo walked to a snow-covered mountain. "This should be safe enough," he sighed. Pondering, a death knight appeared in the fairy forest. "Is there something here that Tartarus is searching for?" The sound of footsteps caught his attention. He saw a zombie walking on the ground. He placed his hand on his sword. A zombie split from the 7 stars. and suddenly a strange sword strike decisively cut into it. Leo silently watched the blade aimed at him. The long-haired man questioned him. "Are you the one who summoned it?" Leo had no choice but to respond, "Not all. I am a student of Lumen. I have nothing to do with that zombie." He stared intently at the person attacking him, that uniform. A student from Saren Star. He insisted on attacking Leo. "What a ridiculous excuse, you necromancer." Leo swiftly dodged his sword strike. He quickly blocked the long-haired man's sword strike. The man was knocked to his knees in pain. A voice rang out, interrupting the fight. "That is enough." A girl appeared. "I apologize for that rudeness." The girl introduced herself. "My name is Lunia Lando, a first-year student from Saren. Please do not think all Saren students are like him." Leo glanced at her. The apology was accepted. "What brings you from Saren to here?" She smiled and replied, "I am here in Pia for field training." "And you? You should share too." "I am on a practical trip." Leo turned away to leave. "So I have to report to my professor now." Lunia smiled gently, closing her eyes. "Hope in the Pia forest will protect him." You muttered to yourself. Lunia Lando? Where have I heard that name before? Meanwhile, in that moment, Lunia angrily charged at the long-haired guy. The worst student in the top class messed things up while trying to show off. "Idiot. It is really embarrassing." In the silent air of the tower, someone exclaimed in amazement. "A death knight in the sacred realm." He sadly spoke. "What a tragedy." Monsters started appearing at some point. "But the level of pollution is not too serious," Harris Edmund explained. "She is not the type of student who would lie," a voice countered. "Misunderstandings arising from ignorance are also lies." Chaim Wintel, the homeroom teacher of the first-year senior class of Saren, quietly approached. A first-year hero candidate who has just stepped into this path claims to have encountered a death knight. Run smiled at him. "I am Professor Chaim Wintel, the homeroom teacher of the first-year senior class of Saren." "Please continue," Chaim continued. "She must have seen a skeletal knight and got confused. I do not believe she could escape from a death knight on her own." He looked at Leo with annoyance. "She is just a first-year student." He turned to Harris Edmund. "Professor Han, do you believe this student's story?" He replied immediately. "Of course." He proudly introduced that she may only be a first-year student, but she is a representative of the entire class. Chaim glanced at him. If what he said is true, this could broaden the perspective of Saren students. After all, the bit about the Death Knight is probably meaningless. He spoke up. "If she is the representative of the entire class, she must be confident in her magic." Chaim spoke sternly. "I propose a joint class with Lumen's senior class 1 elsewhere, and a party." People were buzzing with excitement. "Let us go on a blind date. How about it?" "Sorry, I have a boyfriend so I can't go." They looked around excitedly. They are hosting such a grand exchange event. Saren is indeed a wealthy school. Chelsea chimed in. "This must be on par with a banquet hosted by His Majesty the Emperor." Alina was also excited. "I heard that tomorrow we will experience San's teaching style." I am so excited that I shouted back. "Me too." Leo quietly assessed the situation from afar, proposing a joint class so abruptly. He must be the type of person who has to see things for himself to believe them. Suddenly, a voice caught your attention. "We have met before, have not we?" Lunia shyly suggested dancing it. Under the shimmering lights of the party, soft music played. Leo gently guided Lunia through each step. She looked at him delightfully. "Do you know the L dance?" You replied. "I have been studying for a long time." She suddenly remembered. Thinking back, she did not even know your name yet. "What should I call you?" Leo introduced himself. Lee said casually, "Just call me Leo." Suddenly, Lunia grabbed his collar. "So you are the thief who stole someone else's contract," she shouted. "I will kill you." Leo recalled the words of a woman who once said, "Vena is my contract holder and the savior of Lander's life." The child was supposed to be Fyra's contract holder. He suddenly remembered. Is this girl the original contract holder of Fyra? Lunia trembled as she looked at him. "The shameless thief." Leo smiled back. "Fyra's fine." She gritted her teeth, glaring at Leo. She shouted, lunging at him. Chelsea was startled. Elsewhere, after the incident, Lunia bowed her head sincerely. Leo Bob. She reluctantly bent down. "Please forgive my rudeness." Leo forced a smile. "All right." You thought to yourself. Pretending must be tough. Harris led Leo away as the misunderstanding was resolved. "We are leaving." Chaim patted Lunia on the shoulder. "Student Lunia," he reprimanded sternly. "Don't make that mistake again as a first-year representative of Saren," she replied gloomily. "Yep. I understand," Chaim instructed. "In tomorrow's joint class, we must prove ourselves." Shook Lunia's shoulder. "Saren is better than Lumen," he said firmly. "We are the best academy among the hero academies." He secretly looked down on them, those mediocre losers. What is bread without cream? Chaim thought. Have I pushed too hard? He cleared his throat. So from now on, Lunia shouted with determination. I will never forget that bastard's name. I will completely crush him. Do not worry. For the honor of Saren. Haim was stunned. Student Lunia. In the joint class of Lumen and Saren. Harris excitedly introduced. Nice to meet you all. First years of Saren Academy. I am Professor Harris, currently teaching at Lumen Academy, he calmly stated. Today, you will experience a class at Lumen Academy. He called a student up. Shocking everyone, Kalana stepped up. I will lead the class. Harris casually introduced. You are the top surviving student at Lumen. Show what you have learned. Everyone buzzed as they looked at him. Professor Chelsea looked up expectantly. So that is why they called a student from each department. Leo remained silent and contemplative. Feeling like he did not want to get involved, Alina eagerly showcased herself, continuously demonstrating her power. They also showed off his skills. Everyone in the class was excited to see their performances. I smiled in satisfaction. Every time you observe perspectives from different races, you can awaken new methods. He suddenly froze. But he felt a bit strange that the class president had not yet appeared. Chelsea excitedly cheered. Everyone is amazing. The students bow their heads in gratitude for everyone's support. Haim slowly steps forward. It was truly wonderful just now. The students of Lumen. He praises them without holding back. The teacher can sense that each of you has developed your abilities deeply in your own field. He picks up a piece of chalk and speaks plainly. Saren pursues a different method compared to Lumen. Haim continuously writes characters on the board. The Sand students learn magic as a foundation. That is why we aim for a balanced teaching method, so we do not focus too much on magic. Leo attentively looks at the lines on the board. Their pursuit of balance is quite ironic. They teach widely, but all the theories are drenched in magic. It suddenly becomes crystal clear to him. The elves and their arrogance remain the same. Ishdiam explains. And that is how we arrive at this final answer. He looks at the Lumen class with a bored expression. They spread rumors about facing the Death Knight, and their class's attitude is truly rude. He concludes. All right. Enough theory. Haim raises a strange object. Leo silently watches him say. Let me show you the essence of Saren. He proudly boasts. We are a naturally magical race. Haim casts a spell, and the object in the air radiates a brilliant light. The dazzling light fills the room, leaving all the students in awe of the essence of magic, and it is an ancient elven spell. Chelsea also watches with admiration. The students can't help but get excited as Herdium introduces this as the essence of their magic. He quickly explains that the formula he is writing is the great legacy of his ancestor Luna, and has become the foundation of all magic. The magic he just showed you is one of the infinite branches derived from this formula. He asked the students. Beautiful. Right. Suddenly, a hand shoots up to speak, tells Leo, who is raising his hand, to go ahead. The class president looks at his smug expression. I really can't get excited about magic. But Leo bluntly rebuts that explanation is wrong. Lunia glares at him in anger. Teacher Harris also looks shocked and confused. Aziu frowns in outrage. What are you talking about? Leo calmly replies. That spell won't activate. All the Saren students freeze. TM Tense asserts. Of course. It is an unfinished spell, so it won't activate. He explains. My ancestors interpreted the legacy of our forefathers and somehow restored it to its current form. Leo grimly recalls. Is this a lost spell? Well, I guess you do not know. This spell was created by Luna when she established the system of magic with the sole purpose of passing it on to me. Taiham asks him with a dangerous smile. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about magic. If my El misunderstood, could you explain it to me? Harris swits, intending to stop him. Surprisingly, he can't believe his eyes. Leo slowly stepped down from the podium. Is the magic used in the present just a replica? You confidently moved forward. I am the one who received all the essence from Luna, and I died before I could pass it on to another elf. You looked at the magical symbols on the podium. Perhaps we were destined to meet like this. Harris helplessly held his head. Magical essence is the pride of El, and it is the legacy of our ancestors. If it continues like this, it could lead to conflict between the two academies. Leo raised his hand, using magic to point at the board. The light emanating from his finger was brilliant. A Saren student spoke up. What kind of explanation is that? It looks like magical essence, but I have never seen a formula like that. Leo looked at the magical symbol he had completed on the board. It is. The symbol shone brightly under his hand. Haim looked at that symbol with tears in his eyes. He hesitantly asked Leo, what kind of magic is this? Have you used it before? Leo recalled the past. Luna had once told him. This magic is what she had shown him. Look, I have perfected it. Luna handed that shimmering magic back to him. I taught you. This magic is one spell that makes flowers bloom. Leo performed a spell that left the whole class stunned. Elena asked in disbelief. Our class leader just did something amazing. Right. Lunia seemed unable to believe her eyes. What is this? What is the professor's reaction? Did that bastard really decipher the legacy of our ancestors? Hayam said, overwhelmed with emotion. Incredible. There are many elemental magics arising from it. Don't tell me this magic is just a spell to make flowers bloom. Leo smiled and explained. It is not that simple. During the calamity, flowers were almost extinct. Leo silently remembered he had once told Luna and the founder of Nebula. Aren't flowers something special? What kind of magic is this? It is useless in combat, she asked you. Do you know how beautiful flowers are? One day, I will see a world full of peace, Hayam exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. The founder truly infused it with truth. He quietly assessed Leo. But who is this student? How does he know all this? Leo whispered to him, my name is Leo Blop. You smiled and revealed to him. I taught myself advanced magic through ancient texts. I study multiple systems and I am also a naturally talented wizard. Hayam asked him skeptically, or is your family related to elves? You chuckled in response. Not all. Harris solemnly apologized to Hayam. The student on your side was rude. I apologize. Let us end the class here. He reaffirmed. For now, it is best not to take an official stance on this matter. Hayam spoke up to suggest. Professor Harris, maybe I am being a bit too bold. He grasped Harris's hand tightly. He looked at him pleadingly. But can we exchange student Leo Blop for our school? He seemed unable to believe his ears. What? The entire class was taken aback. Chelsea excitedly brought out a pot of food. Our special stew from Llewellyn is ready. Elena also brought a pot of food. And this is a deadly delicious risotto that only one can survive. The risotto is banned. The Lumen students murmured among themselves. The biggest crisis when joining Lumen. Is there really no other choice? I still have elf bread from a quest. Elena shoved a spoon into his mouth. Come on. And try it. And try it. He was sweating profusely. Alina yelled out in anger. What are you doing? You idiot. Run watched the scene before him with delight. Ha. It is great to see the students happy. Harris sighed in frustration, holding his head. The class president suddenly called Leo back. Wait a minute. Run candidly shared. You should know about this. The Elsia Council announced their decision regarding the undead knights. They looked confused at Jun talking to Leo. That is when Run calmly explained simply. We have confirmed that several undead and undead knights have appeared in the fairy forest. He recalled that we suggested both Lumen and Saren investigate the unusual situation in the fairy forest. But it is very dangerous with inexperienced first-year students. He suggested to Leo that we had proposed Saren. Once the mission starts, they will investigate the anomaly along with the male students from Saren. You wondered if the council leader came all the way here for that request. Run shook his head in rebuttal. Actually, I came myself because of you. Leo glanced out the door. My nephew wants to meet you. Aran shyly approached you. Leo. How have you been lately? Well, I said I would come, so I am taking advantage of that. Leo reached out to shake hands. Thank you for coming. I will introduce you to my class. Chelsea exclaimed with delight. So cute, she eagerly asked Iran. What is your name? Why did not you come to the exchange event? Alina turned to Leo and asked. Captain. How do you know her? La seemed delighted too. How charming, Anne replied hesitantly. She hurried off. Excuse me. Chelsea wondered suspiciously. Did we do something wrong? Alina chimed in. Was she really just a shy little girl? She watched her niece run away. Leo is counting on you. Leo moved forward. Heading out into the hallway, Iran was sitting curled up in a corner. A coat draped over her. She looked at Leo with curiosity. But is not he going to be cold? He smiled back. Don't worry about me. So why did you run away from Saren? Anne sadly remained silent. She avoided Leo's gaze. Because I am not fit to be a hero. Did Leo question her again? She recounted that when life in Saren became overwhelming, she met someone like a ray of sunshine. You curiously asked, who was it? Aran's eyes suddenly lit up. Kalunia. Aran recollected proudly. Kalunia is truly amazing. She can do anything. Always confident and kind to everyone. She is a real hero. So I started to admire her from home. She stated firmly, because she is an extraordinary person. Unlike me. I want to follow in her footsteps. Iran reminisced. I climbed up to the advanced class by myself. She regretfully recounted. But during the assessment battle, I must have made a big mistake. Iran was almost disappointed in herself. And I think she started to hate me after that. Leo silently assessed Iran. She is not someone who deserves to be hated. And Lunia is not the type to dislike someone over trivial matters. At some point, I should ask her. You pondered. For some reason, I keep seeing Bachia inside her. You curiously asked her. Do you like the story about Bachia? Aren eagerly looked up immediately. Yep. It is a story about our ancestors. Liu casually recounted. So you must know that Bachia admires the great heroes who led her and follows in their footsteps. That is how she became a hero. Right. You straightforwardly advised Aran. Don't worry about how others see you. Just follow the path you want. You reached out to her. Let us go down. The snow is wonderful and fun. All the students were gathering in the freezing snow. Lunia whispered to Leo. How did you convince Iran? He smiled back. I told her she has nothing to fear from you, she asked in surprise. Aran is afraid of me.
Well,
Leo recounted. She said she was very intimidating in the assessment battle, so she thought you hated her. Lunia panicked and replied. It is just that Aran is too strong, so I had to focus on the battle. Leo bluntly advised her. Take care of her. She might need you. Suddenly, Haim excitedly exclaimed, Hi. A confident student with purple hair approached. It is Rhoda Angra, the representative of the third year from Saren along with other students. Rhoda smiled and greeted him. Professor Haim. Haim also shook hands with him. Rhoda, your recent thesis is quite interesting. He was taken aback, confused, letting go of the other person's hand. Lee asked Lunia, Who is that person? She explained. A senior from our group. He is the representative of the 5. She recounted that he was unremarkable until his second year. He suddenly made progress and became the talk of the semester. Leo was suspicious. He suddenly improved. Harris began to declare, If everyone is here, let us start the group assignment. Each group will have 2 to 3 first years and 1 senior. DM picked up the paper and announced Group 1. Leo Plop, Lunia Lunda, and Ryangra. Leo quietly exclaimed. No way. Lunia walked behind with a frustrated expression. This is so annoying. In her mind, she recalled Hedium's words. She hoped the two would become closer after this opportunity. Lunia showed her discontent, her eyes blazing. Why do I have to pair up with a thief? Leo seemed to pinpoint the issue. Coldly questioning. Still talking about that theft. Lunia's head felt like it was smoking. Her fierce face directed at him. Of course. I still do not acknowledge you as Fina's contract holder. Leo simply shot a calm glance back, responding coolly. Suit yourself. On the map was where the team split up to explore a snow-covered land. The Fairy Forest Survey Team. The current location, they were divided into smaller groups. Lunia, and I deep in the forest. Chelsea, Irian, the green-haired one, the habitat of the elms. Alina Luca, the brown-haired boy teamed up with Nella, documenting coniferous plants. Finally, the green-haired boy and the dark brown-haired guy were at the entrance to the forest. Lunia looked up, glancing around.
Hey.
Senior, where are you sending me off alone? We were supposed to move as a group. Leo recalled, remembering that they had happily agreed. I will go alone. Let us meet at the center of the forest. Pondered, thinking there must be something he needed to do alone. On the ground, Leo sensed a rising energy. Lunia carefully looked around. Her gaze was filled with worry. But we have gone this deep and still have not encountered any zombies. There were quite a few last time. Leo's gaze became tense as he suddenly realized something. It still looked like the last time. But Leo raised his hand for C to take a closer look. Look closely. This is an illusion spell. This is the magic of the Fairy King. Right, but it does not look like my father's magic. He remembered there was a curse on this land that only those who survived the disaster could recognize. There, in a gloomy castle, Case knelt, holding the sword in his hand, as he was the most loyal subordinate of E-Boss, the commander of Tartarus. You survived the disaster era. Leo's face reflected anxiety. The Death King. KC. You recall one quiet night when Kaiso stood before his subordinates. The Death King would not act on his own. That night could be his representative. Back in the present, Leo places his hand on his thigh, preparing to stand up. Then he raises his hand, looking up at the sky with determination. There is something in the spirit land that Super Lot wants to protect. Lunia stands there, looking confused. What is going on? Do you sense something? Suddenly, Lee's eyes widen in shock. He observes something deep in the forest approaching, getting into a fighting stance, holding his sword when suddenly a voice calls out. How is the investigation going? Ra steps out with a bright smile. The first-year representatives from afar. Lunia called out, Senior Ra. He walks over to the two and inquires, So did you two encounter any zombies? Lunia closes her eyes, complaining, You scared us? I did not see any at all. Ra spreads his hands, grinning. You are the first to find the Death Knight. Right. Leo politely shakes his hand quickly. That is right. He reflects to himself. This black ring is just as I thought. Leo is confused when Ra says unfortunately. You might have made a mistake. He places a hand on Leo's shoulder, chuckling softly. There is no zombie at all, let alone a knight, but it is okay. It is normal for first years to be overly enthusiastic. Ra raises his hand to point out. Do you know that high-level zombies like the knight will be dismissed if their necromancer does not keep supplying enough mana? That is why summoners are always near the Death Knight. Lunia places her hand on her chest. Her face turns anxious. So that means there is a demon in this forest, in the city. People bustle about below. Ra continues. But this is Bia, the capital of Elsabekia. His expression is full of confidence as he looks at Lunia. If you are a student of Saren, you should know, right, about the great constellation magic applied around Bekia. Her face shows fear. It is a spell created by the veteran founder. Miss Luna, no demon can enter, that is true. But every word from Lunia is firm. There is no rule saying that a necromancer must be a demon. Leo's face is cold. He speaks up. Other beings besides demons can also wield dark power. Suddenly, Ra becomes bizarre, laughing menacingly. For example, even fairies. That is quite an interesting thought. He looks at Leo, smiling, then says, "It seems you do not know how proud the fairy race is." Then Ra turns around to give them his final words. Finish the investigation and meet at the entrance of the forest. Observing Ra's demeanor, Leo smartly realizes he is searching for something. Lunia standing beside also felt it. Her eyes filled with fear. This guy knows something. As the sun set, it is also the time to welcome the night sky. That night, amidst the white snow, a voice echoed in a certain house. Did not your team find the Death Knight? Inside, Kao was leaning back in his chair, looking dejected. Forget about the Death Knight. We did not even see any zombies here. Hearing that, Chelsea excitedly stood up, which made it even more suspicious. Her face was full of excitement. Her hands clenched. The principal surely said that zombies had been found here. So how could they have disappeared just when we came to investigate? Kao witnessed that scene and smiled helplessly. Then he pretended to be tired, his face lacking vitality. I am going to sleep. Chelsea quickly grabbed Kestai. Angrily, not so. On the other side, Leo jumped down from the window to the ground, his gaze directed in one direction. At a luxurious apartment, the Academy dormitory of Saren. A door is opening, and Leo steps in coldly, hand on the sword at his side. As a notebook appears on the table with the name Giada, he thinks to himself, just as I predicted, he has escaped from the dormitory. Suddenly, Lee's gaze shifts to the spot where the map is placed on the table. He touches the marked spot. This is the entrance to the land of the fairies. From behind, Lunia climbs through the window, her brow furrowed in anger. What are you doing here? Hearing the familiar voice, Leo turns around. He places his hand over Lunia's mouth to keep her quiet. She crosses her arms, annoyed, and scolds him. You have been acting strange since earlier. What are you doing here? Leo's hand is still on Lunia's chin, looking worried. I'm looking for Rata. But he slipped away. He must have gone to the fairy forest. His eyes drift towards somewhere behind the door, and a voice echoes, Didn't you say Rata was sleeping? I hear voice. Lunia looks at the door, puzzled. Why is Senior Rata? Meanwhile, Leo suddenly throws his arm over her shoulder, then lifts Lunia up in her astonished gaze. Next, Leo jumps out the window with Lunia in his arms. On the other side, in a room, Aran is reading when she hears a strange noise. She slowly gets off the bed and walks to the window. Yuran gazes out. She sees Leo carrying Lunia affectionately. You and Miss Lunia. At that moment, Aran panics, dropping her book to the floor, her legs shaking. A romantic story of Leo and Lunia springs to her mind. More beautiful than flowers. In it, the handsome Leo caresses Lunia's hair. Let me join you. Luna, the honorary fire mage. Lunia, with her beautiful face, looks at Leo with longing. Prince Leo. Iran imagines the scene and sighs. Shining brighter than the sun, she hugs her cheeks, her eyes filled with happiness. A secret romantic date. In the night, the winds race along with the heavy snowfall. Lee walks ahead, hands in his pockets, looking bored. How much longer are you going to follow me? Let us go back to the dormitory. Lunia follows behind, sulking as she glances at him. She frowns, angrily asking, Do you think Senior Rata is involved in all this? He just arrived this morning, and you have already encountered the Death Knight days ago. Suddenly, Lunia stops, her face full of doubt. But you guys? From behind, Iran kneels down, exhausted, and stops right there. Two of them are far enough already. Lunia turns around, her face very worried. Iran, when did you get here? Not surprised, coldly replies. She has been following us for a while. Then she looks up, panicking. Oh my. Students can have unhealthy romantic relationships. Boys and girls should not be alone together. Hearing that, Lunia looks confused, frowning. What the heck? Lee was stunned, his eyes searching as he could not understand what was happening. What are you talking about? Iran, embarrassed, clenched her fists and shouted. A guy and a girl. I have seen everything. Even when you two sneaked out of the dorm together. It is so unusual. Her face turned bright red. Of course, Miss Lunia is very beautiful. And Leo, You are quite handsome too. Hearing this, Lunia stood frozen like a statue, while Leo helplessly ruffled his hair. I ran. You misunderstood. He stared at Lunia, raising his hand to call out. Lunia, you should say something too. She was trembling in front, her lips worried. What the heck? Then Lunia turned around. Her cheeks flushed. It is not like that, I mean. Suddenly something flashed by that scared Leo. A hand clawed up from the ground. They stood there in panic. Leo shouted, "It is a zombie." Without hesitation, he drew his sword from its sheath. Still in complete shock, a gloomy voice echoed, "Welcome to the spirit forest." Leo calmly drew his sword and coldly announced, "They are all high-level undead." Lunia gritted her teeth and growled, "Where did these things come from all of a sudden?" Before acting, he turned to ask, "Rinia, are you ready?" She knelt down, casting a fire magic circle to prepare for battle. Of course. Lunia, full of spirit, unleashed her firestorm technique, a massive fire igniting, consuming all the high-level undead in an instant. She was so caught up in showing off her success. How about this? What if the undead rush out of the fire? Aran's voice rang out as a warning. Rinia Leo startled and looked toward Lunia at her voice. Aran immediately rushed in front of her, raising her shield to block its attack. She was completely calm, quickly realizing it was from Kia. No matter how the high-level undead attacked, Aran stood firm because her shield was Animus's shield. She gathered her strength, jumped high, and launched an attack toward it. Iron shouted loudly while tightening her grip on the sword, filled with overwhelming momentum. With a sharp slash, she easily decapitated the high-level undead. The rest of its body was swiftly dealt with by the purple whirlwind. Watching this scene, Lunia clapped in praise. "You are amazing." Aran scratched her head, smiling shyly. Leo nodded in admiration, not expecting she had such a move. It was typical of her to be shy and humble. Aran asked a question that made Lunia uneasy. "So why were you two out here so late at night?" Seemed to read her mind and immediately denied it. "Vinia and I are not in that kind of relationship like you think," Aran Lunia cawed, regaining her composure to continue. "Exactly. We only stopped by the seniors' dorm to investigate." Aran looked surprised and shy. "Really?" She pointed toward Leo and babbled on. "Right. Would not it be better for you if these romance issues did not distract me from studying? That means there will be fewer rivals for you. Why are you stopping it from coming?" She mouthed a denial. "Not like that." Aran placed a hand on his chest, expressing his view. "Rinia is the best student. And I want you to always be the best because you will become a hero." Lunia was stunned to hear her words. Did he think that? Evaluating the advanced combat class, Surun. He struggled to continue fighting despite his breath being ragged. One hand held a sword, the other a shield, with a beehive shield in front. She blushed with excitement at the sight before her, just as Iron predicted. Can he still hold on? Among all the freshmen, only Iron could face off against me. The corners of Lunia's mouth curled into a faint smile. Her expression quickly changed. Lunia gritted her teeth and raised her hand to cast magic. "All right. I will give it my all too." Iran gasped, looking at Lunia, her pupils wide with surprise. She frowned in panic, her face pale with fear, as the fiery dust erupted after the thunderous explosion. Now Lunia understood. She finally grasped the meaning behind his expression at that moment. She closed her eyes, sighed. And why did not he come to school after that? Lunia gently called out. Iran. She took his hand, expressing, "I want you to keep coming to school because you are my friend." She did not immediately agree. "Wait, am I friends with Miss Rinia? Didn't you say you hated me?" Lunia broke into a sincere smile. "We are friends. Don't you know? As a friend and also as a rival. I hope you can keep facing me." Aran's eyes widened in delight as he exclaimed, "Friend and rival." Quickly, her mood sank. But Aran glanced over at Leo, probing, "Are they really not?" She blushed and jumped, exclaiming. Lunia tried to clarify, said no. "You just stood there." Sighing, "Kids really grow up by fighting." Transitioning to a deadly forest, the cawing cries of crows echoed. A voice from the underworld echoed from Kago. "You must be surrounded." "Sorcerer." He turned back mockingly. "We have some uninvited guests." Ra appeared in a cloak and questioned, "What? Isn't that something your warriors should handle?" He removed his hood and hissed a greeting. "Death Warrior Kago." Kago glared at him, gritting his teeth. "You bastard." He took steps toward him, emphasizing each word. The command to control the warriors of the Death King. Kago wanted to use his presence to suppress Ra. "Are you treating me like a subordinate?" He was unafraid and raised his ringed hand in response. "It seems you have forgotten that the Death King has already chosen me. I will pull my hood up and turn away, saying once the summoning circle is completed, I won't need Tatarus' help anymore." He chuckled maliciously, watching his back and listening. "So until then, I will rely on you." Kago's eyes glowed red with cunning thoughts. Of course, the scene shifts to another forest. where the full moon shines through the still leaves. Lunia follows Leo, asking, "Are you saying the senior entrusted me with matters of the spirit forest? It is just this guy's guess. Do not take it too seriously." Iran stammered. "But is not it colder than before?" She glanced around and spoke.
Yep.
Biki is a cold area. But how should I put it? Lunia's mood has also dipped. Thinking back, it still feels a bit small, but Leo frowned, looking around cautiously. "I think I sense a curse," he reminded while casting the magic circle. "Let us prepare a bit before moving further from here." Right after that, Karan appeared. "Look, this is my entrance." Farah followed closely and raised her hand in greeting upon seeing the two. Lunia's face darkened with anger as she rushed over to interact, but her voice was incredibly sweet. "Farah," Lunia clasped her hands, looking anxiously at the two sitting on Leo's head. "How could such beautiful beings come to exist? Your big sister Rinia. You still remember, right?" Iran's eyes widened in shock. "What are these summoned creatures?" He pointed at Fiora sitting on his head. "Introducing. This is a little phoenix. Fiora." Lunia cried out emotionally. "Fiora. She is so beautiful." Leo pointed to Karan, continuing the introduction. "And this is the prince of the spirit realm." "Karan." She gasped in astonishment. "It is a contract of both a phoenix and a spirit. It is truly impressive." He coldly reminded, "Stop chit-chatting and get ready. We are heading towards the center of the forest." The three of them ventured deeper into the forest, accompanied by Leo's reminder. "From here, things will get more brutal." He decisively unleashed a sharp sword strike to deal with the monsters. Lunia waved her hand, summoning fireballs that shot straight at them. Dark purple smoke rose from the bodies of the defeated monsters. The outer layer gradually vanished, revealing moving skeletons. Iran gasped in shock. "Corpses." Lunia immediately realized there must be a necromancer nearby. Liu's sword was surrounded by flames, tempered and sturdy. He decisively swung his sword, taking down 3 zombies at once. The fire from Leo's sword spread directly to the zombie's body. Leo turned back to her, denying it. "There is no one." Lunia still could not believe it. "You just saw it too." An orc suddenly transformed into a skeleton. He looked at Karan, who was touching the zombie's skull, and explained, "That is not a zombie created by the necromancer." She is curiously wondering, "Then what is it?" Leah's answer leaves both girls stunned. "A curse of death," Lunia involuntarily exclaims. "A curse of death? I have never heard of that before." Iran looks down sadly. "It will continuously summon zombies in the surrounding areas and turn this place into a death realm." The image of the god of death suddenly appears in her mind, and the one who cast it is Leo, revealing he is the commander of Tartarus, the Death King. Kaiser. Hearing that, she gasps in horror. "Oh no. That means Tartarus is about to launch a major attack on Elsabekia. This is not the time. We have to inform the professors right away." A strong wind suddenly rises throughout the forest, howling through the swaying treetops. Lunia frantically covers her face, while Aaron squints in confusion. "What?" Suddenly, in the white smoke, Keigo's voice echoes, "Candidates for heroes. Greetings." He swings his sword at the 3 with a growl, welcoming them to the land of death. Liu calmly raises his sword to block Kaigo's strike amid his laughter. "Ha! You want to escape today?" Kaigo goes into a frenzy, bursting into laughter, despair and tremble in fear. "I will make you regret stepping into this forest." Meanwhile, Aran and Lunia support each other fighting the zombie in front of them. Liu clears his throat and commands, "I will handle this Dark Knight. You be careful and divide the tasks." Aran is clearing the zombies while preparing the strongest magic he can cast. The 2 girls respond in unison. "Okay. Got it." Keigo voices his surprise. "So this time you have chosen to fight." Liu does not flinch. "I will face you." His words sound like a joke to him. "You foolish kid. Do you think I will let things go your way?" Kaigo puts force into his sword with a growl, breathing in the darkness. Leo frowns, biting his lip as he uses the secret sword technique of Zinger. He channels fire magic into his sword, making the blade blaze brilliantly. Leo tightens his grip, pouring all his strength into thrusting the sword straight through his weapon. Keigo lowers his sword, stepping back in awe. Is that the fire phoenix? He pushes off with his heel, launching himself toward him. Leo swings his sword to attack Kaigo and yells, "It is not just the fire phoenix." The fiery aura of Zinger has merged into it. His blade melts from Leo's sword strike. Kaigo is momentarily stunned. Is the sword melting? Leo continues to swing his sword at him, but Kaigo transforms into a red whirlwind and vanishes. Under the red moonlight, he reads Leo's mind. He is overwhelming me with his battle experience. Quickly, Kaigo reappears, returning with an army of zombies behind him. He stares intently into Leo's pupils, wondering how a freshman could do this. For a moment, he is terrified by those eyes. What is that gaze? A blinding golden orange light appears, causing Kago to huddle in fear. He and the zombies looked up at the sky, a blazing fireball hanging suspended in the air. It was Lunia's creation. She grinned, summoning the firestorm. The enormous fireball crashed down to the ground, devouring them under Lunia's control. She did not hide her disgust as she screamed, "You miserable skeleton." Lunia tossed her hair, looking pleased. "This is what happens when you dare to mess with me." Aran's face went pale as he stammered in the forest. Kiran gripped the climbing rope tightly to avoid being swept into the firestorm. Is she really a spirit? Why is she so violent? He looked at the scorched forest in amazement. What a spectacle. You are collecting your sword, urging, "It is not over yet. Let us chase them." But the deeper they went, the more strange eyes made the two girls tremble in fear. What the hell is this? Iran grimaced, looking around with a worried face. Is this the curse of the dead? Lunia gasped in fear. Powerful indeed. My voice rang out, catching Leo's attention. First year. He put his hands on his hips, taking on a lecturing tone. Who allowed you to investigate the forest at night? Even the first-year representative of Lumen is acting like this. It is a disgrace to discipline. Lunia quickly recognized me. Senior, why are you here? He stepped out of the magic circle on the ground and replied. Currently, the zombies are appearing in this forest. I am investigating the cause. Hearing this, she screamed to reveal. The cause is a curse. An ancient and powerful curse. I frowned and asked. A curse? Are you saying there is a curse here? Right now. His expression made Lunia extremely worried. It is serious enough that you do not feel anything. Lee's voice brought me back to reality. Some first-year students of Lumen accidentally touched objects leaking from Tartarus. He pointed to the sky, explaining the blinding light. Those students inadvertently used dark powers. That light pierced into the hearts of people. Lunia and Aran were so dazzled they covered their eyes. The two girls turned pale in shock at the horrifying scene before them. The red magic circle became clearer, with zombie bones scattered inside. Under the shimmering light, Leo followed Ruta's figure and explained in detail. But you look like you willingly collaborated with Tartarus. Only dark magic or necromancy would use monster flesh as a catalyst. He clenched his blood-stained hand and laughed. Collaborate. You are both annoyingly troublesome and incredibly foolish. Rhoda lost his cool, covering his face and grinding his teeth. Those first years over there. Right in this spot. His next words left the two girls speechless in shock. The heroic deeds of Lady Luna are lying dormant. Rada became even more shameless as he raised his voice. But that incompetent council does not even know it exists. What is wrong with using Tartarus to reclaim our legacy? Aran can't accept this and strongly opposes it. It is an insult to a great hero. And he just wants that legacy for himself. Lunia rolls up her sleeves, ready to engage with him. Take him down, smash that ugly face, and drag him back to the instructor. Before charging in, Lee calls out, Rinya Aran. He grips the hilt of his sword, reminding himself to fight as if he is ready to kill his own senior. The two girls gasp in unison. What? Just as Leo finishes speaking, Rot summons a ball emitting a flurry of purple lightning. In an instant, Leo is stunned and pushed back by the electric energy. He continues to unleash a bolt of lightning towards the three, saying, Genia. Leo raises his hand to cast magic but reminds himself to stay calm. That is what facing Tartarus is like. R laughs, stroking his chin with delight. A human can use primal magic. What are you? Outside, he seems calm. But inside, he is churning. Did he really just cast and negate the spell in that brief moment? His ability to recognize me as an enemy and his combat instincts are top-notch. He is also keeping an eye on Aran and Lunia. If those two join the fight, this will be a real mess. Out of options. He flicks his ringed finger and decides. Then the electric current intensifies even more. Leo frantically warns the two girls, crouching down to launch a counterattack. Jatiaga. An explosion erupts at his feet, sending debris flying. Aran does not think twice and uses his shield to pin Lunia down for protection. She sits up, coughing. Did he just say that is Aratiaga? Her eyes widen in shock. Mouth agape. It is just a basic spell. But it is hard to believe it is this powerful. Lunia's pupils dilate, her face going pale from panic. In front of him, Leo is exhausted. Kneeling down, Rock controls 3 purple orbs to hover closer to him. She clears her throat loudly. Damn it. We have to help them. Aran nods in agreement. Yeah. Kago suddenly appears in front of the two. His voice suppresses both girls. This is the end of the road. Chosen heroes, Lunia defiantly retorts. In your dreams. Then she stands up and asks, Aran, buy me some time. Aran also stands to cover her. Leave it to me. Rot looks down at Leo, sitting on the ground, smirking. Any last words before you die? You are not giving up, are you? Feeling pretty confident. Then he clears his throat and calls out, Karan. Hearing Leo's voice, Karan spins around, surprising him. The purple orbs floating beside Rod explode thanks to Karan. He loses his balance and crashes to the ground. This time, the tables have turned. Rod is the demon, while Leo stands tall, staring at him with murderous intent. Rod grits his teeth in pain. Damn. My leg. His pupils blaze red, scanning Rod as if judging his crimes. I was terrified looking into Leo's eyes. You bastard. Do not tell me he really is. Now he knows fear and begs for mercy. Wait. Before I could finish, you decisively swung your sword and beheaded him. Karan cheered. Great. That crazy spirit has fallen. Now it is time to crush that scrawny bastard. Before I could celebrate, my voice echoed, leaving him bewildered. A jolt of electricity shocked Leo. Karan. He has not fully logged out yet. Turning back to reattach his head and speak disdainfully. A half-blood elf. And yet you can summon beasts. Impressive talent. You are Leo Blop. Right. It was quickly reattached. One side of his face was ruined and transformed into a demon. His voice echoed as if from the underworld. How fortunate that the one sending you off is me. The power of the Death King is not bad. Karan shrank back in fear. His tone was arrogant. And if I added the power of the founder? Lady Luna. I could trample over arrogant brats like you who rely solely on talent. He chuckled quietly. That eye of yours seems like a mechanical demon is starting to devour you. Shortly after, he raised his hand forcefully forward, generating immense magical power. Leo gripped the sword's hilt, his gaze unwavering. The sword in his hand swung with all his might. Leo scoffed. You failed to fully harness the power of the mechanical demon. Then, he charged forward like a whirlwind, the sword in his hand drawing a sharp line that tore through the air. In an instant, one of his arms flew off, the cold blade aiming once more at the bleeding wound. He immediately screamed in pain. Leo's voice was cold. Those who gain power through shortcuts always lack a sense of battle. He urged him on. Come on. Keep regenerating. I will keep slicing you until you run out of magic. I growled in pain. Are you struggling? Sorcerer. He looked ahead. Is the human before you your target? Hurry and complete the summoning circle, and seek the power sealed in this land. Leo affirmed with determination. Yep. If I can absorb that power. He glanced at his two teammates below. He thought to himself that those two were holding up quite well. It seemed he had to deal with this one first. Looking down at his own hand. Huff. Why has not my hand regenerated yet? Karan pointed ahead. Look. The two looked in that direction. From the severed hand, bright red sparks began to form, creating a bizarre matrix. Look over there. Blood suddenly gushed from my mouth. But I still gritted my teeth and endured. I suddenly threw my head back. A stream of dark red blood sprayed from my mouth and splattered in the air. It is too late now. Aran and Lunia were also stunned. The bright red matrix was finally complete. Kago just stood there quietly, his eyes solemnly observing the entire unfolding. From my body, a purple mist gradually condensed behind him. The atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. Strong gusts of wind swept through, kicking up dust and dirt. From beneath the ground, large cracks began to appear. Spreading out like a spider web, a gigantic hand emerged, shattering the layers of earth and stone above, creating a suffocating and deadly space. Karan's eyes widened. Oh my, what is that? Liu calmly replied. The Bone King, he explained. One of the strongest undead that still exists. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke surged up, swirling and coiling as if something was gradually taking shape inside. Ruda laughed maniacally, his arms slowly regenerating. Ha! I am overflowing with power. So this is the strength of the founder. Furious, realized that by completing the summoning circle, he had fully embraced dark magic. He unexpectedly leaped forward, each powerful step shaking the ground, causing the rocks to shatter. Leo gripped his sword tightly. That filthy power could not belong to Luna. Ruda laughed. Is that? The giant hand suddenly reached out, lunging straight for Leo as if to crush him in a squeeze. Another pile of bones shot towards him from afar like a deadly arrow. He clicked his tongue. However, Leo remained undeterred, immediately taking a stance and observing every incoming movement. Ruda coldly laughed. Even if it is the power of the Death King, I have that too. Karen yelled worriedly. What if we retreat now? That pile of bones is too strong. Leo reassured him. Look closely. That Bone King is not summoning properly. Karan asked. What do you mean? He explained. It seems he hastily made a pact with the underworld to summon the Bone King. He did not meet the summoning conditions. He won't be able to exist for long. Leo knew that the basic principle of summoning magic is the spirit energy to sustain the summoning. He commanded, we just need to hold on until the mana to sustain that pile of bones runs out. All right, let us fight, Leo ordered, with Karan assisting. Karan nodded. He decisively thrust both hands forward. Let the Dark Leo start casting spells. The entire space suddenly glowed with a brilliant golden light. It radiated a violent and dangerous magical energy. Kwangsa silently observed, his gaze contemplative as if weighing something. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a bright red light. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, letting out a low growl, while Leo quickly took to the skies. Indeed, there was quite a significant gap in levels. But we just need to buy time. Then, he suddenly smiled, a mischievous grin. Someone shouted loudly, Jizia. Leo gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Lunia raised her hand to create a barrier to support Leo. The Phoenix shield. Leo called out to Lunia. Lunia commanded, focus on the Bone King. I will deal with that crazy senior. Leo worriedly asked, so Iran has to fight the Death Knight alone? Lunia smiled. Don't tell me you do not trust Iran. She assured me that Iran is the one who chose to confront the Death Knight directly. Kago quickly drew his sword. Iran immediately grabbed the shield, blocking in front of her. At this moment, Kago's sword descended with terrifying force. Kago roared, you are so arrogant. He laughed menacingly, daring to face Kago alone. Faced with the overwhelming power radiating from him, Iran wondered if she could really do it. She carefully observed every movement of her opponent. Suddenly, she shouted loudly and rushed forward. But if I fail, everyone will be in danger. Iran thrust her sword straight at Kago with all her might, but he burst into hearty laughter. He then counterattacked Iran, leaving her no time to react. Iran was violently thrown backward. The shield in her hand flew away. Iran thought to herself, I never considered becoming a hero. But she looked up as Kago shattered the shield. And compared to those two, you are just a novice. Iran struggled to get back up. At the very least, she could not be a burden to them. She declared loudly, that is right. They will definitely become great heroes one day. Kago declared, I will take your head and go help the Death Mage. You have no chance of winning. Iran looked up. But do you know that great heroes often have loyal followers? Iran continued. My ancestor, Lord Bikia, followed in the footsteps of great heroes and made an oath. She tightened her grip on the sword, never doubting great heroes. Kago was surprised. This was divine power. And Iron continued, so I will believe too. Kago swung his sword, hissing, you arrogant little brat. Iran was filled with determination. This was a technique passed down through generations of divine knights. Kago raised his sword high and charged down from above. Iran shouted loudly, an endless life force pushing back against death. She shouted while raising her sword high. The figure slowly faded into the air, each part of his body shattering like dust. A Death Knight, he weakly said. Losing to a brat like that again. Iran felt weak after the last blow. She knelt down, her shoulders trembling slightly, breath quick and disordered. I have to hurry and help the others. Everything before her began to blur. I must help them. Rada smirked. Is he still breathing? The freshman representative conjured magic to prepare in hand. Let us finish this. The vegetable I just threw out immediately emitted a magical aura. It shot straight forward and ricocheted back. He shouted, Fire Spear. Rata widened his eyes in surprise as the magical energy pierced through the vegetable's neck, causing blood to spray violently. Did it bounce back? Luni appeared with a massive fire dragon. She laughed scornfully. Oh, you think I will take that? She roared. Try to take this hit. While Raita was still standing, a small fireball suddenly flew in, swirling violently and crashing straight into him. The flames erupted fiercely, sending him flying far away. Raita crashed hard to the ground. His body charred black. Lunia turned away. Nothing special. Lunia suddenly turned back, her eyes full of caution. Right after that, Rada raised his hand, and a swirling dark energy erupted from his palm. The dark power surged straight toward Lunia. Leo anxiously called out, Lunia, quickly grab your sword and charge. A fierce battle broke out, with thick black smoke enveloping the space. Karan shouted for Leo, who worriedly asked Han, Are you okay? He yelled, Suck my hand. Leo reassured him, You won't die. Do not make a fuss. The call of death. Leo was confused. In this situation, it was the worst curse imaginable. Fyra suddenly appeared before him, and Leo called out her name. Fyra smiled and said, Lunia was overjoyed, feeling her own body. Aran also whispered, Recovering. And Leo called out, Do it again. Fyra. The sword in his hand burst into flames, the fire enveloping the blade. Magic of summoning transformation. Leo immediately soared up and charged at Kaigo. Lunia exclaimed. She looked at him in admiration. He was not afraid of death. Just like a hero, she softly called, Fire Phoenix. Lunia touched it. Well done. Now rest. Then she spread her palm. A stream of orange-red light appeared. She thrust it towards Dauda. He coldly said, Even your proud flame has weakened. Lunia, what do you plan to do with that weak fire? Lunia retorted, You think it is weak? The flame of my clan races against all of you, but you know, my clan has always made a pact with the Phoenix. Our first ancestor vowed to burn himself if necessary to completely incinerate Tartarus. Rada frowned and suddenly said, nonsense. Have you given up? And what about this fire? Why has not it been extinguished? He clutched one arm that was ablaze with fire. Lunia squeezed his arm tightly. As long as our ancestors will still burn, we have always been the pact makers of the phoenix. This fire won't go out until every demon is reduced to ash. Lunia stared straight into his eyes. And by the way, your left eye is completely possessed. Is not? The fire continued to blaze, surrounding the two in brilliant golden light. This spell is called Holy Fire, a forbidden technique of the Jandua clan. Even the caster can be burned. Rada panicked. You are insane. Lunia looked at him with determination. I won't let you escape. But then the fire around them suddenly flickered out. Rada smirked. Out of mana. The ring on his hand began to emit dark energy. Then it is my turn now. The ring gradually released a power he could not control. Lunia panicked. What the hell? And then the ring slowly consumed his arm. Rada shouted. Stop. Then Rada vanished without a trace, leaving only the ring rolling on the ground. Do not. Lunia was stunned and fell to her knees. Was he absorbed by the ring? What the hell just happened? She felt confused. If the necromancer is dead, the source of energy should be cut off too. Why does the dry corpse still exist? The ring in the ground suddenly glowed, emitting a mysterious red light. Kago appeared unexpectedly, a heavy and chilling aura radiating from him. Whispering. This energy. A mysterious shadow sitting on the throne, his face hidden beneath a hood. Only the deadly smile visible. His voice rang out with determination. Move forward. The sword is quickly drawn to fulfill the task you were given. Leo was not surprised. This was indeed the power of the Hell King, transmitting power through the demon machine. As cunning as ever, he carefully observed everything, directing his focus towards the main gate of the celestial realm. Leo quickly launched an attack. Karan. Cover me. Kai raised his sword high over his head and instantly swung it down at Leo. The two swords clashed rapidly, the battle more intense than ever. Leo shook his head in fear. With no barriers, he was breaking apart. Kai swung his sword, and Leo was sent flying against the wall, the impact causing the ground to tremble, creating a massive shockwave that spread throughout the space. Lunia and Aaron cried out in panic. Sir Leo, a voice called out loudly from the fairy realm. Leo lay unconscious on the ground. A sound echoed. Beep. The sound continued to ring out, causing Leo to sit up abruptly. He spread his hand out. Damn it. He suddenly sighed, realizing he had run out of magical and spiritual energy. Then Leo stood up and surveyed the fairy realm. He was astonished. Not expecting this place to become so desolate, he suddenly noticed something. He murmured, this is neck. Leo reminisced. Are you going to throw it away? Leo nodded. Yeah. Borkia. You take this? Borkia looked up at the dagger. What is wrong? Not your style. Borkia shrugged. It looks silly and seems useless. Leo quickly countered. What is this? Do you know how many life and death battles this has been through with me? A group of people called out from afar. He hurriedly said goodbye. It was time to go. He reached out to pat Borkia's head, then waved and left with the group. Good. Leo murmured softly. That arrogant little brat. He looked at the dagger in his hand, remembering how it had once said it was not needed. Then suddenly the dagger emitted a blue light. Leo looked up at it in astonishment. The dagger continued to glow and activated magic that spread blue light encompassing everything. His figure faded as if blending into that flow of energy. Leo pondered. The magic had been sealed in this dagger for thousands of years. He could not help but feel joy. It had responded to its true master, which is him. Leo calculated with this much magic. He remembered his confrontation with Kago and murmured to himself about which spell to use. He thought about how to attack to eliminate the opponent as quickly as possible. Leo smirked. Those kids? If that is the case, then Lunia will scream. Stop right there. You skeleton. Iran gasped. Miss Lunia. Over there. Iran was startled. That amount of magic was terrifying. A powerful magical circle from the great eruption made Lunia and Aaron look up in despair. Lunia exclaimed. If he is the one who made the pact with the phoenix, then this is the minimum he should be able to do. Leo stepped slowly. The space around Lunia and Iran was filled with shining stars. Although not as powerful as his true form, for those kids, this would be an invaluable gift. Iran recalled. He once read in an ancient book. A spell that dyed the world with the light of dawn stars. She continued. That is the most powerful spell. The stars continued to fly straight towards Kago, leaving him astonished. In the end, Liu calmly walked after resolving the trouble. He opened his palm. Karan immediately appeared, roaring. The executioner. You shall be me. King of Frost. Leo replied calmly. It is. Was Karan surprised when? How? Leo commanded. Find your wings first. Karan suddenly remembered and immediately flew away. Right. Lunia Duran called out to Leo. He asked worriedly, "Is everyone okay?" Lunia teased. "Are you worried about us? You are the one in the most miserable state." Iran smiled weakly. "I believe you two will get through this." Lunia was curious, but seriously, what kind of magic was that just now? It felt like stepping out of a legend. Leo looked at the dagger. It seemed to emanate from the magic sealed in this dagger. Definitely related to the great hero, Iran exclaimed. An artifact of the great hero, Lunia questioned. Could it be that Tartarus targeted this place because of that item? Karan shouted. Hey Leo, look at this. I found the wings my father hid for me. He was anxious?
Yep.
Help me take this off. Leo gently. Okay. Lunia suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. She pointed. Isn't that a hero's record? The hero's record of this world opening up. Lunia was confused. What is this? A voice echoed. Are you planning to defeat Eros? Leo is deep in thought. That voice continues to mock. Are you crazy? But never mind. Just let it go. I like it that way. He laughs loudly. Hunting for a boss. It is the perfect target for me. The voice continues. I already said that. Did not. Now I understand what Tartarus is really seeking. A girl suddenly appears. My name is Luna. She smiles, saying she will shine like the stars in the night sky. So consider it an honor to have her in your group.
Yep.
This is a piece of the heroic record of Kai.